Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 451. Chapter 451, 451. Chapter 451, The Toxic Python is full of treasures. The allure of the toxic python was too strong, and the snake monsters went crazy, rushing over without regard for their lives. The desire to evolve had surpassed their instinctive fear of death. Lin Moya was thoroughly enjoying the explosions. Experience points were skyrocketing like a rocket. Every time he used a skill, hundreds of monsters over level 70 were blown to pieces. The snake monsters seemed to be lining up to die. Since his job transition, Lin Moya had never felt so exhilarated. In just a few minutes, his experience points had increased by 50%. After reaching level 50, he had fought his way through the core area of the upper space to Antares location, taking more than half a month to gain just 20% experience. Entering the lower space, the large number of great leaf dwarf trees had given him nearly 5% experience. Now, his experience had reached 80%. These snake monsters had contributed more than 50% of his experience points. Seeing the snake monsters still crazily charging, Lin Moya knew he could level up. After level 50, the leveling speed slowed down significantly. Many people took months to level up once. Even taking a year to level up once was considered normal. Top professionals were all middle-aged. Even geniuses like Meng Anwen and Bai Yaiwan were prodigies of their time. They only became top professionals after the age of 30. As for reaching god level, that was after the age of 50. Lin Moya knew that his current leveling speed was already astonishing, rare in the history of the human race. Lin Mohan's incredible leveling speed was unheard of, even in the history of the human race. The snake monsters kept coming, and Lin Moya kept blowing them up, feeling completely satisfied. However, Lin Moya also noticed something. The ground here was incredibly sturdy. From the previous battles to now, countless explosions had occurred. Yet the ground didn't even have a single pit. Even the rocks covered by the explosions remained intact. This sturdiness was unusual. Not only this ground but also the ground beneath the great leaf dwarf trees was the same, sturdy to an unusual degree. Yet, the toxic pool had corroded the ground, and this corrosion was ongoing. Lin Moya speculated that the ground's tremors might be trying to expel something from the toxic pool. Whether this speculation was accurate remained to be seen. The corpses had piled up like mountains. No matter which direction the snake monsters came from, whether from the ground or the air, they couldn't get past the line of death. Lin Moya stood guard, unyielding. The strong smell of blood filled the air, masking the scent of the toxic smoke and awakening the snake monsters' instincts. Finally, some snake monsters began to retreat. The number of charging snake monsters decreased. Their instincts told them not to go forward, or they would die. Lin Moya's body glowed white as he finally leveled up. He reached level 51. All his attributes increased, and his total attributes rose. Compared to other professions, the increase was astonishing. For other mid-tier legendary professions, the total attribute increase per level from 50 to 59 was around 10. Lin Moya's increase was over 6,000, exceeding 60%. This gap would only widen with higher levels. With extremely high base attributes and divine power, Lin Moya's attributes would eventually surpass all other professionals. He might even surpass world bosses in the future. Meng Anwen and the others had estimated that this was not impossible. The snake monsters finally retreated, leaving behind a field of corpses. At least 100,000 snake monsters had died here. Lin Moya not only gained a lot of experience but also collected a vast amount of basic materials. These materials, though not for crafting legendary equipment, could be used to make platinum grade or even quasi-legendary equipment. For Lin Moya, these materials were a significant fortune. They could be used to buy high-level skill scrolls, which required a lot of money. The skeleton berserkers, holding their axes, began to dissect the toxic python's corpse. As a world boss, its corpse was valuable. Like the Earth Dragon God, although highly toxic, some parts were edible and had special effects. The Earth Dragon God's leg meat was delicious and could quickly restore mental energy. Lin Moya thought that although the toxic python was more toxic than the Earth Dragon God, it might have some usable parts. Even if not, its skin and bones could be valuable materials. After all, it was an 85-level world-class boss, bound to have some special features. Hundreds of skeleton berserkers worked together, carefully and quickly dissecting the toxic python. Most of the toxic python's scales had been burned, leaving only a few intact ones. Lin Moya didn't waste any, collecting the intact scales. Most of the toxic python's flesh was highly toxic, and even in death, the toxicity remained. During the dissection, toxic gas spread like a thick fog. Lin Moya's body glowed white, and his skeletal armor shone, blocking the toxic gas. Lin Moya knew that his status immunity passive skill made him immune to all abnormal states, including poisoning. The toxic gas could harm him but wouldn't poison him. The skeletons weren't so lucky. Most of the skeleton berserkers were poisoned during the battle. Some skeleton mages and archers were also poisoned. These poisons couldn't be cured. The Lich General's cleansing skill was ineffective against states above level 70. In other words, the poisoned skeletons had to endure until the poison wore off. Lin Moya didn't know how long that would take. Under the comprehensive connection talent, all the skeletons shared the damage. The Lich General continuously healed them, maintaining their condition. The skeleton berserkers continued to dissect the toxic python, removing the toxic flesh. After removing the surface flesh, a layer of white membrane appeared. The membrane covered the entire toxic python's body. In the green toxic fog, it emitted a jade-like white glow. The membrane was only 2 fingers thick but completely unaffected by the toxic gas. Even the skeleton berserker's axes struggled to cut through it. Not only was it resistant to poison, but it was also incredibly tough. Lin Moya immediately recognized its value. The membrane was carefully removed. The 100-meter-long membrane looked like a giant piece of jade, extremely beautiful. Lin Moya used his detection skill on it. Toxic python membrane, legendary material, highly resistant to poison, can be used to craft legendary inner armor. Lin Moya's eyes lit up. As expected, although the toxic python didn't drop legendary equipment, its membrane was a top-tier legendary material. After removing the membrane, the bones were exposed. The toxic python had a single 100-meter-long spine. The bone was semi-transparent, with what seemed like spinal fluid flowing inside. Lin Moya used his detection skill again. The detection skill, widely used by humans, rarely disappointed. Toxic python spine, material for crafting legendary accessories, can also be used to upgrade quasi-legendary equipment. Lin Moya's attention was drawn to the spinal fluid inside the bone. He felt that the spinal fluid might be more valuable than the bone itself. Crack it open and extract the spinal fluid. Lin Moya gave the order. The skeleton berserkers cracked open a section of the bone, releasing a fragrant aroma. The scent was invigorating, and just one whiff made Lin Moya feel refreshed. The aroma cleared the toxic fog and even neutralized the poison on the skeletons. Such strong detoxifying power, Lin Moya marveled. The spinal fluid had such a miraculous effect. Toxic python spinal fluid, legendary antidote, can neutralize extreme poisons. Each drop increases poison element immunity by 1%. Unfortunately, the spinal fluid was scarce, with only 2 or 3 drops per section. Lin Moya didn't have a suitable container, so he left it in the bone for now. With the dissection complete, the toxic python had no other valuable parts. Lin Moya turned his attention to the toxic pool. Through the green water, he saw many toxic crystals. Despite the earlier eruptions, many toxic crystals remained in the pool. A quick glance revealed at least 100. Lin Moya's gaze shifted to the center of the pool, hoping to find something valuable there. Chapter 452. Chapter 452, 452. Chapter 452, the guess was right, it's a coffin. The toxic python is full of treasures. Lin Moya thought to himself that world-class bosses are indeed full of treasures. Lin Moya even considered whether he should go and kill a few more world-class bosses to get more good stuff. As he was thinking, the ground suddenly shook. Then Lin Moya saw a scene that shocked even him. The corpses that had been piled up like mountains began to sink rapidly into the ground. It was as if a giant whirlpool had appeared on the ground, swallowing all the corpses. In the blink of an eye, the corpses on the ground had disappeared. Even the toxic python that had just been dissected had completely disappeared. All the corpses vanished, and the ground returned to its original state, without leaving a trace. Lin Moya knew that both the ancient battlefield and the eternal battlefield had the ability to self-repair. This self-repair ability could erase the mess on the surface and restore the ground to its original state. However, in the upper space of the eternal battlefield, the ground's self-repair ability was relatively gentle, and it took some time to absorb the corpses. It could take as little as 3 to 5 days or as long as 10 days. But in the lower space, the ground's self-repair speed was too fast. It had only been half an hour, and the ground had already started to repair itself. In just 2 minutes, the repair was complete. Yet, despite the ground's self-repair ability, it left behind such a toxic pool. This made Lin Moya even more convinced that the toxic pool was unusual. He tried to put his hand into the toxic water, and the skeletal armor immediately glowed, isolating the toxic water. Lin Moya had a thought and removed the skeletal armor. The toxic water immediately touched his palm. Lin Moya could feel the damage from the toxic water, a slight stinging sensation, but it wasn't strong. All the damage was transferred to the undead army through the damage transfer skill. Moreover, with his status immunity, he did not enter a poisoned state. When he withdrew his hand and shook off the toxic water, the damage stopped. After confirming that his skills were effective, Lin Moya took out the toxic god stone he had just obtained. He then activated it. The toxic god stone exploded, releasing dark green light that enveloped Lin Moya. Previously, he had used the toxic gem, which gave him permanent 50% poison element immunity and also awakened the toxic star ring skill. Later, during his second transition, the toxic star ring merged with his curse skill, becoming the current toxic star burst. Now, using the higher level toxic godstone, Lin Moya didn't know what the specific effect would be. Based on his knowledge, regardless of the result, there would be no side effects. If there were any side effects, the detection skill would have indicated it. A large amount of dark green light poured into his body, and Lin Moyo felt a magical power. This magical power was somewhat similar to the power that could awaken skills from skill scrolls. It seemed to involve some fundamental power. Soon, the dark green light faded. Lin Moyo opened his eyes and exhaled. He did not awaken a new skill, but his poison element immunity increased to 80%. The toxic god stone replaced the effect of the toxic gem, rather than enhancing it. It did not stack on top of the gem's effect. However, Lin Moyo thought this was normal. If it had enhanced the gem's effect, his poison element immunity would have reached 130%, making him completely immune to poison elements. Lin Moyo did not feel disappointed. Instead, he felt this was normal. Such good things wouldn't even happen in dreams. It was unheard of for a professional to be completely immune to an element. His poison element immunity had increased. At this moment, under Lin Moyo's command, the undead army had retreated outside the range of the toxic smoke, waiting for the poison to dissipate. Lin Moyo waited a while longer, until the strong soldier skills cooldown ended and the poison on the undead army completely dissipated. After making all the preparations, he slowly walked into the toxic pool. The undead army stayed above and did not follow him down. The damage he endured would be continuously transferred back, and the Lich General would heal the undead army. This way, the undead army's endurance would reach its maximum. As long as the undead army remained, he would not be in any danger. Lin Moyo would not take risks without a purpose. He calculated everything clearly. With 80% poison element immunity and 600% elemental resistance amplification, assuming 10,000 damage, after layers of reduction, the final damage to Lin Moyo would be only 333, reduced by 33 times. Then this damage would be shared by 27,000 skeletons and the Lich General. As long as his passive skills remained effective, Lin Moyo had nothing to fear. Lin Moyo slowly entered the toxic water, and after taking a few steps, he picked up a piece of toxic crystal. There were many toxic crystals at the bottom of the pool, and Lin Moyo slowly advanced towards the center, picking them up along the way. The toxic pool sloped downward, and the slope was steep. In just a few meters, the toxic liquid had reached his chest. At the center of the toxic pool, thick dark green toxic liquid continuously bubbled up. There was a small hole here, and the toxic liquid in the entire pool came from this hole. The essence blood of the toxic god had previously spurted out from this hole. Lin Moyo tried touching the dark green toxic liquid with his finger. A sharp pain shot through his finger. The toxicity of the liquid was far stronger, more than 10 times that of the rest of the pool. At this moment, a piece of toxic crystal floated up from the hole, and Lin Moyo saw it. The toxic crystals in the pool also came from this hole. It seems that to understand what's going on, I need to go inside and take a look. The hole was not large, with a diameter of less than 2 meters, just enough for Lin Moyo to enter. Lin Moyo carefully observed the hole but couldn't determine its depth. However, he could see that the lower the toxic liquid, the higher its concentration and toxicity. After some calculations, he decided to give it a try. The allure of divine essence blood was great, and Lin Moyo felt that there might be more than just divine essence blood below. In the core area, the essence blood of the fire god burned with eternal flames, solidifying over countless years. But here, the essence blood remained liquid, not solidified. So Lin Moyo judged that the source of the essence blood was still present. The result of this judgment made Lin Moyo feel a chill. With his guess in mind, Lin Moyo resolutely entered the hole. Enduring the continuous impact of the toxic liquid, he slowly descended. The hole was deep, and Lin Moyo knew he had descended at least 100 meters. By now, the toxic liquid was as thick as ink, dark green and black, extremely terrifying. The toxicity was more than 100 times stronger than the toxic water in the pool. Here, every second caused massive damage to Lin Moyo. The undead army silently endured the damage transferred from Lin Moyo, and the Lich General continuously healed them. Lin Moyo's vision was filled with dark green, and he calculated the distance in his mind. Based on the previous ground tremors, he estimated the depth to be around 200 meters. Now, he should be close. Finally, he emerged from the other end of the hole. He entered another space filled with toxic liquid. The dark green toxic liquid churned continuously. Lin Moyo had held his breath since entering the pool. With his current strength, holding his breath was a basic ability, and even long periods without breathing were not a problem. The toxic liquid attacked him from all directions. Without 80% poison element immunity and 600% elemental resistance amplification, even with the undead army sharing the damage, Lin Moyo would not have been able to enter. The space was rectangular and not very large. Lin Moyo quickly found the edges and measured the size. The space was about 10 meters long and less than 3 meters wide, a rectangular space. Then he saw a person lying in the center of the space. To be precise, it was a humanoid creature. It seemed to be dead, as Lin Moyo couldn't sense any life force. There was a fist-sized wound on its forehead. The toxic liquid was flowing out from this wound. When Lin Moyo saw the corpse, he was shocked. His guess seemed to be correct. He flicked his finger, casting a detection spell. But the detection spell was immediately dissolved by the toxic liquid. Lin Moyo frowned and cautiously approached the corpse, gently touching it with his finger. It's soft. The corpse was actually soft, which surprised Lin Moyo. He cast the detection spell directly on the contact point. This time, he got a result. Toxic God. Status, long sleep. Lin Moyo quickly withdrew his finger, trembling with shock. His guess was correct. Looking back at the space, he realized it was a coffin, the coffin of the toxic god. Chapter 453. Chapter 453, 453. Chapter 453, The Fall of the Toxic God, A Great Harvest. According to what he knew, gods, when severely injured, would enter one of three states. The first state is slumber. In this state, the god would slowly recover and eventually awaken after a long period. The second state is deep sleep. A god in deep sleep has suffered a fatal injury. If they do not enter deep sleep, they will surely die. There is even a possibility that they are already dead, holding on to a last sliver of hope. In this state, the chance of revival is extremely slim, possibly taking thousands or tens of thousands of years. There have been instances where a god in this state was found and killed by another god. As long as a god is not truly dead, their divine position remains occupied. The same divine position cannot have two gods simultaneously. Only by killing the previous god can a new god with the same divine position appear. The third state is eternal sleep, which means death. In this state, the god is truly dead. All past events and future matters are no longer related to them. However, the body of a god is a treasure. Every piece of flesh and every drop of divine blood has immense value. Unfortunately, humans have never obtained a god's body. Generally, gods self-destruct before death, leaving no body for their enemies. Humans occasionally obtain a severed limb or bone, which is already the limit. Lin Moya never expected to encounter a true god now. Although the god was in a state of deep sleep and not truly dead, Lin Moya knew that the difference was negligible, with an extremely slim chance of revival. Lin Moya saw the wound on the god's forehead, likely caused by some sharp weapon. This strike pierced through the god's head, causing its current state. Lin Moya couldn't speculate on past events or what exactly happened. He only knew that the body of the toxic god was now in front of him, at his disposal. As Lin Moya pondered how to handle the body, it suddenly moved. Before he could react, the toxic god abruptly opened its eyes. Lin Moya saw killing intent in its eyes. A surge of murderous aura enveloped Lin Moya, making him feel cold all over. The toxic god was clearly in deep sleep, so why did it awaken? However, Lin Moya quickly realized that the toxic god had not truly awakened. This was its last obsession, mistaking Lin Moya for the enemy who killed it. This would be the toxic god's final counterattack. Terrifying energy surged within the toxic god's body, filling the entire cave. All the toxic liquid began to boil. This situation was similar to an out-of-control flame which the toxic god intended to self-destruct. Lin Moya was terrified. He knew that gods generally chose to self-destruct before death. Even if they couldn't take their enemies with them, they wouldn't leave their bodies behind. For some unknown reason, the toxic god didn't self-destruct and entered deep sleep here. But now, Lin Moya's intrusion triggered its last obsession, causing it to choose self-destruction. It intended to burn all its divine power in an instant. The divine power of a god is immensely strong. In a self-destructive state, even other gods wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Lin Moya knew he was doomed. Instinctively, he took out the Abyss Teleportation Stone, intending to leave. But he found that the god's power had already sealed the space. The Abyss Teleportation Stone lost its function. He couldn't teleport or escape. Lin Moya's face turned pale. An occasional adventure had truly put him in a life-threatening situation. The power of obsession. Lin Moya suddenly had an epiphany, a flash of inspiration in his mind. Perhaps this is the last hope. The soul flame in his hand flickered. A spark appeared directly on the toxic god's forehead. The wound on the forehead was the toxic god's fatal injury, piercing through the body and dispersing the soul. Now, it was attacked again. The toxic god's body trembled violently. Lin Moya clearly sensed a disturbance in its divine power, as if it had loosened. It's effective. Lin Moya's eyes lit up, and he continued using the soul flame. He attacked with both hands, 5 times per second. He believed that the toxic god might have retained a sliver of its soul, hoping for revival. Whether human or god, without a soul, they cannot survive. The soul is the foundation. Jiang Yi preserved his soul, leaving a chance for revival. Unless they were like the corpses in the corpse realm, which were walking dead without life or soul. As long as the toxic god wanted to revive, it must have retained a sliver of its soul. Since that was the case, Lin Moya intended to completely obliterate its soul. Seeing the soul flame's effectiveness, Lin Moya activated the strong soldier skill again. Instantly, his attributes surged, and his mental attribute reached 600,000. The skill's damage increased significantly, dealing an additional 500% damage. The soul flame's damage increased more than tenfold. As the soul flame burned fiercely, dozens of flames continuously fell. They completely disrupted the divine power the toxic god had just gathered, interrupting its self-destruction. Lin Moya finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued using the soul flame. The toxic god's remaining soul had no resistance, letting out a soul-piercing scream before completely collapsing. The toxic god's body trembled violently and then fell silent. The soul flame lost its target in an instant. The toxic god had fallen. Simultaneously, Lin Moya received thrilling notifications. Killed the toxic god, level +1. Killed the toxic god, star +1. Killed the toxic god, increased poison element immunity cap. Killed the toxic god, obtained intermediate divine core. Killed the toxic god, obtained the divine position of the toxic god. Increased poison element immunity cap. Poison element immunity cap increased from 80% to 100%. Intermediate divine core. Absorb the divine core to become a god, or comprehend the power within to become a god level expert. Divine position of the toxic god. Fuse with the divine position to become the new toxic god. Lin Moya was stunned. What was this? His body glowed white, and his level increased from 51 to 52. The military badge on his chest shone, and a faint star appeared. This star was somewhat blurry, with a hollow center. It could only be called a half-star. He needed to kill another god-level enemy to become a 3-star general. For now, he remained a 2-star general, not yet a 3-star general. His poison element immunity cap increased from 80% to 100%. Lin Moya realized that element immunity had a cap. No wonder he had never heard of a human professional being completely immune to an element. Normally, the cap for single element immunity is 85%. Breaking the cap is difficult, and even if broken, it only reaches around 90%. Reaching 100% like Lin Moya was unprecedented. Lin Moya thought of the toxic python's spine. Perhaps consuming it could increase his poison element immunity, eventually reaching 100%. Then came two unimaginable rewards, the divine core and the divine position. Lin Moya realized that the toxic god was an intermediate god. Its divine core was intermediate, and absorbing it would likely make him an intermediate god, equivalent to a human god-level expert between levels 93 and 95. This was a chance to ascend instantly, but it also came with limitations. He would be stuck at this level unless he could absorb a stronger divine core. Otherwise, he would always be an intermediate god. As for becoming a super god, that would be out of reach. At most, he could fuse with the divine position of the toxic god and become the new toxic god. But so what? Lin Moya had confidence in himself. He wouldn't make such a short-sighted decision. His goal was to become a super god, not just a god or hold a divine position. The divine core and divine position appeared in his spiritual world. The divine core was a 12-sided green crystal, rotating slowly and beautifully. The divine position looked like a throne, stationary beside the divine core. What puzzled Lin Moya was that both avoided the domain godstone, as if the domain godstone was of a higher level. Lin Moya sensed the nearly infinite poison elements within the divine core and had a bold idea. What if I use it to summon an elemental lich? This idea took root and grew. However, it wasn't something to do now but to attempt when he was confident. He estimated that he would need to reach god level before trying. The divine core was unique, and the opportunity was singular. It couldn't be wasted. If successful, he might have a god level lich, an exciting thought. Chapter 454. Chapter 454, 454. Chapter 454, what exactly did this kid do? This time, the book was a tremendous gain for Lin Moya. When the toxic god fell, Lin Moya was completely unaware that the outside world had already changed drastically. In the deep space of the eternal battlefield, waves of immense power surged out. Angry roars echoed one after another. The space shattered with each roar. The sound traveled far and wide, endlessly. In the eternal battlefield, the weather changed dramatically, with lightning and thunder one moment and fierce storms the next. Such an abnormal situation had never occurred in the countless years of the eternal battlefield. Not only in the eternal battlefield, but also in the human world, incredible things were happening. A mysterious rain covered the entire world, accompanied by continuous lightning. The same was true in the Yuan battlefield. At this moment, all god-level experts felt a sense of sorrow. In the White God courtyard, all the rain was blocked. Meng Yan Wen sighed lightly, a god has fallen, and it's a mid-level god. The last recorded godfall rain was over 500 years ago. At that time, a lower-level god died, and the godfall rain lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. This time, it will probably last for 6 days and 6 nights. Bai Yaiwan was not in the White God courtyard. At this moment, he was sitting in the Hall of Heroes in Fortress Number 1 of the Yuan battlefield. His tiger eyes were fixed on Lin Moya's soul mark. As long as the soul mark was intact, he could be at ease. An hour ago, he had personally witnessed Lin Moya's soul mark strengthen slightly. He knew Lin Moya had leveled up, reaching level 51. Just 2 hours later, Lin Moya leveled up again. This left Bai Yaiwan truly astonished. What exactly did this kid do? Generally, after level 50, it takes months for most people to level up once. Some even take half a year or a year to level up once. Lin Moya's consecutive leveling up was something Bai Yaiwan had never heard of. Leveling up once every 2 hours, how many monsters would he have to kill to achieve that? He couldn't imagine that Lin Moya had encountered a dying toxic god and killed it. Gaining immense benefits, his level directly increased by 1. Bai Yaiwan couldn't figure it out, but he quickly put it aside, thinking that as long as Lin Moya was safe, that was the best thing. The core area of the eternal battlefield was the last to experience the rain, and the power from the deep space was the last to reach here. Roars echoed continuously in the core area. The light bands in the sky were shattered by the roars. Countless monsters and bosses trembled in fear at the deafening roars. Antares, who was having a pleasant dream, was awakened and let out an angry roar. "Shut up, you're too noisy." An even more terrifying power surged from its body, directly breaking through space and descending into the deep space. The angry roars in the deep space abruptly stopped. The eternal battlefield instantly returned to calm, and even the godfall rain stopped at this moment. In an instant, the entire eternal battlefield returned to normal. Antares muttered, "How could a god fall? Which god fell?" Even it didn't know that Lin Moya had killed a mid-level god on the Wild Continent. On the Wild Continent, Lin Moya had already emerged from the toxic pool. He had taken the corpse of the toxic god. Jiang Yi had once regarded a severed finger of a god as a treasure. Now, Lin Moya possessed an entire god's body. If others found out, they would surely go mad. Without the source, the toxic pool seemed to become clearer, and the toxicity was no longer as intense. Lin Moya took all the toxic crystals from the pool, and there were also many toxic crystals in the coffin of the toxic god. At this moment, Lin Moya had over 200 toxic crystals in his hand. Just this alone was an astonishing fortune. Lin Moyo had once thought about where to get a toxic crystal to fuse into the elemental godstone. Now, he had obtained so many at once. He fused one of the toxic crystals into the elemental godstone. Now, both elemental godstones had become a fusion of 7 elements. Elemental godstone, fire, toxic, earth, light, water, wind, lightning increases the probability of profession sublimation by 35% during the third transition. Both elemental godstones had a 35% chance of profession sublimation. Combined with the divine potion made from the beast god's essence blood and the divine power of life from the ancestral land of the Creation Academy, Lin Moya felt that Ningyi's chance of sublimation during the third transition would be quite high. Unfortunately, the potion made from the beast god's essence blood was only effective for physical professions and useless for himself. Lin Moya felt that even if he found an item that could increase the sublimation probability for magical professions, it might not be effective for him. After all, his profession, although magical, was too unique. In addition to the toxic crystals, Lin Moya also obtained 9 drops of the toxic god's essence blood from the coffin where the toxic god had been sleeping. However, now that he had the entire body of the toxic god, all the essence blood of the toxic god belonged to him, and he didn't know how many drops there were. The additional essence blood didn't seem as valuable anymore. The essence blood of gods is different. As long as it is properly preserved, it can last for many years. Unlike the blood of human god-level experts or abyss demon kings, which loses its vitality shortly after death. In this regard, gods far surpass other races. Lin Moya stayed by the toxic pool for a while longer. He replenished the newly increased summoning space from reaching level 52 and waited for the strong soldier skill to cool down. Reaching level 52, his summoning space reached 960. With 32 Lich generals, he had a total of 32 undead armies, and the total number of skeletons reached 30,720, officially breaking the 30,000 mark. All other skills had improved, and his combat power had increased again. Although it wasn't a leap like every 10 levels, each level up steadily increased his strength. The increase was much greater than that of other professions. Lin Moya spent half an hour fully replenishing the undead army. Now, the toxic smoke by the pool was getting weaker and dissipating rapidly. The earth once again demonstrated its strong restorative power. Originally, due to the presence of the toxic god, it could never fully repair this area. The toxic pool was like a tumor embedded in the earth. Despite repeated tremors and eruptions, the earth couldn't expel it. Now that the toxic god had been completely eradicated by Lin Moyu, even the coffin and body were taken away. The toxic pool had lost its source and could no longer resist the earth's restorative power. The toxic pool was shrinking at a visible rate. An hour later, it completely disappeared from sight. This area, once belonging to the snake monsters, finally became whole again. Lin Moya looked into the distance and murmured, "This is how it should be." A toxic pool suddenly appearing on the earth was too abrupt. Lin Moya knew that soon, many snake monsters would reappear on the earth. Among them, a new king would emerge. Perhaps in many years, another world-class boss would be born here. It might not be the toxic python, again, as without the toxic pool, the source of the toxicity was gone. Lin Moya suddenly sensed a terrifying aura approaching. It's the Great Leaf Mother Tree. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the aura. The Great Leaf Mother Tree had come looking for him? Without thinking, he summoned the lightning undead wings and shot off into the distance. He didn't want to face the Great Leaf Mother Tree again. The Great Leaf Mother Tree was level 86, one level higher than the toxic python. At this level, each level difference meant a significant difference in attributes. The Great Leaf Mother Tree's total attributes were 300,000 higher than the toxic python. Moreover, due to its unique nature as a plant-type boss, combined with various traits, its combat power far surpassed that of the toxic python, especially its vitality and recovery abilities, which the toxic python couldn't match. Previously, Lin Moyo had caught it off guard and severely injured it, but Lin Moya knew that if the fight continued, he would be the one to die. Moreover, now that it had returned, it must be prepared for revenge. For some reason, Lin Moya felt that the Great Leaf Mother Tree had gained some intelligence, surpassing that of the toxic python. So Lin Moya didn't want to face it again, at least not for now. Shortly after Lin Moya left, the massive, Great Leaf Mother Tree descended from the sky, landing where the toxic pool had been. Its leaves trembled continuously, as if searching for something. But by then, Lin Moya had already gone far away, his whereabouts unknown. It let out a hoarse, low growl, expressing its anger. Countless vines whipped around like whips, cracking the ground and shattering the sturdy rocks. These rocks, which Lin Moya couldn't even budge with all his strength, were no tougher than tofu in front of it. Finally, in its anger, it returned to its territory. Chapter 455. Chapter 455, 455. Chapter 455, The Strange Green Grassland. Lin Moya flew several hundred kilometers in one breath, passing over countless giant rocks and rubble. He didn't stop until the terrain changed. He knew he had entered another boss's territory. On this land, the regions were clearly demarcated. For example, the territories of the Great Leaf Mother Tree and the toxic python had very distinct boundaries. Lin Moya didn't know how these bosses coexisted or if they fought among themselves. That had nothing to do with him. As soon as he noticed the terrain change, he immediately descended. In the air, he was too conspicuous. If he encountered another flying boss, he would likely be targeted. The ground where he landed was somewhat soft. It was covered with half-foot-tall green grass, forming a grassland. The grassland stretched endlessly. Earlier, when he was in the air, Lin Moya couldn't see its end. Compared to the desolate land of snake monsters, this place was full of life. A gentle breeze blew, slightly bending the grass and making a soft rustling sound. The grassland was not flat, it had undulating hills. Often, a small grassy hill connected to another higher grassy hill, like rolling waves. Walking on the grassland, Lin Moyo always felt something strange. The ground was soft, the temperature was pleasant, but he could always feel a coldness coming from the soles of his feet. Curious, Lin Moyo summoned a skeleton berserker, intending to dig up the grass to see what was underneath. What exactly was beneath the grass that made him feel cold? The grass was unexpectedly tough, and the skeleton berserker couldn't move it at all. This made it even stranger. If it were ordinary grass, how could it be so tough? Now, the grassland felt like a single entity to Lin Moyo. The grass wasn't growing in soil but on some solid object. Under Lin Moyo's command, the skeleton berserker swung its axe with all its might. There was a dull thud. Lin Moyo felt the ground tremble slightly. The force of the skeleton berserker's strike was absorbed and dissipated, causing no damage. So tough. With this strike, Lin Moyo confirmed that the grassland was incredibly tough, no less than the land of the snake monsters. Another breeze blew, slightly bending the grass. Lin Moyo sensed something was wrong. This time, all the bent grass pointed towards the skeleton berserker. Looking at the tips of the grass, they seemed to glisten with a sharp light. Whoosh! A crisp sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out. Lin Moyo instinctively took a few steps back. Countless blades of grass shot out like sharp swords, hitting the skeleton berserker with a series of crisp sounds. The skeleton berserker was instantly heavily damaged. Lin Moyo was shocked. If not for the comprehensive connection, this skeleton berserker would have been destroyed. In that instant, at least 100 blades of grass shot out simultaneously. After one round of attacks, the grass returned to the ground, becoming soft again. It was as if nothing had happened, extremely strange. Lin Moyo was surprised. He thought the skeleton berserker's strike had triggered the grass's counterattack. The counterattack was only one way because the skeleton berserker had only struck once. If it had struck a few more times, Lin Moyo commanded the skeleton berserker to strike the ground again, using less force than before. He stepped back a few steps, watching from a distance. Sure enough, another batch of grass shot out, hitting the skeleton berserker like sharp swords. This time, there were fewer blades of grass than before. After one round of attacks, the grass returned to its original position on the ground. Let's try again. Lin Moyo had an idea, and the skeleton berserker struck again. This time, the axe glowed red, activating a skill, making the strike several times more powerful than before. With a loud bang, the ground trembled, and the shock spread far and wide. In the next second, something shocking happened. Within a radius of several hundred meters, all the grass pointed towards the skeleton berserker. In an instant, thousands of blades of grass flew out. They hit the skeleton berserker with a series of crackling sounds. The originally green grassland instantly became bare. Without thinking, Lin Moyo quickly summoned the undead army and had the Lich General heal the skeleton berserker. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the number of blades of grass was in the tens of thousands. They all hit the skeleton berserker simultaneously, causing massive damage. The damage was shared by all members of the undead army. All the skeletons were injured simultaneously. Fortunately, the attack only lasted one wave and then returned to normal. One more strike, just one more. The stronger the attack, the stronger the counterattack. This grassland seems to have a damage reflection attribute. He thought of a skill in the knight profession, damage reflection. A knight's damage reflection skill could reflect the enemy's attack back at them. This grassland seemed to have the same effect. The stronger the skeleton berserker's attack, the greater the reflected damage. But when he stepped on the grass, even though he bent and flattened it, he didn't seem to be counterattacked. This indicated that there was a certain threshold. Only when the threshold was exceeded would the damage reflection mechanism be triggered. Lin Moyo tried lifting his foot and stomping down lightly. With his current strength, this stomp used about 50,000 points of strength. Sure enough, in the next second, Lin Moyo saw hundreds of blades of grass pointing at him, locking onto him. It was a soul-locking effect, unavoidable. The blades of grass flew out, hitting him, but were blocked by his skeletal armor. After several experiments, Lin Moyo confirmed his guess. This land was not only incredibly tough but also had a damage reflection attribute. Walking on it normally was fine, but using a bit more force would trigger a counterattack. For example, the skeleton berserker walking on it was fine, but if it ran too fast or used too much force, it would also be counterattacked. During the experiment, the skeleton berserker ran wildly ahead, constantly being attacked by the grass behind it. The scene was quite amusing. After understanding this, Lin Moyo decisively used the lightning undead wings, no longer stepping on the grass. He maintained a height of about half a meter above the grass, flying quickly. Walking step by step was too slow, and running fast would trigger attacks. It was better to fly low. The grassland was very quiet. Lin Moyo flew for several kilometers without encountering any monsters. He almost thought there were no monsters on this land, until he saw a lake. A lake on a grassland was not unusual, and Lin Moyo didn't think much of it. He even wondered if the monsters were in the lake. But what happened next completely overturned his expectations. In the center of the lake, bubbles began to appear, and the water quickly disappeared, vanishing in an instant. The lake was not large, with a diameter of about 30 meters, more like a pond. After the water dried up, a giant monster crawled out. The monster looked like an octopus, with a green body and 8 huge tentacles, each over 20 meters long. The octopus monster quickly crawled on the grassland, its color changing to blend with the green grass, eventually disappearing. It didn't become invisible but changed its color to merge with the grassland. Not only was it hard to see with the naked eye, but even Lin Moya's mental power couldn't distinguish it from the grassland. Lin Moya felt a chill. He wondered if he had already encountered monsters on his way here without realizing it. Without disturbing it, Lin Moya approached the lake. There was now a deep pit, 30 meters in diameter and 5 meters deep. The grass on the surface had disappeared, revealing what was beneath. Lin Moya realized that about a meter below the grass was a thick layer of ice. The ice was thick and deep. It was drinking water. Lin Moya realized that the monster had melted the ice and drank the water. After drinking, it left without making a sound. A breeze blew, and Lin Moya felt a chill. A vibrant grassland with damage reflection properties and incredible toughness. Beneath it was a thick layer of ice. Could this have been an ocean before? Now it's frozen, and grass has grown on top. Lin Moya thought this was the only explanation for what he saw. Otherwise, how could an octopus, a sea creature, appear here? It didn't make sense. As he pondered, an explosion suddenly sounded in the distance. The explosion was powerful, sending shockwaves in all directions. The grassland trembled, and thousands of blades of grass shot towards the explosion. Lin Moya witnessed another astonishing scene. Chapter 456. Chapter 456, 456. Chapter 456. What a pity, you came one step too late. The ground, stripped of green grass, became bare. The slightly blackish-gray soil was exposed. At the instant the grass left the ground, Lin Moya saw dense monsters on the earth. There were octopuses he had seen before, as well as crabs and some strange fish with 4 limbs. These monsters were right in front of Lin Moya, rapidly changing their body color to blend in with the earth again. It took no more than 2 seconds. Lin Moya's gaze lingered on a spot less than 5 meters in front of him. There was a crab-like monster here. Over 10 meters in size, with huge pincers, it was clearly very powerful. During the moment of color change, they had revealed a hint of their aura. Lin Moya sensed these monsters were about the level of ordinary bosses, or even stronger. Their level was at least in the 70s, maybe even 80. These monsters won't attack proactively. In other places, monsters would have attacked him at such close range. But thinking back, the giant leaf dwarf tree hadn't attacked him proactively either. Not until Mu Xianxian stepped on the vines. What strange monsters! Lin Moya raised himself a bit higher and flew towards his destination. The small grass he had flown over earlier had already returned. The ground was restored to its original state. Normally they were soft small grass, but once they left the ground they became sharp swords. Flying forward for some distance, Lin Moya saw the two sides battling. Human career holders. Lin Moya saw the two sides fighting. A team of 6 human career holders. They were surrounding and attacking a monster that looked exactly like the octopus monster he had seen earlier. Lin Moya landed early, stopping behind a slope to watch the battle as a bystander. The octopus monster's 8 tentacles thrashed wildly in the air, but were all blocked by the human career holders. A knight, a healer, a support controller, 2 mages, and an archer. Each was a top career holder over level 70, but none had exceeded level 80. After level 80, the aura on one's body would change. Lin Moya may not have understood before, but now he was very clear. For careers like knights and healers, the third transition at level 70 brought them stronger career skills. Only support careers would undergo relatively big changes after level 70. Most supports would awaken many control skills after level 70, giving them powerful battlefield control. Before level 70, supports basically had nothing to do after applying buffs, spending most of their time idly watching. But after level 70, with the appearance of many control skills, supports also became control careers. When there were many monsters, they were responsible for large-scale battlefield control. When fighting bosses, they were responsible for interrupting the boss's skills. Similarly, in teams above level 70, support also became an indispensable career. Lin Moya saw with his own eyes the support in the team ahead, whose staff emitted a ball of light that quickly fell on the octopus monster. The octopus monster was stunned for an instant. The skill it was preparing was also interrupted. Although the entire stun process lasted less than 2 seconds, the effect was very obvious. He bought breathing time for the night, and also allowed the healer to perform 2 more heals. After all, battles after level 70 were far more intense than before. 2 seconds was enough to do many things. Lin Moya didn't go over directly. This team wasn't from the Divine Summer Empire. From their clothing, Lin Moya judged they were from Eagle Country career holders. Although there was no major conflict between Eagle Country and the Divine Summer Empire, things hadn't been good between them for years. When career holders from both sides met in the wild, they rarely greeted each other. Records of big fights were not few. There had even been several incidents causing casualties. It was precisely because of this that Lin Moya didn't go up to greet them. He just silently watched. The octopus monster was not much different from his expectations in strength, probably an ordinary boss under level 80. The 6-person Eagle Country team cooperated tacitly, especially the support who was particularly outstanding. He precisely interrupted the octopus boss's skills again and again, greatly reducing pressure on the knight. This also allowed the mages and archer in the back to output damage freely. The whole team fought very easily. However, Lin Moya noticed the mages' output was somewhat timid. They seemed afraid to use large-scale skills. Lin Moya understood this was due to the damage reflection mechanism of the grassland. If mages used large area skills, a lot of attacks would inevitably fall on the grassland. Probably the earlier flying of countless green grass blades was because mages had used large area skills. Mages were the strongest damage dealers. Once they couldn't fight all out, efficiency would inevitably decrease. After fighting for about 30 minutes, they finally cut down the octopus boss. The knight used his sword to dissect the octopus, taking out a water ball much larger than a human head from its body. Then he took out several bottles and put the water from the ball into the bottles. Lin Moya didn't understand what they were collecting this water for. At this time, whistling sounds came from the sky. Many black dots appeared in the sky as a large team arrived, over 100 people. They were all Eagle Country career holders, wearing the same clothing, probably from some guild in Eagle Country. The leading knight had an extremely heavy aura. Lin Moya judged from the aura that this person should be over level 85, a top career holder. He was the highest level of all present. Wearing gorgeous equipment, his gaze swept over the dead octopus. Is the purification water collected? Several knights responded, it's all collected. They took out the collected water bottles. Lin Moya then learned that the water obtained from the octopus boss was called purification water. And this 100-person team hadn't just killed one octopus monster, but had split up to kill quite a few octopus bosses. Each octopus boss could only provide limited purification water, just 5 or 6 bottles. Now, they had at least over 100 bottles in hand. Enough for each person to get 1 bottle with some left over. The leading knight nodded, good, distribute 1 bottle to each person. With this, we can greatly reduce the threat of the toxic dragon. This time our Eagle Guild must kill the toxic dragon and avenge our previous humiliation. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. These guys were actually going to kill the toxic dragon. It seemed the purification water in their hands should have detoxification effects. I wonder how they'll feel when they discover the toxic dragon has already been killed. What a pity, you came 1 step too late. Lin Moya found it amusing. These people were so well prepared, but would probably return disappointed. The leading knight said a few more words of encouragement, then waved his hand, set off for the Poison Snake Land. The group sped off towards Poison Snake Land like the wind. Lin Moya stood behind the small slope watching them leave. He knew the other side had probably discovered him. He hadn't deliberately concealed his aura, and probably couldn't hide from their leading knight. But the other side clearly didn't care about him and completely ignored him. Lin Moya didn't mind either. He looked towards the direction these Eagle Country people had come from. That should be the direction to leave. The terrain here is completely different from Thunder Burial Valley. After leaving this area, I'll ask someone again. Having made up his mind, he quickly flew towards the front. The green grassland was much safer compared to Poison Snake Land. The monsters here wouldn't attack proactively, and no world-class bosses had been found. As long as one didn't court death by messing with the grassland, there wouldn't be any danger. However, Lin Moya was still curious about the green grassland. Why was there a bottomless ice layer under the grass? How was the ice layer formed? Having experienced many things, Lin Moya had developed his own views on various matters and had all kinds of guesses. He even suspected that under the ice layer might be the water god's sleeping place, but he had no ability to break through the ice layer now. When he had the chance in the future, he would definitely go down to take a look. An hour later, Lin Moya had flown over 1,000 kilometers. He encountered another team of career holders again, Divine Summer people. The other side actively flew over to greet Lin Moya. Lin Moya nodded, yes, are you from the Jialan Guild? Lin Moya recognized the mark on their clothing. The Jialan Guild's mark was on Mu Xianxian's body, so Lin Moya was very familiar with it. The other person was tall and big, over 2 meters in height with a burly build. His way of speaking matched his appearance, very straightforward. That's right, Jialan Liang, level 82 Holy Word Knight. Jialan Liang? Looks like not only was he from the Jialan Guild, but also had some relationship with Jialan Yayo. Suddenly, Jialan Liang showed a surprised expression. Little brother, how are you only level 52? Chapter 457. Chapter 457, 457. Chapter 457, The Layout of the Lower Space. Previously, Jialan Liang hadn't paid much attention to Lin Moya's youth. Suddenly discovering Lin Moya's level was like discovering a new continent. A level 52 person coming to the lower space of the eternal battlefield was unheard of. Before, only people above level 70 went to the upper space. No one below level 70 had ever come here. Without realizing it, Lin Moya had created another historical first. Jialan Liang's words also drew the attention of the others, who all looked at Lin Moya with great curiosity. Jialan Liang asked, little brother, what's your name? How did you get here? Lin Moya didn't conceal anything. Lin Moya, I came here due to some accidents. Hearing Lin Moya's name, everyone was surprised. Lin Moya knew these people had probably been away from the eternal battlefield for a long time. Indeed, some people would cultivate in the eternal battlefield for several years at a time. During these years, news would be scarce, even cutting off contact with the outside world. It was normal that they didn't know him. Lin Moya hadn't hung his military badge on his shoulder, so others didn't know his identity as a 2-star divine general. This way, communication would be easier. Jialan Liang said, fortunately little brother came to this blue sea grassland. It would be dangerous anywhere else. He felt that at level 52, Lin Moya would be instantly killed by any monster encountered anywhere else except here. Jialan Liang said, how about this, little brother, you follow us first. When we finish our business here and go back, we'll take you back with us. Our Jialan Guild has an outpost here with a teleportation array set up to leave. Jialan Liang was very generous, immediately inviting Lin Moya to join their team. Lin Moya didn't refuse. He also wanted to inquire about the situation in the deep space. He really knew nothing about the deep space, not even the directions. Even if he wanted to go to Thunder Burial Valley, he was completely in the dark. However, Jialan Liang's generosity also made him feel goodwill. He felt Jialan Liang seemed somewhat similar to Shishingen. Compared to the dynasty guild he had dealt with before, this was much better. After joining Lin Moyu, everyone set off again. They flew in mid-air. The Blue Sea grassland had no dangers, so they could fly freely. On the contrary, walking on the grassland might lead to some dangers. Lin Moyu used his flight skill to follow beside Jialan Liang. Regarding Lin Moyu having a flight skill, Jialan Liang only casually praised him, without much surprise. What surprise could compare to Lin Moyu being able to come here? Lin Moyu asked, Senior Liang, what exactly is the situation in the lower space? Jialan Liang laughed heartily, don't call me senior or anything, it sounds awkward. Just call me brother, we're all brothers, I've just lived a few more years than you. Lin Moyu didn't stand on ceremony. Brother Liang, can you tell me about the situation in the lower space? Jialan Liang was very forthright, of course, no problem. Whatever you want to know, I can tell you. Lin Moyu said, everything about the lower space. Jialan Liang thought for a moment, alright, let's start with the area we're in. This area is the Blue Sea grassland. It's said that countless years ago, this was once an ocean. You've probably seen the monsters here, right? Lin Moyu nodded. Just now a group called the Flying Eagle Guild killed some octopus monsters, took purification water, and went to Poison Snake Land. Jialan Liang laughed heartily, these guys are going to get beaten up again. They just went not long ago, got beaten back, and even lost people. The Toxic Dragon is a level 85 world-class boss, not so easy to deal with. But that's their business, we can't interfere. Alright, never mind them, I'll continue telling you. Our place here is called Blue Sea Grassland. Going west is Poison Snake Land, and passing through Poison Snake Land you'll reach Giant Leaf Forest. Each area has world-class bosses, which are their territories. And the continent we're on is called Wild Continent. Jialan Liang was generous and also very patient in his explanation. Through his narration, Lin Moyu began to gradually understand the basic information about the lower space. The lower space was indeed very different from the upper space. The upper space was one whole continent, just divided into three major regions, outer, central, and core. But in the lower space, it could be divided into 4 continents. It said these 4 continents were once a whole long ago. Later, due to a great battle, some super powerful beings shattered the entire lower layer into 4 continents. Each continent faces the others across the sea, and in the center of the 4 continents is the former battlefield, now the devouring void. It's not easy to go from one continent to another. The continent they were on now was the Wild Continent in the southern part of the lower space. As the number 1 human guild, the Jialan Guild was powerful. They had outposts on both the southern Wild Continent and the eastern Divine Dragon Continent, and they had set up teleportation arrays to travel between them. Lin Moyu also inquired about information on Thunder Burial Valley. Thunder Burial Valley was in the center of the Wind Thunder Continent in the north. There were 2 routes to get there. One was through the eastern Divine Dragon Continent, then across the Wind Thunder Sea to enter the Wind Thunder Continent. The second was from the westernmost edge of the Fallen Star Continent in the west, which could also enter the Wind Thunder Continent. But to go to the Fallen Star Continent, one had to first cross the entire Wild Continent, which was not easy. Lin Moyu understood that in the Wild Continent, the Blue Sea Grassland was the southernmost part, also closest to the Divine Dragon Continent. To cross the entire Wild Continent, one not only had to pass through the Toxic Dragon's territory, but also the Giant Leaf Mother Tree's territory, followed by several even more dangerous areas. Lin Moyu directly announced giving up. Currently it seemed better to return to the Divine Dragon Continent first, then go from there to the Northern Wind Thunder Continent. But to go to the Divine Dragon Continent, one either had to cross the ocean between the 2 continents alone, or use the corresponding teleportation array. The ocean not only had many powerful sea race monsters, but also many flying monsters. It wasn't easy to pass through. Lin Moyu decided to save some effort and shamelessly borrow the Jialan Guild's teleportation array. After all, he had saved Jialan Yaya before, so borrowing their teleportation array didn't seem like much. Brother Liang, are you and Jialan Yaya from the same clan? Lin Moyu asked. Jialan Liang looked slightly surprised. Brother Lin knows Yayo. Lin Moyu said, I met her once in the upper space. Jialan Liang laughed heartily, so that's how it is. Then we really are fated to meet. Jialan Yayo is my little sister. How is that girl doing now? Lin Moyu thought for a moment. The last time I saw her was over half a month ago. She's in the core area. Jialan Liang shook his head. That girl, leading some night order, just playing around everywhere. But fortunately her strength is okay, she shouldn't be in danger. This big brother was not only cheerful, but also very carefree. Not only was she in danger, she almost died, and more than once. Jialan Liang sighed, it's been over 2 years since I've seen that girl. This time when I go back, I should also rest for a while. Or if I can find a space-time passage, I can also return to the upper space for a while to see that crazy girl. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. In his view, the personalities of these 2 siblings were quite similar, both fiery and impetuous. Jialan Liang suddenly asked, Brother Lin, why are you asking about Thunder Burial Valley? Lin Moyu told the truth, I need to go there. Jialan Liang said in surprise, that's not easy to get to. There's no teleportation array between the Divine Dragon Continent and the Wind Thunder Continent. Even I'm not fully confident I could send you across the Wind Thunder Sea. When we get back to the Divine Dragon Continent I'll think of a way, see if I can find a team to send you over. He didn't even ask why Lin Moyu was going to Thunder Burial Valley, but instead started thinking of ways to get him there. Lin Moya couldn't help but have a great impression of this burly man. Lin Moya said softly, "Thank you, Brother Liang. My matter isn't urgent, we can take it slow." At this time the team stopped, and Jialan Liang said, "Brother Lin, you step back first." Lin Moya saw the destination of Jialan Liang and his team's journey. A huge monster with a light bulb on its head. Chapter 458. Chapter 458, 458. Chapter 458, Neither Snake Nor Fish. On the Qinghai grassland, almost all the monsters have the ability to change color. It's extremely difficult to find them with the naked eye, but the one in front of him was an exception. Lin Moya saw it from a distance, with a bright lamp hanging on its head. Its entire body had already changed color to hide, but the lamp couldn't change and continued to emit a faint yellow light. Jialan Liang said, "Brother Lin, step back a bit. When we start fighting, I'm afraid you might get hurt. This guy's area attack skills are quite strong." Lin Moya didn't say anything and directly retreated several hundred meters. Jialan Liang's 10-person team included 2 healers, 2 supports, and 5 mages. This configuration was somewhat different from the usual. It was clear that this team setup was specifically prepared for the monster with the lamp in front of them. The supports quickly buffed the team, and the healers were ready. "Let's begin. Everyone, be careful." Jialan Liang gave a light shout and directly charged forward. He seemed to have seen the monster's location and, like a meteor, fell from the sky, crashing down heavily. Lin Moya was slightly surprised. Jialan Liang was an 82-level Holy Knight. His combat power was self-evident. Such a full-force collision would likely trigger the sword grass's counterattack. From Jialan Liang's introduction earlier, Lin Moya knew that the grass on the Qinghai grassland was called sword grass. It looked like grass but flew like a sword. As for why the Qinghai grassland had the damage reflection characteristic, Jialan Liang wasn't sure either. With a loud bang, Jialan Liang heavily collided with the monster. His strike was very precise, and the shield in his hand glowed, concentrating the skill's power on a very small point. There wasn't even a shockwave, and the surrounding sword grass didn't react at all. Lin Moya watched and couldn't help but admire Jialan Liang's skill control. After level 80, all the skills that should be learned were already learned. The rest depended on who could control their skills better. Clearly, Jialan Liang did an excellent job. With the collision, the monster let out a scream, and the lamp on its head became extremely bright, shining like a small sun. The monster's form also became visible. It was over 20 meters long, with a body diameter of over 5 meters, slightly round and plump. It had several pairs of tentacles underneath, like claws. It also had a fish tail full of barbs, and a lamp on its head. Neither snake nor fish, it looked very strange. The monster began to counterattack the moment it was attacked, and the lamp on its head shone brightly. At this moment, the 2 supports acted simultaneously. 2 control skills were cast simultaneously. Skill, Bind. Skill, Sleep. The lamp on the monster's head dimmed for a moment but quickly brightened again. Invalid. Skill failed. The 2 supports shouted. They couldn't interrupt the monster's skill. Jialan Liang shouted loudly, "Mages, defend. Healers, prepare. Brother Lin, step back." As he spoke, he swung his shield and smashed it down. Skill, Shield Impact. Shield Impact had a certain stun effect, but it was still ineffective. The mages had already activated their magic shields. The healers and supports had moved behind the mages, ready to cast their healing skills. Lin Moya cast skeletal armor on himself and retreated another 100 meters. At the same time, he cast a detection spell, curious about the monster. Lantern Firefish, Lord level boss. Level, 83. Strength, 1 million. Agility, 500,000. Mental, 1 million. Constitution, 1,200,000. Skills, Light Fire Scatter, Light Fire Meteor, Light Fire Shine. Traits, 70% Fire Element Damage Reduction, 70% Water Element Damage Reduction, Enhanced Status Resistance, Enhanced Vitality. With 3.7 million attributes, it was still manageable. Compared to the Great Leaf Mother Tree and the Toxic Python, it was on a completely different level. Lin Moya looked at the 3 skills and the traits of the monster, feeling it would be difficult to deal with. Of course, this difficulty was only for Jialan Liang and his team. The dual element immunity was one thing, but the key was the enhanced status resistance trait, which greatly reduced the effectiveness of the support's control skills. The lamp on the lantern firefish's head shone to the extreme and then exploded. Skill, Light Fire Scatter. In an instant, thousands of beams of light shot out from the lamp. The light was filled with fire elements. Defend. Jialan Liang shouted loudly, raising his shield to block nearly a third of the attacks. He was shaken back, and the healers quickly healed him. The fire element-filled light hit the mage's shields, causing them to deform wildly. The shields quickly caught fire. A beam of light also hit Lin Moya. The skeletal armor flashed white, blocking the attack. Lin Moya found that this skill not only carried fire elements but also had strong impact force. Moreover, its attacks on the Qinghai grassland didn't trigger the sword grass's counterattack. It seemed that the damage reflection characteristic of the Qinghai grassland was also targeted. The lantern firefish was a native monster of the Qinghai grassland, so it didn't trigger the reflection. The skills came in waves, preventing Jialan Liang from counterattacking. The supports continued to use other control skills. After several skills, the lantern firefish finally paused. The control took effect, and the skill was interrupted. Attack! Jialan Liang seized the opportunity and roared, launching a fierce attack. The 5 mages also cast their skills simultaneously, attacking the monster. They used wind element skills, as the lantern firefish had 70% immunity to both fire and water elements, so they naturally couldn't use fire or water skills. Wind element skills hit the lantern firefish. Just 2 seconds later, the control skill ended. The lantern firefish let out a scream and counterattacked again, with the lamp on its head shining brightly. Its skills were all concentrated on the lamp on its head. This time, the lamp was even brighter than before, and flames began to emerge. The lamp turned into a fireball, shooting into the sky. It burned fiercely in the sky and then shot out numerous beams of light, like arrows, covering the ground within a few hundred meters. Skill, Light Fire Meteor. Like light, like fire, like meteors, this attack skill was fast, fierce, and accurate. Jialan Liang quickly retreated to the team, raising a group defense shield. He didn't forget to shout to Lin Moyu, "Brother Lin, step back further." Lin Moya continued to retreat, now over 800 meters away, completely out of the lantern firefish's attack range. The light fire meteor hit Jialan Liang's shield, turning it into a fireball. But the shield was very stable, showing no signs of breaking. The supports continued to use control skills, hoping to interrupt the lantern firefish's skills. Lin Moyo originally wanted to help them but decided to wait and see, thinking Jialan Liang seemed confident in dealing with it. Finally, the lantern firefish was hit by a control skill again. The skill was interrupted, and the lamp in the sky quickly flew back. At this moment, Jialan Liang shot forward, his night sword glowing brightly. He shouted, "Certain hit! Certain victory slash!" Holy knights have the ability to speak words of power, making their words come true. This ability is not used lightly, as it consumes a lot of mental energy, but when used well, it is very effective. Like now, the lamp was flying back quickly. Normally, Jialan Liang wouldn't be able to catch up, but with the words of power, he turned into light, not only catching up but also hitting accurately. The moment the lamp was hit, the lantern firefish let out a scream. It broke free from the control skill, and flames erupted from its body. Skill, Fire Shine. Flames spread in all directions, engulfing Jialan Liang. Jialan Liang ignored the flames and shouted, "Extreme defense." His body glowed as he continued to attack the lamp. The lamp was the lantern firefish's weak point. Attacking it while it was detached could deal multiplied damage to the lantern firefish. The lantern firefish was clearly anxious, charging at Jialan Liang with its massive body, trying to stop him and retrieve its lamp. At this moment, several strong wind blades flew over, hitting the lamp accurately. The mages cooperated with Jialan Liang, not letting the lamp return. The battle rhythm was now controlled by Jialan Liang. He used the words of power repeatedly, firmly controlling the lamp. Lin Moya knew that Jialan Liang was sure to win this battle. Defeating the lantern firefish was just a matter of time. As time passed, the lantern firefish couldn't retrieve its lamp and was severely injured, its aura weakening. Just as victory seemed certain, an arrow suddenly shot from the side. "Watch out!" Lin Moya shouted, and Jialan Liang reacted, but it was too late. The arrow hit Jialan Liang's shoulder and exploded. Chapter 459. Chapter 459, 459. Chapter 459. Please don't bully this little succubus. The arrow appeared very suddenly, without any warning. Even Lin Moyu only sensed it the moment it appeared. Jialan Liang's reaction was slightly slower than Lin Moyu's, and he only had time to slightly turn his body. The arrow hit his shoulder but was blocked by his armor. Then the arrow exploded, and the massive impact force sent Jialan Liang flying more than 10 meters away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the lantern firefish retrieved its lantern and then fled into the distance with a strange cry. Jialan Liang, filled with anger, wanted to chase after it, but several more sharp arrows appeared out of nowhere, stopping him. The situation happened too suddenly, and by the time Jialan Liang's team reacted, the lantern firefish had already escaped far away. "Black Dragon Guild, you are courting death." Jialan Liang roared in anger. He didn't need to guess to know who was shooting the arrows. Not only was he angry, but his team members were also furious. A support raised his staff, and a bright light burst from it, forming a glowing sphere. The sphere had no offensive power, but it revealed everything it illuminated. Even the monsters on the ground were outlined. In midair, a half-human, half-horse creature appeared. It looked like a monster, but it wasn't. Lin Moyo immediately recognized it as a Shikigamai of an Onmyoji, a unique legendary profession from Sakura country. This half-human, half-horse creature held a bow, and a person sat on its back. The person wore traditional Sakura country attire and had a sinister smile. "Tisk tisk tisk, what a pity. Just when the lantern was about to be ours. What a shame, now the lantern firefish has escaped again. It will probably take a long time to find it next time." Jialan Liang pointed his sword at him. "Abe Yoshino, you are courting death." Abe Yoshino chuckled. "Who will die is still uncertain." As he spoke, the centaur Shikigamai beneath him shot an arrow into the sky. The arrow exploded in midair, emitting a sharp sound and bright light that lingered for a long time. Lin Moya watched and felt that the light arrow's effect was similar to the distress signal of the Divine Summer Empire. A large number of professionals quickly flew over, arriving in the blink of an eye. About 20 professionals from Sakura country surrounded Jialan Liang and his team. Lin Moyo had already moved closer and stood with Jialan Liang and his team. Jialan Liang said coldly, "Does the Black Dragon Guild want to start a war with our Jialan Guild?" Abe Yoshino smiled sinisterly. No, we don't want to start a war. We just want to kill you." Jialan Liang sneered, "Just you bunch of trash think you can kill me? How much did you drink to have such a dream?" Abe Yoshino shook his head. "We can't kill you on our own, but what if we add them? As he spoke, Abe Yoshino took out a black stone. Jialan Liang's face changed dramatically. Abyssal Demon Stone, you Black Dragon Guild have actually colluded with the Abyssal Demons. Abe Yoshino continued to shake his head. Don't say it so harshly, we are just in a cooperative relationship. The black stone was activated by Abe Yoshino, and a black spacetime portal appeared beside him. A cold wind blew, and green abyssal flames emerged from the portal, followed by a demon flying out. The powerful aura of a level 80+ demon spread out. It's an old acquaintance. The demon that emerged from the portal was none other than the succubus Mina. They had met before in the core area. Unexpectedly, they met again here. After Mina emerged, she activated another abyssal demon stone, and a massive barrier descended from the sky, enveloping everyone. Jialan Liang's face turned grim as he sensed the threat from Mina. This succubus was extremely powerful. Jialan Liang said coldly, Abe Yoshino, you should know that if even one of us returns, your Black Dragon Guild is finished. Abe Yoshino laughed twice but said nothing. Mina flapped her delicate wings and flew over with a smile. Brother Liang, I can't bear to kill you. This time, I want to talk about cooperation. Mina exuded a strong charm, and an unusual aura spread within the barrier. Except for Jialan Liang and Lin Moyu, everyone's eyes became dazed, filled with admiration for Mina. Even Abe Yoshino was affected, his eyes becoming dazed. Mina's charm was at its peak, mesmerizing everyone. Wake up! Jialan Liang roared, his knight's sword clashing heavily with his shield, creating a deafening sound. Everyone immediately snapped out of it. Those who regained their senses felt a wave of fear. This succubus was too terrifying, and they had unknowingly fallen under her spell. Mina giggled, not bad, Brother Liang has a strong will. Unfortunately, your companions are not as strong. As she laughed, those who had just regained their senses fell into a daze again. This time, Mina used an even stronger charm. Lin Moya finally understood why so many high-ranking human professionals willingly served the abyssal demons. A top-level succubus had such powerful charm. If the succubus king acted personally, who but a god-level expert could resist? Within the barrier, only Jialan Liang and Lin Moya remained clear-headed. Lin Moya had strong mental power and immunity to all statuses. The succubus's power was ineffective against him. Jialan Liang felt the succubus's power battering his mental world like waves. It was trying to break through his mental defenses and take over his soul. It wanted to turn him into its slave, its puppet. He had no choice but to defend with all his might, unable to speak. All his willpower was focused on resisting the charm. Most of Mina's power was concentrated on Jialan Liang, with the others being secondary. Suddenly, a detection spell swept through like a breeze. Lin Moya received information about Mina. Top-level succubus. Level 83. A level 83 succubus, no wonder it could force the ancient phoenix to undergo rebirth in the core area. And at that time, Mina was still restrained, unable to unleash her full power. Otherwise, the ancient phoenix might have been killed by her. Sensing the detection spell, Mina turned to look. In an instant, she froze. Her perfect, enchanting face stiffened, her smile froze, and her eyes filled with shock. Why are you here? Lin Moya greeted her. Long time no see. Long time no see. Mina stuttered. As a confidant of the succubus king, she knew more than other demons. The current Lin Moya was not the same as the one she had encountered in the core area. Now, Lin Moya was a terrifying figure capable of killing the flame demon king. To deal with him, only a demon king could do it personally. She, with her small frame, Mina's first instinct was to flee. In the moment she hesitated, Jialan Liang felt the pressure on him decrease significantly and relaxed. He was surprised. Brother Lin, you know her? Lin Moya nodded. I met her in the core area. She once tried to kill me but failed. Jialan Liang couldn't imagine a top-level demon chasing a human professional in the upper space. What kind of grudge was that? The key was the last few words. She failed. Lin Moya slowly flew over. Do you want to try again and see if you can kill me? Mina shook her head vigorously. No, please don't bully this little succubus. With my small frame, I can't fight you. Mina's posture was as low as it could be. She wasn't stupid. She knew she couldn't fight someone who could kill the flame demon king. Lin Moya said softly, how do you know if you don't try? Mina shook her head desperately, smiling. No, you go ahead, I'll leave now. Mina quickly took out an abyssal demon stone and activated it. She even spat blood on the stone to speed up the activation. A vortex appeared in front of her, instantly sucking her in. At that moment, a flash of fire appeared in Lin Moya's palm, and a scream came from the vortex. Then the vortex disappeared. Lin Moya said coldly, she escaped quickly. Jialan Liang was stunned. What just happened? Chapter 460. Chapter 460, 460. Chapter 460, those associated with demons, kill them all. The barrier was set up by the succubus Mina. Only she could use the corresponding teleportation items within the barrier. The teleportation items on other people had mostly lost their effectiveness. Lin Moya's Abyss teleportation stone was still effective. Mina did not have the ability to seal the Abyss teleportation stone. There were very few situations where the Abyss teleportation stone would lose its effectiveness, either due to a demon king level powerful being or if the distance was too far. After Mina left, the people within the barrier gradually regained their senses one by one. What happened? Where did the charming lady go? Abe Yoshino was in a daze, unaware of what had transpired. He only knew that when he regained his senses, the succubus Mina was nowhere to be seen. Lin Moya said softly, Brother Liang, what should we do with these people? Kill them. If it were up to him, he wouldn't even ask and would have killed them directly. But since Jialan Liang was present, he should still consult his opinion. Jialan Liang said, "He is the son of the Black Dragon Guild's leader and has planted a soul mark, so he will revive even if killed. Our Jialan Guild doesn't want to start a war with the Black Dragon Guild for now." The Black Dragon Guild was the strongest guild of professionals in Sakura country. If they went to war with the Jialan Guild, it would only harm the human race without any benefits. As the vice leader of the Jialan Guild, Jialan Liang naturally had to consider more factors. Lin Moya said, "I can prevent him from reviving." It was simple to prevent revival, just destroy the person's soul. Without a soul to return, the soul mark would be ineffective, and revival would be impossible. Previously, Lin Moya didn't understand, but now he knew that with the soul flame skill, he could achieve this. Jialan Liang thought for a second, if that's the case, then kill them. Since he could permanently eliminate them, Jialan Liang had no more reservations. After all, many people died every day in the lower space, so killing Abe Yoshino was nothing out of the ordinary. Jialan Liang was about to take action, but Lin Moya stopped him. "Let me handle it." He slowly flew out of the team and approached Abe Yoshino. Abe Yoshino had just regained his senses and hadn't heard the conversation between Lin Moya and Jialan Liang. He didn't know that a mere level 52 person was about to take action against him. His thoughts hadn't fully recovered, otherwise he should have realized that a level 52 person appearing in the lower space was abnormal. Lin Moya didn't bother saying anything to him. For those associated with the Abyss demons, he would kill them all on sight. He raised his finger and pointed at Abe Yoshino. A humming sound, and a red light flashed. Skill, Aging Curse. The curse was blocked by the barrier, only taking effect within the barrier's range. All the Black Dragon Guild members were simultaneously cursed. The curse also completely awakened them. As top-level professionals above level 70 with rich combat experience, the healers instinctively began casting skills to remove the curse as soon as they were cursed. Additionally, several monsters on the grassland within the barrier's range were also cursed, and they immediately flew towards Lin Moyo. "Brother Lin, be care." Jialan Liang shouted in alarm, but before he could finish, he had to swallow his words. Lin Moya's second skill was suddenly activated. Skill, Skeletal Prison. In an instant, including Abe Yoshino, everyone was covered in dense white bones. The skeletal prison not only had a binding effect but also a paralysis effect. The paralysis effect was ineffective against world-class bosses, but it had a decent effect on these professionals. All the Black Dragon Guild members, including the monsters that had just flown up, were frozen in mid-air, unable to move. Even Abe Yoshino's centaur Shikigamai was frozen, turned into a white bone centaur, motionless. The skeletal prisons group binding wouldn't last long. With the level gap, the binding duration wouldn't exceed 10 seconds. But those 10 seconds were enough for Lin Moya to kill. Countless undead armies appeared in the air, almost filling the barrier. Lin Moya's back felt a surge of heat as the strong soldier skill was activated. Since he was going to slaughter them all, Lin Moya decided to leave no trace. Not only would Abe Yoshino's soul be destroyed, but the souls of the others as well. He wasn't sure if the others had planted soul marks. Better safe than sorry. In Abe Yoshino's horrified gaze, the skeleton berserkers raised their axes in front of him. Red light flickered, and the skeleton berserkers unleashed their skills on him. Abe Yoshino let out an enraged roar from his throat, releasing a powerful aura, trying to break free from the skeletal prison. With a loud bang, the axe, empowered by the skill, fell on him. Abe Yoshino's body was instantly shattered into pieces. Not dead? Lin Moya was slightly stunned. His soul flame was still locked onto Abe Yoshino's soul. He was prepared to completely destroy Abe Yoshino's soul the moment he died and lost its protection. But now, Abe Yoshino wasn't dead, and Lin Moya could sense it. Is it a substitution technique? Not a bad skill. The soul flame flickered a few times, and a scream came from behind Lin Moyo. Unbeknownst to Lin Moyo, a sword-wielding Shikigamai had appeared behind him. The sharp sword blade slashed down from behind Lin Moyo. Abe Yoshino was curled up on the Shikigamai's shoulder, his face twisted in pain, trembling all over. The soul flame's effect was extremely unpleasant, especially in the strong soldier state where its power was increased tenfold, and the pain was amplified tenfold as well. He could only barely control the Shikigamai to attack. The Shikigamai's sword strike was extremely fast, leaving Lin Moya no chance to dodge. The sword light fell on Lin Moya's head, but the skeletal armor flashed and completely blocked it. So weak. Lin Moya was surprised in his heart. Is this the strength of a top-level professional? How could it be so weak? It couldn't even break through his skeletal armor. They were supposed to be legendary professionals, but compared to world-class bosses like the Toxic Python, they were pathetically weak. Even the Ancient Phoenix didn't seem much stronger than them. It wasn't that the Onmyoji was weak, but rather that Lin Moya was too strong. He usually dealt with and fought world-class bosses. Professionals of similar levels naturally didn't catch his attention. Lin Moya lost interest and his soul flame flickered again. The skeleton mages and archers simultaneously opened fire on Abe Yoshino. Thunderous roars erupted, and Abe Yoshino screamed again. He wasn't a boss, so his vitality wasn't as strong. A single volley of attacks in the strong soldier state was enough to nearly kill him. Combined with the second soul flame, Abe Yoshino was on the verge of death. As for the Shikigamai's attack, Lin Moyo had already ignored it. The skeleton berserkers appeared in front of Abe Yoshino as if teleporting, raising their axes to strike again. Sensing the threat of death, Abe Yoshino quickly took out a scroll and activated it. A barrier instantly appeared around him, extremely sturdy, blocking the skeleton's attacks. At the same time, Abe Yoshino took out a potion and drank it. The injuries he had just sustained were rapidly recovering. For professionals above level 80, top-level professionals, they weren't so easy to kill. But for Lin Moyu, it was just a matter of putting in more effort. No matter how difficult, could it be harder than dealing with a world-class boss? All of this happened within 2 seconds. Abe Yoshino had already experienced 2 near-death situations. His face was filled with intense fear. He was truly terrified. Although he didn't know Lin Moya's identity, he knew that such a person couldn't possibly be just level 52. In Abe Yoshino's eyes, Lin Moya must be a god-level expert in disguise. At this moment, screams rang out one after another. Abe Yoshino saw what was happening around him. All the Black Dragon Guild members had their limbs severed by the axes, falling from the air. They weren't killed, but with their limbs severed, they lost the ability to escape. They would be killed one by one later. Abe Yoshino's heart was filled with dread. These skeletons were too terrifying. Each one was not weaker than himself, and the sheer number was overwhelming. How could he fight them? There was no way to fight. Lin Moya didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. The skeleton mages and archers opened fire again. Abe Yoshino's barrier shattered with a thunderous boom. Abe Yoshino didn't even think and immediately took out another scroll to activate, forming a barrier to block the attacks. It's useless. Elemental roars exploded on the barrier. Wait, we can talk. Stop, stop. Abe Yoshino shouted loudly, but Lin Moya didn't give him a chance to negotiate. The barrier was shattered again, and Lin Moya's soul flames flew into his spiritual world, beginning to destroy his soul. Scream after scream rang out. After 5 or 6 consecutive screams, they stopped completely. Chapter 461. Chapter 461, 461. Chapter 461, Maybe I Have a Way. Shulin Mou was not killing with soul flames for the first time. Lin was also not the first person to die under the soul flames. But before, it was just killing. This was the first time Lin Mou used soul flames to obliterate someone's soul. This is completely different from killing someone. The whole process was more like lynching, death by 1,000 cuts. Lin Mou was doing this for the first time, so he was extra careful, afraid of missing a single remnant soul. In other words, Abe Yoshino thoroughly enjoyed the treatment of soul lynching. The screams were endless. Especially since it was Lin Mou's first time, he specifically used the strong soldier skill, which was equivalent to adding salt to the lynching. Jialon Liang and others were extremely shocked. This seemingly harmless Lin brother, who was only level 52, had such methods. Jialon Liang couldn't help but shout out in satisfaction. Dealing with enemies, no matter how, is not too much. Especially for those who collude with abyssal demons, that is a crime against the race. Betraying the human race deserves 1,000 cuts. Abe Yoshino's screams finally ceased after 10 seconds. He died, very painfully. His whole body was twisted and deformed, covered in blood, with no external injuries. The blood exploded from inside his body. His death was unprecedentedly tragic. Lin Mou looked at the others. They had already been crippled and had nowhere to escape. With the first experience, the next ones went much smoother. Lin Mou was ruthless, and these targets seemed to become his test subjects at this moment. The screams echoed through the barrier again, making people shudder. Lin Mou did as he said, obliterating each person's soul. Even if they had soul marks, there was no chance of resurrection. Jialon Liang instinctively made a sound, but did not move. Lin Mou asked curiously, Brother Liang, why aren't you leaving? Jialon Liang shook his head. It's hard to find. The lantern firefish doesn't always appear on the Qinghai grassland. Most of the time, it hides in the ice layer, and because of the grassland, we can't find it in the ice layer. We waited for 3 months for this opportunity, but it was ruined by the Black Dragon Society. No wonder Jialon Liang was so angry just now. But now that Abe Yoshino and his people were all dead, there was no need to say more. Lin Mou saw that Jialon Liang's face didn't look good and asked, why are you looking for the lantern firefish? Jialon Liang said, our guild members were injured and infected with a strange toxin. We need the lantern on the head of the lantern firefish to detoxify. So that's how it is. Lin Mou thought for a moment, if it's poisoning, maybe I have a way. Jialon Liang's face showed surprise, Brother Lin, are you serious? Lin Mou nodded, as long as it's not some particularly powerful poison, it should be fine. Lin Mou referred to the powerful poison in the corpse world as corpse poison. Jialon Liang quickly said, then let's go back now. He took the lead and flew towards the base. The team members quickly followed. They were all shocked by Lin Mou's methods, looking at him with a mix of admiration and fear. Killing Abe Yoshino's group so easily, killing them should be just as easy. Everyone naturally respects the strong. On the way, Jialon Liang couldn't help but ask, Brother Lin, are you really level 52? Lin Mou nodded, really? Then how can you? Lin Mou knew what he wanted to ask, Brother Liang, if you want to know about me, you can inquire when you return to the human world. I have some fame there. More than just some fame, he was the most famous in the past year. Besides, there was the newly successful Earth Knight, also the hottest topic in the human race. Jialon Liang would definitely hear about it when he returned to the human world. Jialon Liang didn't ask more. He was smart and knew what to ask and what not to ask. Soon, Lin Mou saw the base of the Jialon Guild. The Jialon Guild had built a fortress of about 100 meters in diameter here, enough to accommodate thousands of people. The base was on the edge of the Qinghai grassland because the monsters on the Qinghai grassland wouldn't actively attack, making it the safest place. Lin Mou followed Jialon Liang into the base. Many members of the Jialan Guild greeted Jialan Liang. They were curious about Lin Mou, a stranger who seemed to be only level 52. A level 52 appearing in the lower space was definitely big news. Jialan Liang led Lin Mou to the courtyard at the back of the fortress. The courtyard was quiet, with many flowers and plants, and a faint medicinal fragrance mixed with the scent of tea, making the courtyard seem elegant. Lin Mou's first impression was that the person living in the courtyard should also be elegant. In the stone-built fortress, there was another world, very peculiar. It seemed that someone heard the sound, and the door of a small house on the edge of the courtyard was pushed open. A woman in a light yellow dress came out. When she saw Jialan Liang, she smiled. Liang is back. She wasn't very beautiful, at most just pretty, but her temperament was very good, matching the courtyard perfectly. Lin Mou saw that her face was slightly pale, indicating she was injured. Jialan Liang's tough face showed a gentle smile. Donor, let me introduce you. This is Lin Mou, brother Lin. He also introduced Lin Mou, brother Lin. This is my beloved, Han Donor. Han Donor smiled at Lin Mou. Hello, brother Lin. Lin Mou also said, hello, sister-in-law. Han Donor was elegant and gentle, somewhat similar to Shu Han. She was also a pharmacist, with the pharmacist's mark on her sleeve. Lin Mou asked, Brother Liang, why don't you take sister-in-law back to the human world? We have god-level pharmacists in the Shangxia Empire who should be able to cure her. Jialan Liang smiled bitterly. The god of medicine can definitely cure Donor, but our Jialan guild can't invite him. After Donor was injured and poisoned, all her attributes were suppressed, even worse than an ordinary person. She can't withstand the energy impact of cross-realm transmission. Jialan Liang explained the reason. Han Donor's attributes were suppressed to the extreme, even worse than an ordinary person. She couldn't leave here, and the Jialan guild couldn't invite the god of medicine. After all, with the god of medicine's status, it would be extremely troublesome to come to the deep space and then find a space-time passage back to the upper space. So Jialan Liang had to find the lantern on the head of the lantern firefish to detoxify Han Donor. Lin Mou asked, where did sister-in-law get poisoned? Jialan Liang said, it was in the ice layer of the Qinghai grassland. We had a chance when the ice layer cracked, and curiosity drove us to take a look. As a result, we encountered a monster inside. That monster carried cold poison. Lin Mou didn't ask more and took out a jade bottle. The jade bottle contained a drop of liquid like crystal, the spinal fluid of the poisonous dragon. Spinal fluid of the poisonous dragon, legendary antidote, can dissolve deadly poison. Each drop increases 1% poison element immunity. Lin Mou handed the jade bottle to Han Donor. Try it and see if it works. Han Donor blinked her big eyes, feeling the extraordinary liquid in the jade bottle. When she opened it, a refreshing fragrance hit her nose, invigorating her spirit. She was amazed, so magical. Then her fingertips glowed, using the only skill she could use now, detection. After getting the information, Han Donor covered her mouth in surprise. Brother Lin, did you kill the poisonous dragon? Jialan Liang exclaimed, Brother Lin, did you kill the poisonous dragon? Lin Mou nodded, yes. The atmosphere fell silent, the air seemed to freeze. Jialan Liang looked at Lin Mou like a monster, with disbelief. After a few seconds, Jialan Liang suddenly laughed. This is great, the people of the Eagle Guild will have made a wasted trip. Lin Mou smiled, sister-in-law, try it and see if it works. Han Donor immediately drank the spinal fluid of the poisonous dragon. Then her whole body emitted a brilliant light, and her aura began to strengthen rapidly. Chapter 462. Chapter 462, 462. Chapter 462, the only city in the lower realm. Lin Mou followed Jialan Liang into the fortress. As Han Donor's aura continued to rise, it gradually stabilized at around the level of an 80-level peak profession. Jialan Liang's expression showed joy, knowing that Han Donor's poisoning had truly been resolved. It seems the effect of the venomous dragon's spinal fluid is quite good. I don't know if it will work on corpse poison as well. There's a chance to try it out. Lin Mou thought of the human race's divine-level experts who had saved him in the corpse realm in the end. A drop of water returns a burst of spring. As long as there was an opportunity, Lin Mou would try his best to save them. This hope was extremely slim, even Antares had told him it was impossible. But Lin Mou had never thought of giving up. Lin Mou asked, Brother Liang, could you tell me about the situation under the ice layer of the Qinghai grasslands? Of course, no problem. Now Jialan Liang regarded Lin Mou as a divine figure. He would answer any question. Jialan Liang had been wandering in the lower realm for many years and knew more than Lin Mou. The Qinghai grasslands had a layer of permafrost 1 meter below. It was usually invisible because of the grasslands on top. Due to the special properties of the Qinghai grasslands, any attack would be absorbed by the entire grassland and then reflected back. The stronger the attack, the more intense the reflection. Unless the attack was powerful enough to destroy the entire Qinghai grasslands, the ice layer underneath could not be seen. It could be said that the 1 meter thick grassland protected the ice layer. However, the monsters living on the Qinghai grasslands were not affected by the grassland's reflective properties. To see the ice layer, one way was to wait for the monsters to drink water. The monsters would melt the grasslands and ice layer, exposing the ice layer at that time. The ice layer was not as sturdy as the grasslands. As long as the attack power was sufficient, it could be broken through. According to Jialan Liang, any profession above level 80 could basically do it. Lin Mou calculated that without activating the mighty soldier state, he might not be able to do it. His combat power was formidable, but in terms of instantaneous burst damage, he was still inferior to top professionals. The attribute gap was too significant. An 80-level peak professional, even a rare profession, would have attributes exceeding 1 million. Warriors could have strength attributes over 500,000. Coupled with various state effects, equipment enhancements, and skill enhancements, their instantaneous burst damage would far exceed the skeleton berserk. This method was not feasible, leaving only the second method waiting for the ice layer to crack open by chance. This was what Jialan Liang had encountered before. Han Dong'er was injured and poisoned by a monster called the longsword dragonfish under the ice layer. The longsword dragonfish resembled the lantern dragonfish they were looking for, except its head had a sword-like protrusion instead of a lantern. It was also a lord-level boss with high aggression. As for other details, Jialan Liang was uncertain. However, Lin Mou learned that the thickness of the ice layer was about 50 meters. Han Dong'er's aura continued rising, now reaching around level 40. She had been injured for a long time, so her recovery would also take some time. Lin Mou pondered for a moment and asked, "Is it possible to enter from the bottom of the sea?" The Qinghai grasslands bordered the Azure Dragon Sea connected to the eastern continent. In theory, the Azure Dragon Sea could lead to the bottom of the Qinghai grasslands. Jialan Liang shook his head. "It's not possible. People have tried before, diving thousands of meters deep, but they only encountered the ice layer. You can think of the entire Qinghai grasslands as a huge block of ice. There's just an additional layer of grassland on top of it." Lin Mou finally had a complete understanding of the Qinghai grasslands and became even more interested in it. After the poison marsh experience, he felt that there must be secrets underneath the Qinghai grasslands. However, he currently lacked the strength to explore it and would have to wait until the future. After chatting for a while, Han Dong'er's aura finally stabilized. She was also a profession above level 80, not much weaker than Jialan Liang. A top pharmacist above level 80 was rare, and she might even have the potential to become a divine-level pharmacist in the future. In that regard, Han Dong'er was far more valuable than Jialan Liang. When Jialan Liang brought the fully recovered Han Dong'er out, it caused another stir in the fortress. The Azure Dragon continent, the easternmost part of the lower realm of the ancient battlefield, was said to be the most ancient continent. It seemed to have some connection with the Shangxia Empire. When Jialan Liang introduced it that way, Lin Mou's first thought was not about the Shangxia Empire, but rather that it might be related to ancient China. After all, the source rune skills he obtained were written in ancient Chinese characters. The teleportation formation on the Azure Dragon continent was built on a cliff because this was one of the safer areas on the continent, with few people or monsters appearing. Not far away was a city belonging to the Shangxia Empire, where the Jialan Guild was located. Besides the Jialan Guild's teleportation formation, there were several other formations nearby, all owned by various civilian forces of the Shangxia Empire. Only official Shangxia Empire forces were allowed to build teleportation formations within the city for security reasons. Standing on the cliff, Lin Mou could see the Azure Dragon Sea. The vast Azure Dragon Sea had a bluish-green color. The seawater crashed against the cliffs and bounced back, colliding with the undercurrents to create a unique scene of surging waves. Jialan Liang said, "I don't know why people call it the Azure Dragon Sea. Some say the waves look like dragons, but to me, they look more like snakes. What kind of dragon looks like that?" Lin Mou squinted his eyes, thinking to himself, "It's the dragon from Chinese legends, not the ones here." The waves did resemble the dragons described in Chinese mythology. After watching for a while, the two headed towards the city. Only our Shangxia Empire has the ability to build cities in the lower realm. Other forces like the Eagle Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, Cabbage Nation, and some other messy groups can't do it. Do you know why, Brother Lin? Lin Mou naturally knew the land of the ancient battlefield had self-repairing abilities. No matter what was done on the surface, it would quickly revert to its original state. Seeing that Lin Mou didn't respond, Jialan Liang continued, "It's because the Shangxia Empire has semi-divine powerhouses, while other nations don't. Only semi-divine powerhouses have the ability to alter the land here and establish cities on it." Jialan Liang spoke with deep pride. Lin Mou observed the land, indeed different from elsewhere. So semi-divine powerhouses could even change the land of the ancient battlefield. The Azure Dragon ancient city lived up to its name, exuding an ancient aura with a history of over 1,000 years. It was established by a semi-divine powerhouse during the founding of the Shangxia Empire. That semi-divine powerhouse later disappeared for unknown reasons, but the ancient city remained. Other nations could only look on enviously, not daring to attack the city. Provoking the Shangxia Empire meant facing the wrath of the current era's only semi-divine powerhouse. No one wanted such trouble. The Azure Dragon ancient city has a teleportation formation that can transport people to the eastern, southern, and northern regions of the Azure Dragon continent. Unfortunately, I don't have the qualifications to use the formation in the ancient city. At least a 6-star kernel is required. Jialan Liang continued introducing details to Lin Mou. Entering the Azure Dragon ancient city gave Lin Mou a sense of being back in the human realm. The city was bustling with activity, filled with level 70 and above professionals. There were even places to accept quests and training halls. The Shangxia Empire's military had dispatched a large force to maintain order in the city. Lin Mou asked, "If I want to go to the northern wind and thunder continent, would it be much faster to go through the teleportation formation?" Jialan Liang replied, naturally, it would save at least 10,000 kilometers of travel. And those 10,000 kilometers are not safe. The monsters in the Azure Dragon continent may be slightly weaker than those in the Wild continent, but there are still quite a few level 80 bosses. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and slapped his forehead. I forgot about your strength, Brother Lin. You could kill the venomous dragon at level 85. These monsters would be nothing to you. You just need to be wary of the few world bosses. Lin Mou kept his capabilities to himself. He could kill the venomous dragon, but only by pushing himself to the limit. If the venomous dragon had been slightly more cunning, he would have been helpless. Since teleportation formations were available, Lin Mou naturally chose to use them. Jialan Liang, unaware of Lin Mou's thoughts, led him to a store to buy a map. We should get a map first. It will definitely be useful in the lower realm. The stores here were also officially operated by the Shangxia Empire, with many people queuing outside. However, there was an empty passage to one side. Lin Mou asked, why is no one using that passage? Jialan Liang explained, that's the officer-exclusive passage, specifically for colonels and above. This place is under military management, so officers receive some privileges. Lin Mou immediately headed towards that passage. Then let's use that one. Chapter 463. Chapter 463, 463. Chapter 463, it turns out the identity of a divine general is so useful. Jialan Liang pulled Lin Mou, no way, I'm only a one-star colonel. As Jialan Liang said this, he felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he was already level 82, yet he was only a one-star colonel. The reason was that he had been wandering in the ancient battlefield for a long time, killing demons and dragons, but not earning much military merit. If he had been in the main battlefield all this time, he would at least have become a 7-star or 8-star colonel by now. Lin Mou smiled, it's alright, I have the qualifications. Jialan Liang did not doubt Lin Mou's words. Although Lin Mou was only level 52, his performance showed that he could not be judged by common sense. The two walked towards the officer-exclusive passage. Those queuing up revealed mocking smiles. Are these two guys crazy? That's the officer-exclusive passage. That knight is wearing a 1-star colonel insignia. Although he is an officer, he is far from being a 6-star colonel. Yeah, and that other guy, wait, he's only level 52. I'll be damned, how did a level 52 get in here? He must be using some rare item to hide his level. But high or low level doesn't matter here, only military merit counts. Let's see, they'll be kicked out soon. Lin Mou had already entered the store, where there was a separate area for officers, completely separated from ordinary customers. There would be dedicated staff to serve here, allowing officers to enjoy special treatment and feel superior. The military management was extremely strict, with meticulous rules for every corner that were strictly enforced. There was no room for flexibility. The items sold here were mostly things useful in the lower realm. All kinds of materials were available. Jialan Liang said in a low voice, there is no trading hall in the ancient city, so all materials are traded here. Even the usually loud and unrestrained Jialan Liang spoke softly here. Not even 2 seconds after they entered, a female soldier approached them. Please show your military insignias. If you do not meet the requirements, please go to the other passage to queue. She had a somewhat stern appearance, carrying the aura unique to soldiers. From the military insignia on her shoulder, she was an 8-star lieutenant. She saw the 1-star colonel insignia on Jialan Liang's shoulder, gave him a military salute first, and then said, you are a 1-star colonel and do not meet the requirements here. Then she looked at Lin Mou, and your military insignia. She looked at Lin Mou with a strange gaze, even with a hint of disdain. As a soldier, one would generally not remove their military insignia. The military insignia represented the honor of a soldier. But Lin Mou did not have one on his shoulder, so either he was not a soldier, or he did not respect the military insignia. In her eyes, Lin Mou most likely belonged to the latter. Lin Mou calmly took out his military insignia and pinned it on his shoulder. The purple military insignia carried a noble aura, with 2 solid stars shining brightly, and another outlined star also glowing. After seeing Lin Mou's military insignia, the disdain in her eyes instantly disappeared, replaced by intense shock and disbelief. The next second, the shock turned into deep respect. She immediately stood at attention and gave Lin Mou a perfectly standard military salute, calling out loudly, Ancient City Military Unit 86th Squad, Ling Nan, greeting the Divine General. Lin Mou nodded, I should have the qualifications, right? Yes. Ling Nan answered without hesitation. Lin Mou asked again, what about my friend? Ling Nan immediately responded loudly, according to the rules, a divine general can authorize sufficient privileges to anyone. Jialan Liang was even more shocked than Ling Nan. He had guessed that Lin Mou's military rank would not be low, but he never expected Lin Mou to be a divine general. He felt flustered, as if the world had changed too quickly and become too miraculous. Had he grown old? In the few years he had been in the ancient battlefield, had the outside world changed so much? Moreover, Lin Mou was not an ordinary divine general, but a 2-star divine general. This meant that Lin Mou had killed demon kings, existences equivalent to the divine-level experts of the human race. A level 52 had killed such an existence, it was too unbelievable. Lin Mou said to Ling Nan, Lieutenant Ling Nan, I want to purchase a map of the lower realm. Ling Nan immediately replied, please follow me, Divine General. Officers in the store had dedicated staff to serve them, which was a privilege set by the military for qualified officers. To enjoy this privilege, one had to kill demons, earn military merit, and contribute to the human race. Contribution and reward were equal, which was very fair. Divine General, this is currently the most comprehensive map. Ling Nen handed Lin Mo a map. It was very detailed, marking all the currently known areas. As long as Lin Mo left an imprint on the map, it would automatically show his current location, making it very convenient to use. Thank you, how much is it? Lin Mo was very satisfied, as he could see the location of the Thunder Ridge Valley on the map. Ling Nan waved her hand, no charge. Lin Mo was surprised, free. Ling Nan nodded repeatedly. Divine Generals have many privileges and can use many facilities in the ancient city for free. Lin Mo guessed it was probably the same as in the main battlefield fortresses. Divine Generals could use various military facilities without any cost. Lin Mo did not refuse, putting away the map. Since there were such rules, then it was his due. Lin Mo asked again, do you have any detailed information about the lower realm? We do, but the information in the store is not very comprehensive. Please wait a moment, Divine General. Ling Nan contacted someone through her communicator. Lin Mo heard an exaggerated voice coming from the communicator. After ending the communication, Ling Nan said, Divine General, please wait a moment, someone will bring the detailed information shortly. Lin Mo nodded, then tell me, what other useful things are sold in this store? Yes, sir. Outside the store, those still queuing wondered, why haven't those two been kicked out yet? Could it be that the young man is a 6-star colonel? I don't think so, I saw he didn't even have a military insignia on. Maybe he took it off. Have you ever seen an officer take off their military insignia, especially in this ancient city? As they discussed, a person flew down from the sky and rushed into the store urgently. Hey, did you see that? Who was that? I recognized the one in the front, that's the military commander of the ancient city, 9-star Colonel Feng Yiming. The commander came over. Could it be that those two have special identities? No, it should be that young man who has an unusual identity. I also recognize the other one, he's the deputy leader of the Jialan Guild, Jialan Liang. Although the Jialan Guild was the #1 guild of the Shangxia Empire and even the entire human race, compared to the military, it was insignificant. At least Jialan Liang did not have the qualifications to enter the officer-exclusive passage. His deputy leader status was not useful in the ancient city. So the one who could alarm the military commander Feng Yiming must be that young man. At this moment, everyone was guessing Lin Mo's identity. But no one could guess it correctly. Inside the store, Feng Yiming respectfully saluted Lin Mo, ancient city military commander, 9-star Colonel Feng Yiming, greeting the divine general. Just from his attire, Lin Mo could tell that Feng Yiming was from the Feng family. The Feng family was a military family, with generation after generation serving as soldiers, carrying a unique aura. Lin Mo smiled, Commander Feng, no need to be so courteous. Although Lin Mo spoke casually, Feng Yiming did not dare be disrespectful to a divine general. This was a military rule, and as someone from a military family, he took it very seriously. He never expected that a divine general would come to the ancient city, so he rushed over as soon as he received the news. Moreover, it was not an ordinary 1-star divine general, but a true 2-star divine general who had killed demon kings. This was a symbol of strength. How could he not show respect? Feng Yiming took out a few thick books. Divine General, this is all the information we currently have about the lower realm. Where would you like to read it? Lin Mo took the materials, I'll read it here. Chapter 464. Chapter 464, 464. Chapter 464, He is a Legend. Lin Mo flipped through the materials quickly, reading 10 lines at a glance and remembering everything. The thick stack of materials was completely read by Lin Mo in just about an hour. Throughout the process, Feng Yiming did not speak, nor did he make any sound. He just quietly watched Lin Mo read. However, during this time, he operated the communicator on his wrist. Gradually, his gaze towards Lin Mo changed. The respect in his eyes grew stronger. Through his own channels, he obtained some information about Lin Mo and learned about his various achievements. He understood how Lin Mo earned the title of a 2-star divine general. Lin Mo was excessively young, having achieved in 1 year what most people could not accomplish in a lifetime. After reading the materials, Lin Mo returned them to Feng Yiming. Commander Feng, I would like to use the teleportation array in the ancient city. Feng Yiming patted his chest. No problem, when do you plan to depart? Right now. The group left the store and headed towards the teleportation array. A group of top professionals outside the store witnessed Lin Mo and his group leaving. They also saw Feng Yiming, the military commander, leading the way. Some sharp-eyed individuals noticed the military insignia on Lin Mo's shoulder. Damn, it's a divine general. I saw it too. No wonder Commander Feng rushed over. I really underestimated him. I didn't expect him to be a divine general. I wonder which divine general he is. I know who he is. Who? He should be Lin Mo. Someone who had recently arrived in the lower realm had heard stories about Lin Mo in the human world. Comparing the details, they quickly identified him. Immediately, people surrounded him, asking about Lin Mo's story. It was believed that Lin Mo's story would soon spread throughout the ancient city. Lin Mo arrived at the teleportation array and said to Jialan Liang, Brother Liang, I have to go now. Let's meet again if we have the chance. Jialan Liang, having learned of Lin Mo's identity, became somewhat reserved. Alright, see you again. Lin Mo sighed inwardly. This was why he didn't reveal his military insignia earlier. Otherwise, normal communication would become difficult, just like now. In this regard, Xiaolan Liang was different from Shi Xing'an. Shi Xing'an remained the same from beginning to end, without any change. With a hint of regret, Lin Mou stepped into the teleportation array. After sending Lin Mou off, Feng Yiming let out a long breath. He is truly a great figure. Ling Nan was puzzled. Commander, haven't other divine generals visited before? Feng Yiming replied, divine generals are different. Have you ever seen a 52-level divine general? Ling Nan was stunned. Didn't he hide his level? Feng Yiming laughed heartily. He didn't hide it. He is really at level 52. How is that possible? Ling Nan was shocked. She always thought Lin Mou had hidden his level and was actually over level 80 or even a divine level existence. Feng Yiming, with a thoughtful look, said, he is a legend. The teleportation array transported Lin Mou over 10,000 kilometers to the northern part of the Xinlong continent. The teleportation array in the Shangxia ancient city was said to have been built when the ancient city was established, using a fixed-point one-way transmission method. There was no corresponding teleportation array at Lin Mou's destination. This meant that if he wanted to return to the Shangxia ancient city, he would either have to walk back or use a teleportation stone. Teleportation stones were sold in the store, and Feng Yiming also gave Lin Mou a box containing 10 stones. Unless in a dungeon or some special place, as long as one was in the lower realm, they could use the teleportation stone to return to the Shangxia ancient city. These teleportation stones were single-use and quite expensive, each costing over 50 million gold coins. Equivalent to half a high-level skill scroll, ordinary professionals were generally reluctant to use them. Feng Yiming generously gave away 500 million gold coins worth of teleportation stones. Lin Mou unfolded his lightning undead wings and flew north. According to the materials he had just read, he would reach the Wind and Thunder Sea after about 100 kilometers. Crossing the Wind and Thunder Sea would lead to the Wind and Thunder continent. The Burial Thunder Valley was located near the center of the Wind and Thunder continent. Based on the information Lin Mou now had, the distance from the teleportation array to the Wind and Thunder Sea was relatively peaceful. There were no powerful bosses, only some ordinary monsters around level 70, which posed no difficulty for Lin Mou to clear. Despite this, Lin Mou remained very cautious. He flew neither too high nor too fast, keeping an eye on his surroundings. Among the 4 continents, the Xinlong continent was the safest. The other 3 continents were much more dangerous. Gradually, the sound of waves reached his ears. A few minutes later, Lin Mou arrived at the seaside. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky, illuminating the slightly dim sky of the ancient battlefield for a moment. Lin Mou saw lightning flashing in the depths of the Wind and Thunder Sea. Countless lightning bolts connected the sky and sea, creating huge waves. Unlike the Azure Dragon Sea, the Wind and Thunder Sea was much more violent. Each continent was separated by a sea, each with its own characteristics. The Wind and Thunder Sea was characterized by wind and thunder, hence its name. The wind and thunder disrupted space, making it impossible to set up teleportation arrays between the 2 places. Attempts had been made, but without exception, they were blocked by the wind and thunder midway. Some ended up in the void, while others appeared randomly somewhere. Some even ended up in the most dangerous meteorite continent due to spatial chaos and never returned. It was finally confirmed that the safest and most reliable way to reach the Wind and Thunder continent was to fly across the Wind and Thunder Sea. Lin Mou observed the situation in the Wind and Thunder Sea. To cross the Wind and Thunder Sea smoothly, the first thing to watch out for is the wind and thunder. I have immunity to both elements, so that's not a problem. Next, I need to be cautious of the sea monsters. In the Wind and Thunder Sea, there is a monster called the Flying Fish, which has both wind and thunder attributes. Each group of flying fish has a flying fish king, a lord-level boss, which requires special attention. Other than that, there shouldn't be any issues. Lin Mou carefully recalled the information he had just read. Then he set his direction and flew out. He increased his speed to the maximum, reaching 700 meters per second. The distance between the Xinlong continent and the Wind and Thunder continent was about 3,000 kilometers. At his speed, he could cross the Wind and Thunder Sea in about 30 minutes. Looking at the vast ocean below, Lin Mou found it hard to imagine what kind of powerful being could split the entire continent into 4 parts, even creating oceans and turning the central part of the fragmented continent into endless void. Divine-level experts probably don't have this ability. Even half-step super gods might not be able to do it. At least a super god-level expert. Or someone like Antares. Maybe one day, I can do it too. Boom! Thunder roared in his ears as Lin Mou entered the thunder zone. The sea water in the Wind and Thunder Sea was lifted by the strong wind, rising into the sky and then falling back down, resembling a heavy rain. Lightning continuously struck down. Any creature entering the area would be targeted by the lightning. Initially, the lightning fell randomly, but as Lin Mou entered the thunder zone, it found a target. Countless lightning bolts rained down on Lin Mou. Lin Mou was unafraid and accepted it calmly. With 80% lightning element immunity and 600% elemental resistance boost, Lin Mou ignored the lightning attacks. Instead, the slightly tingling sensation reminded him of the corpse realm, where he endured the lightning wall repeatedly. With sparks and lightning, Lin Mou charged towards the Wind and Thunder continent without hesitation. A few minutes later, he saw black dots ahead, identifying them as black fish. These fish had flat, slender bodies, resembling unpolished sword blanks. Each fish had dozens of small wings. They moved in groups, numbering over 100, breaking through the strong wind at high speed. Lightning had no effect on them. Lin Mou saw the largest fish in the group. The Flying Fish King was over 10 meters long, standing out among the average 3-meter-long flying fish. The Flying Fish group noticed Lin Mou and collectively turned to attack him. Their speed was extreme, like arrows released from a bow. Chapter 465. Chapter 465, 465. Chapter 465, Crossing the Wind and Thunder Sea, Wind and Thunder Algae Group. The speed of the flying fish was beyond Lin Mou's imagination. The distance of several hundred meters took less than 0.1 seconds. Moreover, they came silently, and if they launched a sneak attack from behind, it might not even be noticed. However, no matter how fast they were, it was useless in front of Lin Mou. Just as the flying fish approached Lin Mou and were about to attack, they suddenly stopped collectively. A dense layer of white bones enveloped them. Skill, Bone Prison. Hundreds of flying fish, including the Lord-level boss among them, were simultaneously restrained. Restraining so many monsters at once, especially those with levels far higher than Lin Mou, meant the restraint duration was quite short. In less than a second, the bone prison showed signs of collapsing, but it was already enough. A flash of red light passed, and all the flying fish were simultaneously cursed. Immediately after, a detection spell fell on the Flying Fish Lord. Flying Fish Lord, Lord-level boss. Level, 79. Strength, 500,000. Agility, 1 million. Spirit, 500,000. Constitution, 700,000. Skills, Piercing Wind, Chain Lightning. Traits, 50% reduction in wind element damage, immunity to electric elements, greatly enhanced speed. Total attributes of 2.7 million, not too high. Having seen the attributes of world-level bosses before, looking back at this Lord-level boss's attributes felt unimpressive. Lin Mou remained exceptionally calm. After seeing the attributes, he had a clear plan. The undead army appeared, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded the Flying Fish group. The most troublesome aspect of the Flying Fish group was their sheer numbers. Therefore, people usually crossed the Wind and Thunder Sea in groups. At least 50 people were needed to confidently cross the sea. Someone like Lin Mou, traveling alone, was extremely rare. 2 seconds later, the bone prison on the flying fish collapsed entirely. The Flying Fish Lord screamed, and its whole body glowed. All the flying fish bodies glowed as well. Thunder roared in the sky, and in an instant, a large amount of lightning descended, striking the Flying Fish group. Then the lightning spread through the Flying Fish group, densely falling on the skeletons. Skill, Chain Lightning. Not only did it rely on its own power, but it also borrowed the natural lightning. This skill was quite powerful, a collective effort of the Flying Fish group. If it were other professionals, even someone like Jia Lan Lian, who was over level 80, would find it troublesome. But against the undead army, it was still far from enough. The undead army's numbers were too large, and the lightning damage was distributed among them, so each skeleton received minimal damage. The Lich General casually healed a few times, and they were already recovered. Amidst the lightning, the skeletons launched a counterattack. Kill. Obtained Flying Fish Scales. Kill. Obtained Flying Fish Scales. A series of notifications kept appearing. The attacks of the skeleton archers were extremely fierce. After one round of attacks, the Flying Fish group was already half damaged. The elemental explosions of the skeleton mages and the sharp arrows of the skeleton archers were ineffective against world-level bosses without the strong soldier skill. But against these high-agility, low-defense flying fish, they were deadly weapons. Especially since both skills had locking properties, no matter how fast the flying fish were, they couldn't escape. With the aging curse, Lin Mou was completely confident that he could walk unchallenged against monsters below level 80. On land, he could walk unchallenged, and in the Wind and Thunder Sea, he could push through unchallenged as well. Even the Flying Fish Lord only lasted less than 3 minutes under the siege of the undead army. The difference between level 79 and level 80 was significant. Killed Flying Fish Lord, experience plus 7,900,000. Obtained Flying Fish Knight Sword. Obtained Flying Fish Essence. Flying Fish Knight Sword, Knight exclusive quasi-legendary weapon, all attributes plus 20,000, Knight attack skills increased by 100%. Flying Fish Essence, material for crafting quasi-legendary equipment. Lin Mou glanced at the attributes. Although it was called a quasi-legendary weapon, the attributes were quite poor. It didn't even have the most crucial attached skills, not even as good as some top-tier platinum weapons. The only advantage was the significant attribute increase. Lin Mou casually put it away, planning to throw it into the trading house later. After easily dealing with the Flying Fish group, Lin Mou continued forward. The lightning grew denser, and the thunderous roars echoed continuously in his ears. Lin Mou flew too fast, and in the Wind and Thunder Sea, the faster he flew, the more lightning he attracted. From a distance, Lin Mou had already turned into a ball of lightning, dragging a long tail as he flew through the sky. After flying for over 10 minutes, Lin Mou reached the center of the Wind and Thunder Sea. Energy fluctuations came from the left. Someone is fighting. And there are quite a few people. Lin Mou's powerful mental perception allowed him to sense it keenly. In an instant, he determined that a battle was happening about 3 kilometers away from him. Moreover, the scale of the battle was not small, filled with the aura of professionals. Without much thought, Lin Mou flew directly over. From a distance, he saw a large number of black dots. Lightning filled the area, turning it into a massive lightning ball. Thousands of flying fish were attacking a large number of human professionals. In addition to the flying fish, several huge tentacles rose from the sea, attacking the professionals alongside the flying fish. Through the lightning ball, Lin Mou saw at least 50 or 60 professionals trapped inside. They had tried to break out several times but failed. The number of flying fish was too large, and combined with the monsters from below the water, they could only defend. Thousands of flying fish, that's rare. Although flying fish were group monsters, they usually numbered around 100. Such a group of thousands was extremely rare. Moreover, to command so many flying fish, the flying fish lord's level was likely over 80. The difference between above and below level 80 was significant. However, there were also a few top-tier professionals over level 80 among the humans, commanding the entire battle. Otherwise, they would have been overwhelmed long ago. Lin Mou watched for a while and realized that the biggest problem was the monster below the sea. After some thought, Lin Mou dove into the sea. Underwater, he saw the body of the tentacles. It was a monster resembling a plant. A tangled mass, like a bunch of seaweed. The tentacles were its vines. It floated in the seawater, looking very strange. Wind and Thunder Algae Group. Lin Mou showed a look of surprise. He had seen similar monsters in the data but wasn't sure. A detection spell flew out. Wind and Thunder Algae Group, Lord level boss. Level, 78. Strength, 600,000. Agility, 500,000. Spirit, 500,000. Constitution, 1 million. Skills, Entangle, Chain Lightning. Traits, 50% reduction in physical damage, immunity to electric elements, enhanced vitality, enhanced recovery. Indeed, it's a rare plant-type boss, symbiotic with the flying fish. Their skills can complement each other. Lin Mou thought to himself, and the detection results matched the data he had seen. Such monsters were rare, and they often acted together with flying fish groups. With its presence, the threat of the flying fish group increased significantly. Plant-type Lord-level bosses had the characteristics of plant-type bosses. They had high constitution attributes among their peers. Moreover, they had enhanced vitality and recovery. Once entangled by its vines, it was not easy to break free. It posed a significant threat to professionals. However, similarly, if professionals encountered the Wind and Thunder Algae Group, they would do everything to kill it. The algae on its body were called Thunder Algae. Thunder Algae was a very rare material. When processed by an alchemist into a thunder potion, it could permanently increase electric element immunity. Since I've encountered it, I won't be polite. Lin Mou had been interested when he read about it in the data. Anything that could permanently increase element immunity was highly valuable. Even if he didn't need it, he could trade it for something else. The Wind and Thunder Algae Group, which was attacking frantically, suddenly stopped moving, enveloped in a layer of white bones. Chapter 466. Chapter 466, 466. Chapter 466, finally tearing off the mask. The professionals who were being besieged suddenly noticed that the tentacles of the Wind and Thunder Algae Group had stopped moving, covered by a layer of white material. For a moment, their pressure was greatly reduced. The leading professionals shouted, "Seize the opportunity, counterattack." They began to launch fierce attacks on the flying fish monsters. At the same time, the flying fish monsters sensed that the Wind and Thunder Algae Group was under attack, and a large number of flying fish monsters plunged into the sea to trouble Lin Mou. This further reduced the pressure on the professionals. The professionals launched a full-scale counterattack, with 3 professionals over level 80 focusing all their efforts on the flying fish lord. Even for them, dealing with the level 80 flying fish lord required their full strength. These professionals came from the same faction, wearing the same attire. Their ability to hold out for so long under the siege of thousands of flying fish monsters and the Wind and Thunder Algae Group showed that their combat power was not weak. Now, without the interference of the Wind and Thunder Algae Group, their combat power fully erupted. One by one, the flying fish were killed and fell. The flying fish lord unleashed its skills, with thunder roaring. Under the command of the flying fish lord, all the flying fish shuttled back and forth. Their bodies were their most powerful weapons. The battle between the two sides immediately heated up. The flying fish lord seemed a bit anxious, constantly letting out sharp cries. The professionals besieging the flying fish lord suddenly realized something and shouted, "Not good, someone is killing the Wind and Thunder Algae Group. Team 3, go down and check it out." Got it. Several people responded immediately, ignoring the flying fish monsters and diving straight into the water. Just as they were about to enter the water, Lin Mou flew out from the water. In Lin Mou's hand was the huge corpse of the Wind and Thunder Algae Group. In just a few minutes, the Wind and Thunder Algae Group had been easily killed by Lin Mou. At this moment, the flying fish lord let out a scream, turned around with lightning and thunder, and fled. All the flying fish also instantly fled into the distance at high speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Wind and Thunder Algae Group was killed, and it sensed the danger. The instinct to survive made it flee without looking back. Lin Mou sighed inwardly, they escaped really fast. Although he had the chance to stop them, it was unnecessary. "Don't chase!" the leader shouted, turning his attention to Lin Mou. Their goal this time was not the flying fish monsters but the Wind and Thunder Algae Group in Lin Mou's hand. The leader's eyes were cold as he stared at Lin Mou, with a hint of surprise. "Level 52? It seems you are hiding your level." He couldn't believe that a level 52 person could kill the Wind and Thunder Algae Group. Moreover, how could a level 52 person enter the lower space? However, Lin Mou's ability to kill the Wind and Thunder Algae Group made him wary of Lin Mou's strength. Seeing no one else around, he wasn't sure if Lin Mou's companions were hiding underwater. He whispered a few words to his teammates, then stared at Lin Mou with fierce eyes. "Shengxia person, why did you steal our boss?" Lin Mou recognized these people as members of the Holy Church, whose attire was quite distinctive and easy to identify. The relationship between the Holy Church and the Shengxia Empire was lukewarm, neither good nor bad. There were no major conflicts usually, but also not much interaction. Lin Mou didn't like his gaze. I thought you were under attack and helped out of goodwill. Although Lin Mou was telling the truth, the man clearly didn't believe it. Shangzi a person, we are a team from the Holy Church. My name is Kiliide, and we came here to hunt the Wind and Thunder Algae Group. Since you acted out of goodwill, let's forget about it. As long as you return the Wind and Thunder Algae Group to us, we won't blame you, and you can gain the friendship of the Holy Church. When he said this, he had an air of superiority, as if he had Lin Mou in the palm of his hand. Lin Mou was amused by his words. Why should I? Kiliide's voice grew deeper. Shangzi a person, we discovered the boss first, you shouldn't have acted. Return the Wind and Thunder Algae Group to us. If he hadn't said those words at the beginning, Lin Mou might have been kind enough to share some of the Thunder Algae with them. But now, Lin Mou's voice also grew colder. So what? If I hadn't acted, you wouldn't have been able to defeat the Flying Fish Group and the Wind and Thunder Algae Group, and you might have even died. You should be grateful to me for saving you. At this moment, someone whispered a few words in Kiliide's ear, and Kiliide nodded slightly. Shangzi a person, we are fully prepared this time, and we are determined to get it. Now I give you one last chance. Give us the Wind and Thunder Algae Group, and I can decide to give you 1/10. Otherwise. The threat was very clear. As he spoke, some of his teammates had already quietly prepared. Lin Mou said, otherwise what? Kill me. Kiliide gripped his knight's sword tightly, and the shield in his other hand began to glow faintly. He was a unique professional of the Holy Church, a holy knight. Combining the advantages of a knight and a warrior, he had the high defense of a knight and the attack power of a warrior. In many people's eyes, the holy knight was an almost perfect profession. His eyes were solemn, and his voice was like thunder. Hand over the Wind and Thunder Algae Group, or you won't leave here. As soon as he finished speaking, his 50-plus teammates immediately flew over, surrounding Lin Mou. Lin Mou remained indifferent, letting them surround him. He found it amusing that these people were so confident, as if they had him cornered. He had indeed saved them out of goodwill and had no intention of stealing their boss. If they had been polite and grateful at the beginning, he might have shared half of the Thunder Algae with them. After all, his electric element immunity was already at 80%, touching the upper limit. The Thunder Algae wasn't very useful to him. But now, not only were they ungrateful, but they also accused him of stealing their boss. In that case, he might as well take it. Not only take it, but he might also have to kill them. Lin Mou sneered, finally tearing off the mask. Ha! Kiliide took a deep breath. We have no enmity with the Shangzia Empire. I give you one last chance, hand over the Wind and Thunder Algae Group, and I'll let you go. As he spoke, his eyes scanned the surroundings. Lin Mou found it funny. Stop looking, I have no companions. Have you ever thought that if I could kill the Wind and Thunder Algae Group alone, could I also kill you all alone? Lin Mou had killed people before, and quite a few, but he wouldn't act unless necessary, and once he did, he wouldn't leave any survivors. At this moment, a murderous aura surged from the Divine Stone, soaring into the sky like a black smoke column. Even the lightning in the Wind and Thunder Sea retreated. Kiliide's face changed dramatically, realizing he had overlooked something. He had always thought Lin Mou had companions hiding underwater, but he hadn't considered how powerful Lin Mou must be to do it alone. Now thinking about it, Kiliide broke out in a cold sweat. Feeling the overwhelming murderous aura from Lin Mou, he instinctively shivered. Run! He shouted, turning to flee. But it was too late. He saw a layer of white bones appear on everyone, including himself. In an instant, he couldn't move. Except for his brain and eyes, everything else was bound. A massive amount of energy flowed through his body. As a holy knight, he had skills to break free from restraints. His whole body glowed, and it would take less than a second to break free. Not only him, but other professionals also had similar skills. Breaking free from the restraint wasn't difficult, the hard part was what came next. In less than a second, his fate would be decided. A flash of red light appeared, and he saw red swords with shackles above everyone's heads, everything slowing down. Then countless skeletons appeared in the air. Skeletons surrounded him from all directions, each with a menacing face. These skeletons stood on glowing rings. He was engulfed in flames, a layer of ice appeared on his skin, and countless lightning bolts struck down. He saw a skeleton swinging an axe at him, the axe glowing red. Skill, super extreme defense. Although he couldn't move, Kiliide activated his strongest defense skill at the last moment. Super Extreme Defense was an upgraded version of the Knight's Extreme Defense, mastered only after level 80. Super Extreme Defense could last for 60 seconds. His battle experience told him that he was invincible during these 60 seconds. Even powerful bosses couldn't harm him during these 60 seconds. Not only him, but other Holy Knights also activated Super Extreme Defense. There were 3 Holy Knights over level 80 with him. In Super Extreme Defense, he wouldn't be affected by any negative status. Even previous negative statuses disappeared. Chapter 467. Chapter 467, 467. Chapter 467, Holy Church Sacrifice, Angelic Spirit. The skeleton berserkers wielded their axes and launched a skill attack on Kiliide. With a loud explosion, Kiliide only trembled slightly. His body emitted a faint glow, blocking the attack. In the state of super extreme defense, his defense had reached its peak. Lin Mou was not surprised. After all, he was an 80-level Holy Knight. How could he not have some life-saving means? But so what? It wouldn't change the outcome. Those who should die would still die. Lin Mou looked at Kiliide, who had broken free from the restraint, and murmured, "The next step, you should run, right?" Just as Kili'ide broke free from the restraint, he heard screams around him. Some had already died under the axes of the skeleton berserkers. Not everyone had the ability to break free from the restraint in an instant. Even if they broke free, they still had to face the axes of the skeleton berserkers. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous explosions sounded, and Kili'ide was immediately subjected to hundreds of attacks. Elemental explosions continuously erupted on his body. Then, arrows broke through the air, hitting him with the sound of metal clashing. Tens of thousands of skeleton mages and skeleton archers simultaneously launched attacks, with an incredibly high frequency of attacks. The explosions continued, and more screams were heard as more people died. Kili'ide originally wanted to rush over and fight Lin Mo to the death. But seeing the dense skeletons and hearing the screams of his companions, Kili'ide knew he had no chance. Run! Without thinking, he turned and activated his charge skill, trying to break through the skeletons and escape. Not only him, but the other two holy knights over level 80 did the same. They emitted brilliant light and charged madly through the skeletons, not even knowing which direction they were heading, only knowing they had to break out. But no matter how they tried to break out, they were surrounded by countless skeletons. The skeleton berserkers, finding their attacks ineffective, stopped attacking and started blocking their way, preventing them from leaving. The three of them desperately charged, knocking down skeletons one after another. But there were too many skeletons, occupying a large part of the sky. No matter how they charged, they couldn't break out. Time passed second by second, and Kili'ide grew more desperate. There was no hope at all. The screams of his companions kept ringing in his ears. One after another, his companions were killed. He saw people constantly leaving the team. In this situation, leaving the team meant death. Finally, a minute passed. The light on his body completely disappeared. Skill, extreme defense. Without the ultimate skill of super extreme defense, he could only use extreme defense as a last resort. Although it could also enhance a lot of defense, it was not invincible. Moreover, it only lasted for 30 seconds, and the duration would decrease with attacks. All his actions were in Lin Mo's eyes. Just as he activated extreme defense, the skeleton berserkers' attacks suddenly launched. Elemental explosions and arrows also hit him simultaneously. The light of extreme defense lasted only 2 seconds before it extinguished. He looked back at Lin Mo and found that his efforts in the past minute had only allowed him to fly less than 100 meters. Not only him, but the other two holy knights were in the same situation. The three of them were in the same boat, none better than the other. Skill, group defense. Kili'ide activated the last skill that could provide comprehensive defense. A shield appeared, pushing away the surrounding skeleton berserkers, giving him a moment to breathe. Other skills were useless facing attacks from all directions, other defense skills were too one-sided. But he knew that the group defense skill could only last a few seconds at most. Kili'ide seemed to have made up his mind. He knelt in midair, placed his shield in front of him, and raised his sword high, Holy Church sacrifice. His eyes were filled with devotion, and a pure white light shot into the sky. The other two holy knights also knelt in midair, raising their swords high, in the same posture as Kili'ide. They shouted in unison, Holy Church sacrifice. 3 beams of pure white light merged into one in the sky. Under the white light, the three seemed to enter a special state. All attacks were blocked, and the skeletons couldn't get close. Sacrifice. Is it the same skill as the Abyss demons? He had experienced several Abyss demon sacrifices, which eventually summoned powerful demons. He wondered what the sacrifice of these three would be like. Sensing something was wrong, he issued a new order. The screams became more urgent, and in a short time, except for Kili'ide and the other two, all the Holy Church members were killed. The white light from the three of them illuminated the wind and thunder sea for hundreds of miles. In this white light, the wind stopped, and the thunder ceased. A large amount of rosy light fell from the sky. Then the three shouted in unison, Welcome the descent of the god. A female figure appeared in the white light. The figure had a pair of pure white wings, not a demon, nor a dragon. The figure gradually solidified, emitting a holy light. Lin Mo frowned, an angel. Angels were one of the totems of the Holy Church, which worshipped a god named Holy Lord, calling him the Supreme God. Angels were the messengers of the Supreme God, also divine beings. As the angel solidified, the three holy knights' bodies began to disappear slowly, finally merging into the angel. The angel slowly opened her eyes, her gaze like lightning falling on Lin Mo. Heretic, you should be burned by the holy fire. Burn your sister. Lin Mo felt the divine aura from the angel and cast a detection spell. Angelic spirit, pseudo-god level. Formed by the faith of generations of Holy Church believers, summoned through the sacrifice of life, possessing pseudo-god level strength, can exist for 5 minutes. Fortunately, it was only a pseudo-god. He had killed suppressed demon kings and the dying poison god. This 90-level pseudo-god, even if stronger than the flame demon king, wouldn't be much stronger. Yan Quanqing had said that all pseudo-gods were level 90, with no other levels. Even at level 90, the difference between pseudo-gods and true gods was vast. If a level 90 true god were summoned, Lin Mo would have turned and fled without a second thought. But now, Lin Mo took a deep breath, then let's fight. I still have 7 pieces of solidified fire god crystals, should be enough. If not, I still have the poison god's blood and divine core. If that doesn't work, I'll blow up the poison god's corpse. I don't believe I can't kill you. His eyes shone with excitement, and his fighting spirit surged. Lin Mo had many trump cards and was not afraid at all. Thunder roared in the sky, and killing intent enveloped the newly formed angelic spirit. The angelic spirit trembled slightly under the killing intent, clearly uncomfortable. She struck at Lin Mo with her palm. Without using any skills, the sea surface collapsed, forming a huge vortex. Lin Mo was hit by a powerful force and fell downward. This palm was extremely powerful. Lin Mo didn't know what skill it was, but it severely injured the undead army with one strike. He pointed, and the bone prison skill activated. This time, targeting a single target, the bone prison's restraint was at its maximum. The angelic spirit's attack was instantly interrupted, and Lin Mo took the opportunity to fly out. The skeleton berserkers seized the moment to charge, surrounding the angelic spirit from all directions. The angelic spirit, over 50 meters tall, made the skeleton berserkers look like ants. Now, the ants were crawling all over her body. Skeleton mages and archers surrounded her from all directions, launching continuous attacks. At this moment, the angelic spirit ignited with holy flames, and the bone prison shattered instantly. A large amount of seawater evaporated, and the air was filled with water vapor. The skeleton berserkers were all ignited, suffering severe damage. The Lich General was busy, healing frantically at the fastest speed. Lin Mo's hand glowed, and the strong soldier skill activated. He pointed, and a curse fell. The next second, the curse was burned by the holy flames. A green light exploded. Skill, Poison Star Explosion. The angelic spirit's pure white flames turned into eerie green flames, similar to the abyss flames. Lin Mo's left hand held the soul flame, and his right hand held the solidified fire god crystal, summoning the elemental lich. At Lin Mo's command, the skeleton berserkers simultaneously launched their skills. Elemental explosions and arrows also exploded on the angelic spirit. The angelic spirit's body twisted, clearly in great pain. In the strong soldier state, the undead army's attacks and the soul flame's damage could hurt her. The flames on her body almost extinguished. Holy fire! The angelic spirit murmured, and holy flames reignited on her body. Her wings flapped, and the flames spread in all directions, igniting the sky and earth, engulfing all the skeletons. The entire undead army was burning, without exception. Even Lin Mo was engulfed in flames. The holy fire's damage was immense. The angelic spirit's holy fire was not real fire but a combination of fire and light elements, with great damage. Lin Mo felt that the angelic spirit's power was slightly stronger than the suppressed flame demon king. At this moment, a lich general with unstable divine aura flew out, charging at the angelic spirit. The angelic spirit, filled with the hatred of Keleite and the other two towards Lin Mo, focused all her attention on Lin Mo, ignoring the lich general. All the skeleton berserkers simultaneously retreated from the angelic spirit, quickly moving away. Boom! The angelic spirit's scream accompanied the explosion of flames. Chapter 468. Chapter 468, 468. Chapter 468, Poisonous Lich, Invincible Without Talent. Corpses were thrown over one by one. They were all from the Holy Church, and after being killed, their bodies were not wasted. At this moment, they were turned into weapons to deal with the angelic spirit. Lin Mo used the corpse explosion skill with his left hand to detonate the corpses, while his right hand held a piece of solidified fire god essence. Flames roared as he began summoning the elemental lich again. Lin Mo knew that a single self-detonation would not be enough to kill the angelic spirit. The pseudo-god was stronger than the flame demon king who had come from afar to deliver his head, and here, it was not restricted and could exert its full power. The life force of a level 70 professional was not weak, and the power of the corpse explosion was equally strong after being amplified dozens of times. The shockwave from the explosion almost blew away the flames on the angelic spirit. After being continuously attacked, the angelic spirit was clearly enraged. A large sword appeared in its hand, composed of holy fire. Sword of Judgment. With a soft murmur, countless sword shadows appeared in the air, instantly enveloping thousands of skeleton berserkers. Under the sword light, the bodies of the skeleton berserkers burned and quickly melted. Lin Mo knew that these skeleton berserkers had already died once. Due to the existence of the undying aura, they recovered half of their life force after receiving fatal damage. However, the continuous attacks still led them to death. The immense power ignored Lin Mo's comprehensive connection talent and directly killed the skeleton berserkers. Lin Mo was not surprised his level was too low, and his skill levels were not high enough. Although the skeletons had strong attributes, they were amplified attributes. Their inherent life force was not strong, which led to them being instantly killed by powerful attacks. Once instant killed, the effect of the comprehensive connection talent would disappear. He had long realized this issue, which would naturally be resolved as his level increased. The angelic spirit's attack was very strong, and the Sword of Judgment directly killed thousands of skeleton berserkers. From the start of the battle until now, only 3 or 4 seconds had passed, and it had already reached a heated state. The angelic spirit swung the Sword of Judgment again, killing another 1,000 skeleton berserkers under the sword light. Flames roared on the angelic spirit's body, making it hard to distinguish whether it was its own holy fire or the flames ignited by the flame lich. Amidst the myriad holy lights, another flame lich pounced on the angelic spirit. With a loud explosion, the second flame lich detonated. The angelic spirit screamed continuously, one of its wings was blown off, and several parts of its body were blown apart. The flame lich summoned with the solidified fire god essence also possessed the power of a pseudo-god strike, enough to severely injure the angelic spirit. However, Lin Mo found that the flame lich's self-detonation was not enhanced by the strong soldier skill. Otherwise, a single self-detonation would be enough to kill the angelic spirit. The angelic spirit's body ignited with holy fire again. In the holy fire, the toxins from the poison star explosion were expelled, and the holy fire returned to its pure white state. The angelic spirit's injuries also quickly healed in the holy fire. A large amount of seawater evaporated, and water vapor filled the air, obscuring the view. Really hard to deal with. Lin Mo could feel that although the angelic spirit had used the holy fire to heal its injuries and expel the toxins, its aura was slightly weaker than before. Clearly, its power was not infinite, and the previous attacks had affected it. Lin Mo's killing intent grew stronger, and a drop of dark green blood appeared in his palm. It was the essence blood of the poison god. Now that he had the poison god's corpse, he naturally had the essence blood as well. The poison god was a mid-level god, and the essence blood was fresh, containing even more powerful energy. Lin Mo used the fresh essence blood to summon the elemental lich. The eerie green light dyed the surrounding 100 miles in a strange color. The terrifying toxicity mixed with the water vapor, spreading continuously. A poison elemental lich, glowing green and about 1 meter tall, appeared in front of Lin Mo. Its appearance replaced the flame lich. All the skeletons had a dark green aura under their feet. Poison aura adds a fire aura to all members of the undead army, causing 10 points of strength damage per second to all enemies within a 1000 meter range, infinitely stackable. At first glance, this aura seemed unimpressive, but upon closer inspection, it was extremely powerful. 10 points of damage per second was negligible, almost ignorable. The key was the last feature, infinitely stackable. Lin Mo now had a total of 30,720 skeletons. Under the effect of infinite stacking, it could cause over 300,000 damage per second to all targets within range. Professionals of the same level couldn't last long under this aura. If the number of skeletons continued to increase, the damage would also increase significantly. For Lin Mo, the number of enemies never mattered. Whether it was the undead army or the corpse explosion, Lin Mo was never afraid of being besieged. Now with this skill, weak enemies would die no matter how many there were. Previously, the combat ability of the skeletons and skills mostly relied on the comprehensive amplification talent. Only this aura did not rely on the comprehensive amplification talent. It could be said that even without the comprehensive amplification talent, Lin Mo was still invincible at the same level, and even challenging 10 levels higher would not be a problem. The angelic spirit, which had just expelled the toxins, turned green again. Lin Mo looked at the poison lich in front of him, even feeling a bit creepy himself. It wasn't that the poison lich was scary, on the contrary, it was still somewhat cute and naive. It was just the power it possessed. The chaotic and disorderly power was surging, far surpassing the flame lich summoned with the solidified fire god essence. Retreat! Lin Mo shouted in a low voice, retreating quickly at his fastest speed. All the skeletons also retreated instantly. The poison lich seemed to teleport, appearing in front of the angelic spirit. Just 2 seconds later, the poison lich silently exploded. Unlike the earth-shattering explosion of the flame lich, the poison lich's self-detonation was silent. It turned into a mass of green poison gas, enveloping a 10-kilometer radius. Lin Mo's face changed drastically as he saw the rapidly expanding poison gas range, and he fled even faster. The lich's self-detonation did not distinguish between friend and foe, and Lin Mo did not want to be killed by his own skill. Fortunately, he escaped quickly, just a step ahead of the poison gas. A few skeletons were not so lucky, directly enveloped by the poison gas and then corroded and melted. The damage was too great, and the comprehensive connection talent was still useless. Lin Mo felt a lingering fear. The essence blood of a mid-level god is indeed this powerful. Compared to the solidified fire god essence, the poison lich summoned this time was many times stronger. In the green poison gas, there was no sound, eerily quiet. The holy fire of the angelic spirit had long been engulfed by the poison gas, completely invisible. Time passed second by second. Killed angelic spirit, experience plus. When the message popped up, Lin Mo let out a long sigh of relief. The angelic spirit was finally dead. He gained a total of 90 billion experience. Judging from the experience, the angelic spirit and the flame demon king were on the same level. The flame demon king was indeed one of the weakest demon kings, only equivalent to a pseudogod. Perhaps the flame demon king was slightly stronger, but definitely not by much. The experience increased by a large margin, a total of over 30% experience, equivalent to killing more than 20,000 ordinary level 70 monsters. However, over 3,000 skeleton berserkers were lost. Lin Mo felt that he had suffered a loss. In the future, if there was such an opportunity, he would definitely visit the Holy Church to seek justice. It didn't matter who was right or wrong, what mattered was who had the bigger fist. Justice was on the side of the one with the bigger fist. In the human world, within the Holy Church, an angel statue was glowing. The glowing statue had already alarmed the high-ranking members of the church, and many people rushed over. They knew that the holy knights had sacrificed themselves to summon the angelic spirit. It must have been an extremely difficult enemy, otherwise, they wouldn't have done so. Orders were immediately issued to find out who had sacrificed. Soon, they got the answer: 3 people had sacrificed, one of whom was Keleid. Upon hearing this news, everyone's faces changed dramatically. Keleid was the holy son of the Holy Church, the next pope. They didn't expect him to encounter an accident. The Holy Church immediately began the resurrection ceremony. Keleid had a soul mark, so he could be resurrected even after death. While they were busy, a green light suddenly descended from the sky, landing on the angel statue. The angel statue turned green and collapsed with a loud crash. Everyone present was shocked. The poison from the poison lich had traveled through the spacetime passage and destroyed the angel statue. Originally, even if the angelic spirit died in battle, as long as the angel statue remained, it could be summoned again after a period of time. But now, the angel statue was destroyed. It could no longer summon the angelic spirit. For the Holy Church, this was an unbearable loss. In the Holy Church, there were only 2 such angel statues. In the hall, there were originally 2 angel statues and 1 God King statue. Now, one of the angel statues had completely collapsed. Rebuilding it would take many years. Chapter 469. Chapter 469, 469. Chapter 469, Let others do the deadly work. Lin Mou had no idea what was happening within the Holy Church. In front of him, a poison lich emitting a green glow was spinning around. After self-detonation, the poison lich had returned to its corresponding level. Lin Mou had used the essence blood of a mid-level god, the poison god. The essence blood contained the terrifying power of the poison god. The angelic spirit had long been corroded and melted by the self-detonation poison, leaving no trace. Even its main body, a statue far away in the Holy Church, was destroyed by the poison through the spacetime channel. Lin Mou looked at the spinning poison lich, marveling at the power of the poison god. A single drop of its essence blood could kill a pseudo-god, yet such a powerful poison god was ultimately killed by someone else. What exactly happened back then? The battle ended, and the Wind and Thunder Sea began to recover quickly. After dealing with the Wind and Thunder algae group and extracting the Thunder algae, Lin Mou continued flying towards the Wind and Thunder continent. Encountering Keelite and his group was just an accident. For Lin Mou, it was just a slight delay, and in the blink of an eye, he had already put it behind him. This time, he slightly reduced his speed. While flying, Lin Mou simultaneously summoned the skeleton berserkers to replenish the losses from earlier. Dense lightning fell on Lin Mou, and towards the end, besides the lightning, the wind also became fierce. The wind was like a knife, combined with the lightning, constantly hitting him. The wind like a knife and the lightning like a sword were the origins of the name Wind and Thunder Sea. The skeletal armor emitted a strong glow, constantly being shattered. At first, Lin Mou kept replenishing it, but later he couldn't be bothered. With a bunch of skeleton comrades sharing the damage, it was enough to sustain him until he reached the Wind and Thunder continent. By then, he could summon them again and let the Lich General heal them. The journey went smoothly, and after 20 minutes, Lin Mou crossed the Wind and Thunder Sea and officially entered the Wind and Thunder continent. He landed on a cliff by the coast, where the wind and thunder had disappeared. Summoning the undead army and letting the Lich General heal them, Lin Mou observed the Wind and Thunder continent. If one were to rank the danger levels of the lower space, the eastern Shenlong continent would be the safest, while the southern Wild continent and the northern Wind and Thunder continent were about the same. The western Meteorite continent was the most dangerous. The Shenlong continent was mainly a human stronghold, with the most people active there. In the Wind and Thunder continent, the number of humans drastically decreased, while the number of demons and dragons increased. The 3 races were still the same, fighting to the death upon meeting. It had been like this for countless years, never changing. The hatred between races was ingrained in their bones, almost impossible to change. Lin Mou had seen this in the data and was prepared for continuous battles. Taking out the map, he saw that he was about 10,000 kilometers away from the Wind and Thunder Valley. At his current speed, it would take at least 4 hours to reach, assuming no delays along the way. The exact time was uncertain. The undead army had fully recovered, and the lost skeleton berserkers had been replenished. Lin Mou moved towards the Wind and Thunder Valley like a shooting star. Compared to when he first arrived in the lower space, Lin Mou was now much bolder. Back then, upon seeing monsters over level 80, Lin Mou would instinctively avoid them, only fighting if he couldn't escape. But now, Lin Mou understood his own strength. As long as he didn't encounter world-class bosses like the giant leaf mother tree, he wasn't afraid. In the Abyss world, Nina knelt respectfully before the Succubus King. Great King, Lin Mou has indeed appeared in the lower space. She recounted her encounter with Lin Mou. She didn't hide the fact that she fled without a fight. To her, running away to save her life was perfectly normal if she couldn't defeat Lin Mou. She didn't care about so-called face when it came to her life. The Succubus King didn't blame her but closed her eyes, looking thoughtful. Lin Mou is only level 52, yet he can enter the lower space. The last time you saw Lin Mou was in the core area of the upper space. It seems Lin Mou has met that person. Only that person has the ability to send Lin Mou to the lower space. Nina raised her head, not understanding who the Succubus King was referring to, but it seemed to be a very terrifying existence. She knew that even the Succubus King didn't have the ability to send someone below level 70 to the lower space. The Succubus King smiled playfully. It seems that person must have made a deal with Lin Mou. But their deal is their business, not mine. Since Lin Mou is in the lower space, it's our best chance. Nina, go tell the Black Sky Demon King that Lin Mou is in the lower space. If he wants to kill him, now is the best time. If he wants to send people to the lower space, help guide them. You should have left a mark on Lin Mou, right? Nina immediately replied, I did. Besides being good at charming and controlling souls, the succubus race had another ability, leaving marks silently. Nina, at level 83, left a mark that Lin Mou couldn't detect. Following the Succubus King's orders, Nina went to find the Black Sky Demon King. After she left, the Succubus King laughed seductively. I can't disobey the Demon Emperor's orders, but let the Black Sky guy do the deadly work. I'll just watch the show. As she laughed, the abyssal flames in the Succubus King's palace flickered, exuding a strange aura. After entering the Wind and Thunder continent, Lin Mou first saw the Thunder Trees. In this continent, the two most common plants were the Windflowers and the Thunder Trees. Thunder trees attracted lightning, and each tree would be struck by lightning from time to time. Every 1,000 lightning strikes would make the thunder tree grow taller. After 1,000 strikes, the thunder tree would become platinum grade material. The more lightning strikes, the better the material quality. After 10,000 strikes, the thunder tree would become quasi-legendary material. It's said that after 1,000,000 strikes, the thunder tree would become legendary material. But that's just a legend, no one has ever seen it. 1,000,000 lightning strikes are terrifying to think about. Thunder trees are excellent materials but also extremely dangerous. They are not normal trees but plant-type monsters, and they exist in large groups. If you don't provoke them, it's fine, but if you do, they will attack in groups, which is quite terrifying. Lin Mo saw a whole mountain range of thunder trees, countless in number. He saw a large amount of lightning striking the thunder trees, lighting up the entire mountain, dazzlingly bright. Lin Mo flew high above, not intending to provoke them. His current goal was the Wind and Thunder Valley. Suddenly, he saw several black dots ahead. The black dots moved through the lightning, quickly enlarging in his vision. Dragon warships. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, surprised to encounter dragon warships here. But the dragon warships seemed to be coming straight for him. Lin Mo wondered if the dragons had discovered him early on. 8 dragon warships charged directly at Lin Mo. They had spotted him as soon as he arrived at the Wind and Thunder Valley. Lin Mo's strong dragon aura, accumulated over many years, made him stand out like a beacon to the dragons. Lin Mo quickly understood why. When he first entered the ancient battlefield and killed his first dragon, he became easily detectable by other dragons. Now he realized it was because of this that he had been targeted by the dragons. Lin Mo stopped, waiting for them to approach. The 8 dragon warships were different from the ones he had seen before. The warships were about a third smaller, faster, and seemingly stronger. If the previous dragon warships were basic, these were advanced. The warships moved quickly, covering thousands of meters in an instant. The speed is very fast, faster than me, Lin Mo estimated. These warships exceeded 2,000 meters per second, much faster than Lin Mo. Unless he landed, he couldn't escape. At a distance of over 3,000 meters, the 8 dragon warships simultaneously lit up. 8 huge energy beams shot towards Lin Mo. dit.com//comments/10qf8ze/anu-nofficia land incomplete guide itoda. Chapter 470. Chapter 470, 470. Chapter 470, Dragon Clan's War Puppets. The formations on the Dragon Clan's warships were activated, and the magic crystals glowed brightly, unleashing powerful attacks. Lin Mo reacted extremely quickly, his wings vibrating as he swiftly dodged. The 8 Dragon Clan warships continued to launch attacks as they approached. Unfortunately, Lin Mo was very agile, making it difficult for them to hit him. The primary function of the warships was not to kill moving targets, they were more effective in siege warfare. When attacking fixed targets, the warships were very effective. But against a nimble target like Lin Mo, it was like using anti-aircraft guns to shoot mosquitoes, nearly impossible to hit. Lin Mo's sixth sense was extremely sharp, and his mental power spread out, allowing him to predict the attacks. He quickly dodged the attacks and rapidly approached the Dragon Clan warships. His fingers slightly lifted but then retracted. Lin Mo saw the vast number of thunder trees in the mountains below. If he used a curse this time, countless thunder trees would come after him. Although he wasn't particularly afraid, Lin Mo had experience: if you provoke the small ones, the big ones will come. If he ended up provoking a world-class boss thunder tree, it would be too troublesome. He couldn't use curses or the poison star explosion. Group attack skills were not suitable. After a brief thought, Lin Mo's figure soared to 2,000 meters high. The Dragon Clan warships followed Lin Mo, rising as well. At 2,000 meters high, although he still couldn't use the aging curse and poison star explosion, skills like corpse explosion and the elemental lich's aura were no longer affected. Lin Mo instantly released the undead army and the elemental lich. The flame lich was gone, replaced by the poison lich. In an instant, layers of auras appeared under the feet of all the skeletons. 6 auras alternated and flashed. Countless lightning bolts struck the Dragon Clan warships, creating a magnificent and awe-inspiring scene. The attacks deformed the shields of the Dragon Clan warships. Ice layers formed on the warships, slowing them down significantly. Moreover, the power of the auras penetrated the warship's shields, directly affecting the Dragon Clan soldiers on board. The poison aura was the same: over 30,000 poison auras stacked together, causing more than 300,000 damage per second to the Dragon Clan soldiers. It was like a continuous attack of 300,000 strength, hitting them every second, which no one could withstand. The healers on the warships began to heal frantically. The warships continued to counterattack, with the magic crystals operating at full capacity, launching numerous attacks. The skeleton berserkers charged directly into the attacks, dodging most of them and occasionally taking hits head-on. The Dragon Clan warships' attacks were not strong enough to instantly kill the skeleton berserkers, and the comprehensive connection talent was enough to share the damage. The mages and archers took the lead, making the warships' shields precarious. The Dragon Clan soldiers on the warships rushed out, knowing that the warships couldn't handle the skeletons and had to fight themselves. They never expected that a single human would be so powerful. What was supposed to be an easy task turned into a situation where they were being surrounded and beaten. Lin Mo saw the Dragon Clan soldiers rushing out in groups. These were all Dragon Clan warriors, each over level 70. At level 70, they were the lowest level here. Thousands of Dragon Clan warriors rushed out of the warships, making Lin Mo feel something was off. Strange, these Dragon Clan warriors seem odd. Lin Mo had dealt with Dragon Clan warriors before and had killed some. Those Dragon Clan warriors were very agile, with light in their eyes. But these Dragon Clan warriors in front of him were extremely stiff, like puppets. Looking at their appearance, armor, and height, they were all identical. Except for their professions, there was no difference between them. Lin Mo's thoughts raced, and within a second, he recalled all his memories with the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan he encountered in the upper space of the ancient battlefield were very agile, capable of independent thought. But the ones he encountered later in the Yuan battlefield seemed off. At that time, he felt something was wrong, but he was preoccupied with the issue of killing intent and didn't think deeply. Now that he thought about it, the Dragon Clan in the Yuan battlefield were very strange. These in front of him seemed the same. A bold guess suddenly emerged in Lin Mo's mind. Could it be that the Dragon Clan has made a breakthrough and can mass-produce war puppets? If they can mass-produce level 70 Dragon Clan warriors, that would be terrifying. War puppets were not new, they had appeared in historical records. The Dragon Clan had used war puppets on the battlefield before. However, the recorded war puppets were either very weak or very few in number. But now, it seemed different. After 1,000 years of isolation, the Dragon Clan seemed to have made a breakthrough. The Dragon Clan warriors had already engaged the skeleton berserkers. Lin Mo did not intervene, he observed carefully. Gradually, he noticed some clues. These Dragon Clan warriors had somewhat monotonous fighting styles and were slightly stiff in combat. Apart from the power of their skills, their strength, speed, and constitution were comparable to Dragon Clan warriors, but their actual combat power was different. To verify his guess, Lin Mo used a detection spell. Dragon Clan Spear Fighter, Ordinary Warrior. Level, 70. Strength, 250,000. Agility, 180,000. Spirit, 20,000. Constitution, 200,000. Skills, Whirlwind Sweep. Traits, Enhanced Defense, Dragon Scale Armor Enhancement, Curse Resistance Enhancement. A level 70 ordinary Dragon Clan warrior with a total attribute of 650,000, not very strong. This matched Lin Mo's understanding of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan could be divided into ordinary, high-level, and ancestral levels based on their bloodline. Ordinary Dragon Clan members had attributes slightly stronger than rare human professions but were inferior to legendary professions. High-level Dragon Clan members surpassed legendary professions, and even high-level legendary professions were slightly inferior in attributes. The ancestral level in the Dragon Clan could rival the top human professions. Among the three races, in terms of attributes alone, demons were the strongest, followed by the Dragon Clan, and humans were the weakest. However, combat power couldn't be judged by attributes alone, skills and coordination also mattered. Humans were not weak among the three races, especially after level 70, when humans unlocked the ability to fly, even surpassing the other two races. But when Lin Mo saw these attributes, he felt something was off. The total attributes are correct, but why is the spirit so low? Lin Mo pondered. A level 70 Dragon Clan warrior couldn't possibly have only 20,000 spirit points. This was abnormal. Then Lin Mo's eyes lit up as he saw some Dragon Clan members on the warships. These Dragon Clan members were clearly different, with lively eyes and rich expressions. They looked anxious as they saw the Dragon Clan warriors being overwhelmed by the skeleton berserkers. In contrast, the Dragon Clan warriors in battle showed no change in expression, fighting to the death without hesitation. Lin Mo was now 70% sure that these Dragon Clan warriors were not real Dragon Clan members but war puppets. These war puppets were special, even deceiving the detection spell. Lin Mo wanted to figure this out. In the brief minute of Lin Mo's contemplation, the 1,000 Dragon Clan warriors had been slaughtered. The Dragon Clan members on the warships showed panic. They opened their mouths, shouting loudly. Lin Mo guessed they were calling for a retreat. Sure enough, the Dragon Clan warships turned and fled into the distance. Lin Mo watched them leave without pursuing. The Dragon Clan warships were very fast, and with Lin Mo's current speed, he couldn't catch up. I've noted the direction. It's not the same direction as the Wind and Thunder Valley. I'll go to the Burial Thunder Valley first and figure this out later. He murmured, put away the undead army, and flew towards the distance. The Dragon Clan's matter needed to be clarified, but it wasn't urgent. First, he needed to go to the Wind and Thunder Valley and get what Antares wanted. Chapter 471. Chapter 471, 471. Chapter 471, just want to play, not intending to die. Lin Moya noted down the direction and let the Dragon Clan warships leave. He continued towards the direction of the Burial Thunder Valley. Antares had said that it was better not to enter the Burial Thunder Valley after level 80. Lin Moyo had reason to believe that the lower the level when entering the Burial Thunder Valley, the better. Analyzing problems by piecing together clues from scattered words and phrases, Lin Moyo was quite skilled at this. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed this mountain range. From above, this mountain range was over 1,000 kilometers deep, like a huge dragon coiled on the ground. Thunder trees covered the entire range. There were both newly grown and ancient ones. If he provoked any of them, he might face an attack from all of them. As Lin Moya crossed the mountain range, he happened to witness a shocking thunderbolt strike into the mountains. The entire mountain range lit up at that moment. An astonishing aura rose from the mountain range, startling Lin Moyo. For a moment, Lin Moya felt like a divine level being had descended. The aura was stronger than the pseudo-divine angelic spirit. However, Lin Moya knew that it couldn't be a divine level being. It should be at the level 89 limit. Although not yet divine level, with the power of countless thunder trees gathered in this mountain range, even a true divine level expert might not necessarily prevail. As for the pseudo-divine level, they would have no chance of survival. Truly a case of provoking the small and angering the great. No wonder no one dares to harvest these superior thunder trees. After crossing the mountain range, Lin Moyo felt slightly relieved. He was also afraid that the thunder trees might target him, which would be troublesome. Fortunately, nothing happened, and he passed through safely. The thunderous roars gradually faded into the distance, and the vast amount of lightning was left far behind. Ahead, no more lightning struck down. The wind and thunder continent was filled with mountains, marshes, and valleys. These three types of terrain were basically all there was, undulating continuously, with few flat areas. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, followed by a flurry of petals appearing before his eyes. These petals danced freely in the air. Originally, there was no wind, but as the petals fluttered, they stirred up quite a breeze. Wind flowers, the second type of plant monster on the wind and thunder continent. The wind flowers were not on the ground but in the air. They drifted with the wind, making them difficult to track. According to the information, except for the areas with thunder trees, wind flowers could appear anywhere at any time. Encountering thunder trees was fine as long as you didn't provoke them, but wind flowers were different. Even if you didn't provoke them, they would come after you. Lin Moya was already being very careful, but he still ran into the wind flowers head-on. There was no warning before the collision. These wind flowers flew extremely fast, much faster than Lin Moya, and they moved silently, so by the time Lin Moya noticed, it was too late. Then, a raging wind howled, and a large number of petals swept towards Lin Moya. At the same time, a floral fragrance began to permeate the air. As a plant monster, the wind flowers were also a decent material for alchemy. When attacking, the petals would release a fragrance that could cause hallucinations, making people lose themselves in the illusion. However, the bewitching floral scent had no effect on Lin Moya. The wind flowers' wind slammed into Lin Moya, and his skeletal armor flickered brightly, deflecting the attack. Lin Moya's finger lit up with white light. Just because the thunder trees couldn't move didn't mean the wind flowers couldn't. According to the information provided by Yao Yiming, wind flowers generally acted in small groups. There wouldn't be a boss among them, only when a large number of wind flowers gathered would a boss appear. Compared to thunder trees, dealing with wind flowers was much simpler. Skill, bone spikes. It had been a long time since he used this skill. 3,120 bone spikes at level 52 whistled out, covering a large area. The petals dancing in the air simultaneously dodged to the sides, moving at an extreme speed, almost like teleportation. All the bone spikes missed their targets. Lin Moya was startled, their speed is so fast. He tried a few more times, but the result was the same. The bone spikes couldn't hit the wind flowers at all. The information mentioned that wind flowers were very fast, but he didn't expect them to be this fast. He used a detection spell on one of the petals. Wind flower. Level, 72. Strength, 100,000. Agility, 300,000. Spirit, 150,000. Constitution, 180,000. Skills, bewitching fragrance, whirlwind, pollen explosion. Traits, 70% wind element immunity, extreme speed enhancement. The total attributes were only 730,000, not particularly high, but the agility attribute alone was 300,000, giving the wind flowers a speed far exceeding other monsters of the same level. Combined with their innate wind elemental attribute and the extreme speed enhancement trait, it was no wonder their speed was so fast. There were over 100 wind flowers in front of him, so using the soul flames was impractical. Then let me slow you down. Lin Moya's finger pointed out, and red light flashed everywhere. Since there were no thunder trees on the ground, he had no reservations. Within the red light, the wind flower's speed immediately slowed down. Lin Moya smiled, as the curse skill was extremely effective against ordinary monsters. These wind flowers now moved as if in slow motion, drifting slowly. Not only him, even a level 20 professional could accurately hit them. But in the next second, he could no longer smile. Countless red swords appeared in the air. Not just in the air, but also on the ground, there were countless red swords. The clouds parted, revealing a dense cluster of wind flowers above his head. These wind flowers must have appeared silently, hidden in the clouds, undetected by Lin Moya. And the ones on the ground were hidden in the grass, completely unnoticeable. The curse was three-dimensional, covering a range of 12,600 meters, enveloping who knows how many wind flowers Lin Moya couldn't even count. If they were just ordinary wind flowers, it wouldn't matter how many there were. The problem was that among them were a few wind flowers with unusual forms and powerful auras, clearly lord-level bosses. Moreover, one wind flower slowly descended from the sky, its massive petals over 100 meters in diameter. Needless to say, it was a world-class boss. Lin Moya felt himself being targeted. The raging wind had already started howling, and a terrifying attack was imminent. Damn it! Lin Moya didn't even think, taking out a random teleportation scroll and activating it. Accompanied by a flash of light, he disappeared. The raging wind swept through where Lin Moya had been standing, and the wind flowers hovered there, unsure of what had happened. Hundreds of kilometers away, Lin Moya reappeared. That was a close call. He muttered to himself, never expecting to encounter so many wind flowers. Now he understood why the information said that wind flowers were more dangerous than thunder trees. After all, thunder trees were out in the open. As long as you didn't provoke them, they wouldn't attack you. But wind flowers were hidden, and they could come after you at any time. He thought there wouldn't be many, but with one counterattack, he realized they were everywhere. If he had been even a second slower, trying to escape would have been difficult. Being entangled by a world-class boss of that level, even a teleportation scroll might have failed. He could have won the battle, but it would have come at a significant cost. His current priority was still to deal with the matter of the burial Thunder Valley first, so he could proceed without any worries. After that, he could have a good fight, even if it lasted until the world went dark. If he couldn't win, he could just teleport directly to the abyss. He took out the map and checked the direction. Compared to before, he was now a bit further away from the Burial Thunder Valley. After adjusting his direction, he continued on his way. This time, Lin Moya flew lower and paid closer attention to avoid any more windflowers. This journey was much smoother, and after flying for half an hour, covering over 1,000 kilometers, he didn't encounter any more windflowers. He did come across some thunder trees, but they were only small patches, and the trees were young, having been struck by lightning only a few times at most, making them at best platinum-grade materials. Lin Moya didn't waste any time on them and simply flew over, not stopping. Soon, Lin Moya arrived in front of a valley. Above the valley, raging winds howled, and visible whirlwinds spun in the air. Inside the valley, the winds were even more intense, with countless massive boulders swirling around. According to the map, this is the Whirlwind Valley. On both sides of the Whirlwind Valley are the more dangerous thunder marshes. If I take a detour around them, it would add over 5,000 kilometers to the journey. Not only would it waste time, but there would also be other dangers. Relatively speaking, passing through the Whirlwind Valley is the most appropriate choice. Lin Moya analyzed the situation before him. Looking towards both sides of the valley, he could vaguely see lightning illuminating the sky. Those were the thunder marshes marked on the map. The thunder marshes were like a crescent moon, and the Whirlwind Valley was the sword piercing through it. Moreover, the map clearly stated that there were 2 world-class bosses in the thunder marshes, both at level 85. Defeating one would attract the other. After considering, Lin Moya decided to pass through the Whirlwind Valley. He encased himself in a layer of skeletal armor, and his lightning undead wings fluttered slightly as he charged into the valley. Just as Lin Moya entered the Whirlwind Valley, a spatial rift appeared somewhere on the Wind and Thunder continent. A group of demons rushed out. Mina sensed the direction and pointed towards the Whirlwind Valley. I can sense him there. Chapter 472. Chapter 472, 472. Chapter 472. Look, you won't have a chance anymore. The Wind and Thunder continent, where it's either wind or thunder, or a combination of both. This was the first sentence in the information at that time. Lin Moya was now deeply experiencing this. The Whirlwind Valley, where fierce winds howled, lifting large solid rocks into the air, spinning them around. Let alone rocks weighing hundreds of pounds, even those weighing tens of thousands of pounds could be blown into the sky. As soon as Lin Moya entered the valley, he was almost swept away by the whirlwind. The lightning undead wings couldn't stabilize him, forcing Lin Moya to land and proceed on foot. The rocks in the valley were incredibly solid. Even with all his strength, Lin Moya found it difficult to damage them. This scene made Lin Moya extremely cautious. In his eyes, the Whirlwind Valley was very dangerous, but in the information, the danger level of the Whirlwind Valley was only marked as medium. The thunder marshes on both sides of the valley were marked as high danger levels. Similarly, the Burial Thunder Valley was also marked as high danger. This standard was based on professionals above level 70. Generally, areas that posed no threat to top-level professionals above level 80 were considered medium danger areas. Areas that could pose a danger to top-level professionals were considered high danger areas. There were no world-class bosses in the Whirlwind Valley, only one Lord-level boss and some ordinary monsters that weren't very numerous. As long as one was careful of the whirlwinds inside, there wouldn't be too much danger. Compared to the thunder marshes on both sides, it was indeed much safer. Lin Moya proceeded cautiously through the valley, not only paying attention to the chaotic whirlwinds but also to his surroundings. On the ground, repeatedly plowed by the whirlwinds, there were holes the size of a fist. The monsters in the Whirlwind Valley were hiding in these holes. When passing by these holes, the hidden monsters would emerge and attack him. The monsters in the Whirlwind Valley were called whirlwind lizards, resembling lizards in appearance, slender in shape, and snake-like. Whirlwind lizards possess strong wind attributes, their bodies enveloped in whirlwinds, forming a natural defense. Their scales were also incredibly tough, and combined with the whirlwinds, their defense was greatly enhanced. Whirlwind lizards were very tough, but fortunately, their attack wasn't particularly strong. For Lin Moya, dealing with whirlwind lizards wasn't difficult. No matter how fast the whirlwind lizards were, Lin Moya didn't give them a chance to emerge. Skeleton berserkers always walked in front of Lin Moya, blocking every hole they encountered. Their huge axes, now acting as shields, firmly blocked the holes. The whirlwind lizards inside couldn't break through. At level 52, the skeleton berserkers, enhanced by the Lich General, had a strength of 410,000. Although they couldn't match a level 70 boss, they were much stronger than ordinary monsters of the same level. Even ordinary monsters at level 80, in terms of strength alone, couldn't compare to the skeleton berserkers. Now that the holes were firmly blocked, the whirlwind lizards inside couldn't rush out. By the time Lin Moya moved away, the whirlwind lizards would emerge, but their target was long gone. This way, Lin Moya only needed to carefully avoid the whirlwinds, significantly reducing the difficulty. The medium danger level Whirlwind Valley, in front of Lin Moya, became a smooth path. In less than 2 hours, Lin Moya crossed the 1,000-kilometer-long Whirlwind Valley. The valley, like a sword, narrowed slightly at the exit. Lin Moya left the Whirlwind Valley and soared into the sky. A mere 1,000 kilometers took him 2 hours. If he could fly, it wouldn't take half an hour. Boom! The world brightened, and lightning fell like raindrops. Lin Moya stood in the air, looking to both sides. Not far from both sides was the Thunder Marsh, a world of lightning, not just thunder and lightning in the sky. The ground was also a sea of electric light. The so-called marsh wasn't water but plasma formed by lightning. The lightning was so intense that it melted the ground, flowing like water. Such intense electric light was something Lin Moya had never seen before. If it weren't for the unique Whirlwind Valley, it wouldn't have been easy for him to cross the Thunder Marsh, let alone the 2 world-class bosses in the Thunder Marsh. Vaguely, Lin Moya saw a team of professionals fighting in the depths of the lightning. Those who came to the Thunder Marsh were at least top-level professionals above level 85. Some had even reached level 88, becoming half-god entities. Only then could they ensure their safety. When Lin Moya looked over, the other party seemed to have noticed him too. After confirming that Lin Moya was a human professional, they no longer paid attention to him. Lin Moya set his direction and flew towards the Burial Thunder Valley again. Mina, leading a group of demons, was rushing towards Lin Moya at breakneck speed. Their speed was much faster than Lin Moya's. Mina continuously sensed Lin Moya's direction, holding a map in her hand. Judging by his direction, he should be going to the Burial Thunder Valley. What is he doing there? Mina was puzzled. A demon let out a cold laugh. Who cares what he's doing, as long as we catch up to him and kill him? Another demon said, exactly, what he's doing is none of our business. Lord Demon King is really too cautious. To kill a level 52 human, he even sent our elite team. Mina remained silent, looking down on them in her heart. Those who underestimate Lin Moya are all dead. Anyway, if I see something wrong, I'll run. You guys can go ahead and fight or kill. Her hand was always tightly holding a teleportation stone. This was given by the Succubus King, a very high-level stone that could break through the barriers set by the demons. She was also told to flee at the first sign of trouble, without worrying about the lives of others. Demons were selfish, and Mina was no exception. The team leader, Healy, asked in a low voice, Mina, how far are we from Lin Moya? When he looked at Mina, there was a hint of heat in his eyes. Not just him, but the other demons as well. However, his gaze was more obvious and aggressive. If it weren't for the task from the Demon King, Healy really wanted to have a deep conversation with Mina right there. At this moment, Lin Moya had already stopped. A team of dragons blocked his way. Chapter 473. Chapter 473, 473. Chapter 473, all of us succubi are yours. Encountering the dragon race for the second time, and both times the dragon race actively sought him out. Lin Moya had killed too many dragons, his hands stained with dragon blood, his body covered in the resentment left by dying dragons. In the eyes of other dragons, Lin Moya was like the blazing sun in the sky, visible from far away. This team blocked Lin Moya's path, a team of only 10 people. Judging from their auras, they were all dragon generals just over level 70. Lin Moya didn't take them seriously at all, even looking at them with slight pity in his eyes. Before the dragons could surround him, a vast number of skeletons had already appeared, directly surrounding them instead. Without any unnecessary words, different races met in mortal combat. He had let the dragon worship escape before, but now, none of these people would be allowed to escape. Lin Moya didn't use curses, as the curse range was too large, reaching up to 10,000 meters. Who knew if there were any wind flowers hidden nearby? If he accidentally provoked them, it would be another big trouble. The dragon generals' faces changed drastically, showing fear. Lin Moya nodded, these are real dragons, not puppets. War puppets wouldn't feel fear, but real dragons would. It could be judged from their eyes. When they were surrounded by skeletons, they all turned ashen-faced, feeling fear. As long as they were living beings, they would fear death. Dragons were no exception. But fear was useless, death came as scheduled. Their resistance was like a joke, overwhelmed by the sea of skeletons in just a few moves. He gained some military merits and skillfully stripped off their equipment. These dragon generals' equipment was quite good, could be melted down to extract materials. Lin Moya returned to the routine from his time in the upper realm, killing, robbing, and stripping equipment. After efficiently completing these tasks, Lin Moya continued advancing towards the Thunder Burial Valley. The Wind Thunder continent truly lived up to its name as the world of dragons and demons. The two races were clearly divided, with the center of the continent as the boundary. The southern part of the Wind Thunder continent was dragon territory, the northern part was demon territory. The Thunder Burial Valley was located in the south-central region, belonging to dragon territory. There were quite a few dragons active in this area. Lin Moya encountered several more dragon teams along the way, dealing with them cleanly and efficiently, hardly wasting any effort. After several battles, Lin Moya had a clearer understanding of his own strength. Even level 80 ordinary dragon generals could be easily dealt with if he put in a little effort. If it was a dragon general with high-grade bloodline, it would be relatively more troublesome, but still just troublesome. As for those with atavistic bloodlines, he hadn't encountered any yet. Dragons with such bloodlines were too rare. They were as rare as human ceiling-level career holders, with only a few appearing in each generation. Only the Lord-level demons among the demons were relatively more numerous, but still very rare. Half a day later, Lin Moya finally fought his way to the Thunder Burial Valley. Along the way, at least several hundred dragon generals had died at his hands. He estimated the dragon race must be furious by now. Lin Moya looked at the Thunder Burial Valley several hundred meters away. It was marked as high danger on the map. There were world-class bosses inside, and more than one. Even career holders in their 80s would be in danger of perishing if they entered. The valley was extremely quiet, without a sound. No thunder, no lightning, everything was absolutely silent. From the Wind Thunder Sea onwards, there had been non-stop wind, rain, thunder, and lightning all along the way. Now it was so quiet, which made it seem even more eerie. Recalling Antares' demonstration in his mind, the huge crystal Antares wanted him to find was in the deepest part of the valley. Lin Moya took a deep breath and flew into the valley. He had the Abyss teleportation stone ready in his hand, prepared to teleport away at the slightest sign of trouble. The sounds disappeared. The closer he got to the Thunder Burial Valley, the fewer sounds he could hear. His own heartbeat became more noticeable. Even the sound of the lightning undead wings flapping and the faint electric light were so clear. And there was a strange fragrance. Fragrance. Lin Moya suddenly realized something was wrong. He had experienced this feeling before, and smelled this fragrance before. A barrier instantly appeared, enveloping Lin Moya within it. Coquettish laughter sounded as Mina appeared in mid-air. Huel followed beside Mina. The demon elite team led by Huel descended from the sky, surrounding Lin Moya. Lin Moya secretly felt the abyss teleportation stone, which wasn't affected. His heart settled slightly as he looked at Mina, come to die again. Mina knew her charm was ineffective against Lin Moya, so she no longer used her charm power, just smiling at Lin Moya. The Demon King told me to give Divine General Lin a message. Lin Moya looked at her, not knowing what trick she was up to. The Demon King said he admires you very much, and the conditions he offered before are still valid. If you agree, you can become the Demon King's consort at any time, and the Demon King has many succubi under his command, who will all be yours. Lin Moya sneered, I'm human, not a mongrel. Mina's face instantly turned cold. How could she not hear that Lin Moya was insulting her, even insulting all the abyss demons? Mina also sneered, in that case, you can just die. She then said to Huel, brother Huel, he's all yours. Hearing Mina's slightly cloying voice, Huel suddenly shuddered, instantly reaching his peak. Alright, I'll chop him up and take him back to feed the demon hounds. At this moment, Mina crushed an abyss magic stone. The stone burst with brilliant flames, and the inside of the barrier instantly turned a ghostly green. Abyss fire burned fiercely within the barrier, emanating a strange power. This power acted on Lin Moya. Mina said coldly, this is a sealing stone specifically targeting you human summoners. Unless you're a god-level summoner, your summoning arts will definitely be sealed. Without summoning arts, what abilities do you have left? Lin Moya felt the strange power trying to penetrate his body, but it had no effect. His passive status immunity skill made him immune to all negative statuses. Whatever summoning sealing arts were useless. Kill. As Mina acted, Huel roared, a pitch-black long spear appearing in his hand as he charged to kill Lin Moya. Lin Moya pointed a finger, white light flashed, and Bone Prison was instantly activated. Bone prisons appeared simultaneously on several demons. Huel roared angrily, his power surging, breaking through the bone prison almost in the blink of an eye. As a level 83 Lord-level demon, comparable to a Lord-level boss of the same level. Except for having less vitality than a Lord-level boss, he was no worse in any other aspect. His total attributes reached over 3 million. The immense power instantly broke through the bone prison. Die! Huel charged towards Lin Moya again with excitement. In his view, killing a level 52 guy would be effortless. Suddenly red light flashed, and Huel found his speed drastically slowed. Curse! His power surged continuously, impacting against the power of the curse. Then his vision darkened, and he saw a skeleton holding an axe. The skeleton was raising its axe, about to chop down on him. Not just one in front, but all around, above, and below were skeletons. In an instant, over 10 axes glowing red were chopping down. Huel roared angrily, unleashing his skill. The long spear swept horizontally, with several bangs sweeping away all the surrounding skeleton berserkers. The curse was also broken through quite a bit. Though not completely recovered, it no longer affected combat. Before he could catch his breath, elemental explosions suddenly descended, blasting him dizzy. With his defense, though the elemental explosions couldn't cause much damage, there were just too many. Over 10,000 skeleton mages, at least half were targeting him. Along with the elemental explosions came the arrows of the divine archers. Arrows rained down on him, causing needle-like pain. Why, how come your summoning arts weren't sealed? The Demon King's sealing stone can't fail, this is impossible. Mina's panicked voice sounded. Huel turned to look, but all he could see were skeletons everywhere, unable to see Mina at all. Huel locked onto Lin Moya with surging killing intent. The best way to deal with a summoner is to kill the summoner himself. Kill! With an angry roar, Huel's spear shot out like a dragon towards Lin Moya, knocking away all the skeletons in front of him. The next second, he suddenly felt a pain in his head. Unimaginably intense pain swept over him. Screaming in agony, his charge came to an abrupt halt, nearly losing grip on his spear. Chapter 474. Chapter 474, 474. Chapter 474, Summoning the Demon Ancestor. From Mina's exclamation, her disbelief and panic could be heard. Lin Moya's performance once again refreshed her understanding. How could Lin Moya ignore the sealing stone given by the succubus queen? And Lin Moya's skeletons were too numerous, not just many, but also stronger. Terrifyingly strong. Mina was also surrounded by skeletons. Her strength was not weak, also an elite-level demon. Though not as strong as Huel, she wasn't easy to kill either. She broke free of the restraints only half a beat slower than Huel, shaking off the surrounding skeletons. Her delicate hands turned into divine weapons, able to clash head-on with the skeleton berserkers' axes. She heard Huel's angry shout and still held a glimmer of hope. But in less than half a second, when Huel's scream of agony sounded, that glimmer of hope was extinguished. Her whole body's energy surged, countless exquisite small shields appearing in front of her, firmly protecting herself. Skill, Succubus Shield. Wait 30 seconds. If Huel still can't kill Lin Moya after 30 seconds, I'll leave. Mina said silently to herself. She huddled up, holding up her shield. Fortunately Lin Moya wasn't targeting her now, so her shield could last a bit longer. She no longer dared to face Lin Moya, could only pin her hopes on Huel. When she first met Lin Moya, he was an ant whose life she held in her hands. How long had it been, and he had already grown to this level? Nina felt she was the ant now. She didn't even have the courage to face Lin Moyo. Hyul endured the intense pain and gripped his spear again. Curses, soul attacks, restraints, summoning, how can there be such a well-rounded career? Hyul thought to himself as black energy surged from his body, instantly turning the abyss energy into abyss fire. Hyul's entire body was immediately enveloped in dark green flames. Skill, Flame Body Protection. This was his defensive skill, able to defend against not just physical and elemental attacks, but also soul attacks. A perfect defensive skill, comparable to Human Knight's ultimate defense. The only drawback was that in the flame body state, his attack power was significantly weakened. But now, facing Lin Moya's soul attacks, he had no choice but to use it. He roared again and charged forward. The skeletons were knocked back. His aura remained locked onto Lin Moyo. He knew where Lin Moyo was from start to finish. Lin Moyo hadn't moved half a step. Under the flame body protection, all elemental explosions and arrow attacks were blocked. Suddenly, millions of lightning bolts struck down. Hyul instantly felt a numbing sensation. Then pain appeared inside his body, and a layer of green rose on his skin. Outside the green was a layer of freezing color. His speed slowed much more. Lightning strike, poison element, freezing attack. Hyul felt he was going mad. What a mess of skills. How could such disparate skills appear on one person? But the battle had begun, and he had no possibility of retreat. He was a lord-level demon, of the race called Abyss Spear Demon. If he could become a demon king, he would be a lord-level demon king. Even a level 90 lord-level demon king could be on par with a level 93 ordinary demon king. This was the advantage of bloodline, incomparable. The dignity of his race was at stake, absolutely not allowing him to retreat. After the elemental liches appeared, the skeleton's speed increased again, their defense also strengthened. Added to that were the lightning aura, freezing aura, and toxic aura's continuous damage attacks. It completely confused this elite demon squad. All the demons had the same reaction. Lin Moyo was a freak. They felt they were fighting an entire army, an army with knights, support, healers, melee and ranged fighters, everything. A question arose in all the demons' minds, how to fight this. This composition was unbeatable. Lin Moyo stood in midair, protected by skeletons as he surveyed the entire battlefield. These demons were all very strong, all over level 80, somewhat difficult to kill. If he could use the strengthened soldiers skill, he was confident he could instantly kill these guys, not letting a single one escape. But he was about to enter the Thunder Burial Valley, and the strengthened soldiers skill still had use. The others are easy to deal with, just the spear-wielding demon is a bit strong. I remember encountering a spear-wielding one in the upper realm, it self-destruct in the end. Should be the same race. Lin Moyo thought to himself, since he couldn't instantly kill them, he'd wear them down slowly. Anyway, these guys couldn't break through. The dense skeletons had completely blocked their path forward. Hyul maintained his flame body, charging straight ahead. But there were too many skeletons, he simply couldn't break through. It was possible before, but the flame body weakened his attack power significantly. Added to that was the appearance of the auras, increasing the skeleton's defense considerably. With this shift, Hyul became a bird in a cage, a fish in a jar, unable to move. The skeleton's attacks fell on him non-stop. The poison elemental attack inside his body continued every second, constantly causing stabbing pain. It was like a knife constantly stabbing him from inside, one stab per second, incredibly steady. The flame body could block external attacks, but couldn't block attacks from inside the body. A spark of light exploded as Lin Moyo casually activated Toxic Star Burst. The poison element inside instantly increased, making each stab more painful. After several seconds of stalemate, Hyul knew he couldn't go on like this. The flame body disappeared, black abyss energy surging out again, stronger than before. Hyul roared, "Summon Demon Ancestor." His voice reverberated within the barrier. The demons being surrounded immediately roared in response, black energy bursting from them. The pitch-black abyss energy converged in midair, forming a barrier that no skeleton could approach. Lin Moya's expression changed slightly. He had never seen this skill before, it seemed quite strong. Within the black energy, the elite squad led by Hyul broke out of the encirclement and gathered in the air. Lin Moya saw that apart from Hyul, the auras of the other 9 demons were somewhat chaotic. Clearly this skill had a significant impact on them. The power of the 10 converged at this moment, and a giant spear-wielding demon appeared within the black energy. Nina's eyes flashed, to actually summon a lord-level demon ancestor projection, no wonder Black Sky Demon King was so confident. Nina naturally knew this skill. The succubus race had a similar skill to summon their ancestor's projection. The succubi summoned the succubus ancestor projection. Hyul naturally summoned the spear demon ancestor projection. Succubi were elite-level demons, while spear demons were lord-level demons. The strength of their ancestor projections was completely different. Obviously the spear demon ancestor was stronger. However, the stronger the demon ancestor, the harder it was to summon. Not every demon could use this skill. The black energy converged into the spear demon ancestor projection, carrying an oppressive aura that made Lin Moyo frown slightly. Judging from the aura, it's not yet pseudo-god level, and the aura is somewhat chaotic. It probably won't last long. Lin Moyo sensed the other's aura. After truly facing pseudo-gods, Lin Moyo felt nothing towards this. In Lin Moyo's eyes, even the giant leaf mother tree was stronger than this chaotic projection before him. Hyul felt the ancestor projection's immense power and pointed his spear at Lin Moyo. Die. The spear demon ancestor immediately roared and thrust its spear fiercely at Lin Moyo. It was over 20 meters tall, and the spear in its hand was also over 20 meters long. It barely needed to move to hit Lin Moyo. Lin Moya snorted coldly. He had originally not wanted to use the strengthen soldiers skill, but suddenly activated it. After all, since they were trying so hard, he should give them some face. All the skeletons were instantly strengthened, and Lin Moya's own attributes also surged. White light flashed past, and the spear demon ancestor projection was immediately enveloped by white bones, frozen in midair unable to move. Soul flame began burning fiercely again. The target was Huel. Lin Moya could see that he was the main controller of this skill. As long as he was dealt with, this skill would collapse on its own. But the soul flame couldn't harm Huel. Huel sneered, useless. Under the ancestor's protection, your attacks can't hurt me. Break! Huel roared, using the projection to break through the bone prison, thrusting his spear at Lin Moya again. Since it was ineffective against Huel, he would kill the projection first. The skeleton berserkers pounced towards the projection. The projection was large enough for the skeleton berserkers to unleash their maximum damage. Lin Moya's soul flame also transferred to the projection. At the same time, red light flashed. The aging curse descended first, maximizing the damage. End of translation. Chapter 475. Chapter 475, 475. Chapter 475, Blow You Up, 3-star General. The scream this time was extremely loud. Lin, along with 10 demons including Hule, screamed simultaneously. The soul flame fell on the ancestors' projection, but it acted on their souls. Hule realized something was wrong and shouted loudly while enduring the immense pain, "Quickly withdraw your spirits. Use the protective flame." As he spoke, he roared, and the protective flame ignited again. Only this skill could block the soul attack. When withdrawing the spiritual connection, Hule left the last thought on the ancestors' projection. Kill Lin Moyo. The long spear of the ancestors' projection swept across, and the sound of bang 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 kept ringing. The massive attack knocked many skeleton berserkers flying. These skeleton berserkers had already taken shape when attacked, but because of the existence of the undead aura, they were given a second life. However, more skeleton berserkers pounced on the projection, unleashing their strongest skills. The axe, glowing red, slashed down. The projection felt no pain, but its aura quickly weakened under the axe. Elemental explosions and dense arrows fell on the projection. This round of attacks reduced the projection's size by a full tenth. Impossible, how can your attack be so strong? Hule couldn't believe it and roared angrily. The ancestor's projection he summoned gathered the power of the entire team. It was at least level 88 to 89, at least 5 or 6 levels higher than himself, which was already a very large gap. Although Lin Moya's skeletons were powerful, he had already seen them just now and knew they couldn't have such strong attack power. Mina exclaimed, "It's Lin Moya's primordial rune skill." Only then did Hule notice that Lin Moya's hand was still slightly glowing, with a rune flashing. The skill greatly enhanced the skeleton's combat power, and it wasn't just one, but all of them. Hule suddenly felt a chill. He seemed to understand why the Flame Demon King died. Perhaps it was really killed by Lin Moyo. The primordial rune skill was too strong, shockingly strong. The ancestor's projection still hadn't hurt Lin Moyo, as all its attacks were blocked by the skeleton berserkers. Under the full attack of the skeletons, its aura grew weaker and weaker. In just over 10 seconds, it was about to dissipate. Hule shouted, "No choice, we can only use that move." His gaze swept over several team members. "Leave 10% of your essence blood, although it will cause some damage, you can recover after returning." He didn't need to ask for the team members' opinions and made the decision directly. The team members had no objections, as the hierarchy among demons was very strict, and lower demons could only obey the orders of higher demons. 9 demons over level 80 simultaneously spat blood, which gathered into a mass in the air, and their auras immediately weakened. Then Hule also spat large mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, the abyssal fire on his body rose, merging all the blood together. "In the name of the Demon Lord, I sacrifice my essence blood to summon the Black Sky Demon King." The sky suddenly darkened, and a huge spacetime tunnel appeared. Mina, who was about to escape, suddenly exclaimed, "Summoning the Black Sky Demon King." No, it's not the true body of the Black Sky Demon King, just an avatar. The Black Sky Demon King, as a level 95 Lord level Demon King, requires a great cost to come in person. This little essence blood is not enough, so it must be an avatar. Even if it's an avatar, it's equivalent to a level 91 or 92 ordinary Demon King. Comparable to a human god level powerhouse, it's definitely enough to kill Lin Moyo. Let's see how you die now. She knew very well the great cost Hule and the others had to pay. Sacrificing 90% of their essence blood for the summoning would take at least several years to recover. It might even leave sequelae. But to complete the Demon King's order, they were really desperate. Mina decided to watch a bit longer, hoping to see Lin Moyo killed with her own eyes. A huge hand reached out from the spacetime tunnel. The Demon King's aura swept over, causing the entire barrier to tremble, on the verge of collapse. Lin Moya's hair stood on end. Demon King. The coming Demon King was stronger than the angelic Holy Spirit, the strongest existence Lin Moyo had ever seen. Just one arm made Lin Moyo feel a life-threatening danger. Moreover, Lin Moyo found himself locked on. Even if he escaped now, the Demon King could catch up and kill him in minutes once it came out. Relying on the undead army couldn't stop this Demon King. Even with the strong soldier skill, it wouldn't work. Can't wait for it to come out. Lin Moyo made a decision instantly. A mass of essence blood appeared in his hand. the essence blood of the god of poison. Now Lin Moyo could only hope for it. If this didn't work, the last hope would be to detonate the corpse of the god of poison. No matter what, he would definitely kill it. Hule completed the skill, now just waiting for the Black Sky Demon King's avatar to come out and then watch Lin Moyo get killed. Hule's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light, mixed with hatred. "You're dead." He gritted his teeth and spat out 4 words. Although he was very weak now, he was getting more and more excited. Since he started fighting, he had rarely failed. This time was a complete defeat, a total loss. Now seeing Lin Moyo about to be killed, how could he not be excited? Even if he paid a great price, it was worth it. At this moment, a green light shot up into the sky. Terrifying poison gas spread within the barrier. The protective flames on their bodies twisted and were almost extinguished. What is this thing? How can it be so terrifying? He saw a 1-meter-tall creature appear beside Lin Moyo. All the skeletons were retreating frantically, including Lin Moyo himself. This green creature was rushing towards the spacetime tunnel. Not good. Hule sensed something was wrong. This thing was extremely terrifying. They wanted to escape, but it was too late, as they had consumed too much energy for the skill and couldn't move. Mina also sensed the danger, screamed, and retreated frantically. Boom! The green light exploded silently, without any earth-shattering scene. The poison gas covered an area of 3 to 4 dozen meters centered on the spacetime tunnel, just enough to envelop Hule and the other demons. Mina reacted quickly and escaped the poison gas in time. She saw with her own eyes that Hule quickly melted in the poison gas, turning into a puddle with no residue left. Even the Demon King's avatar, which had just emerged halfway, was melting. Unimaginable fear filled her body. How can there be such a terrifying poison? Even the poison of the corrupt poison Demon King couldn't kill the Black Sky Demon King's avatar. Mina didn't stay any longer and decisively activated the teleportation stone given by the Succubus King, disappearing from the barrier in an instant. The Black Sky Demon King's avatar was corroded by the poison, and screams kept coming from the spacetime tunnel. Lin Moyo stared without blinking, fearing any accident. Fortunately, there was no accident in the end. The Black Sky Demon King's half-body was completely corroded by the poison, leaving no residue. The spacetime tunnel disappeared. Hule and the others had already turned to ashes the moment the poison exploded. Lin Moyo looked at the place where Mina had been, escaped again. Lin Moyo smiled slightly. The strong soldier skill still had a few seconds left, and Lin Moyo didn't waste it, directly letting the undead army attack the barrier. In a few seconds, the barrier shattered. At the same time, Lin Moyo received a prompt. Killed the Black Sky Demon King's avatar, experience plus. Killed the Black Sky Demon King's avatar, General Star +1. A total of 91 billion experience points increased by more than 30%, instantly rising from 50% to nearly 80%. Seeing that another 20% would level up again, the military badge flashed with noble purple light, and the 3rd General Star finally condensed. 3-star General. From this moment on, Lin Moyo became a 3-star General. Lin Moyo only knew from the prompt that he had killed the Black Sky Demon King's avatar. The Demon King's avatar had reached level 91, so one could imagine how strong its true body was. At least level 94 or 95. Fortunately, I didn't let it come out, otherwise, I would have died. If it had come out, Lin Moyo wasn't sure he could let the poison lich kill it. In the abyss, the Black Sky Demon King's palace echoed with angry and terrifying roars. Lin Moyo, you must die. I will kill you. The entire palace nearly collapsed, and the abyssal fire danced wildly. In the city ruled by the Black Sky Demon King, the death of its avatar caused chaos. The poison didn't disappear after killing the avatar but gradually spread outward. Chapter 476. Chapter 476, 476. Chapter 476, as long as you move, I'll blow you up. Lin Moyo did not enter the burial Thunder Valley. He planned to wait until the strong soldier skill had cooled down before entering. The 3 stars on Lin Moyo's military insignia shone brilliantly and prominently. In the human race, 3-star divine generals were rare. Even for divine-level experts, their subordinates might not necessarily have spilled the blood of demon kings. Even if they had killed demon kings, at most they would have killed one. The previously dimmed military insignia suddenly lit up again. Then a large amount of information appeared. Kill, kill, kill. The experience soared again. At first, Lin Moyo didn't understand how he had returned, but after thinking about it, he had a guess. It seems this poison has spread in the abyss. Gaining experience was a good thing, and killing demons was even better. He was not aware that he had inadvertently massacred half a city, and it was the capital city. In the capital city ruled by the Black Sky Demon King, the poison gas continued to spread and permeate. A large number of demons were poisoned to death. Level 70 demons could not withstand the toxins from the essence blood of the poison god. It was almost a guaranteed death upon contact. The poison gas spread through the city with the wind, soon enveloping half the city. Not only were demons poisoned to death, but the buildings in the city also collapsed and decayed in the poison gas. Before its demise, the poison god was a mid-level deity, equivalent to a level 93 to 95 demon king, and even surpassing elite demon kings. It's hard to imagine how potent its poison was. The poison gas lingered for a long time, and a large number of demons fled, effectively ruining the capital city. No matter how furious the Black Sky Demon King was, it was futile and could not change the fact that Lin Moyo had gained a massive amount of experience, increasing by another 10%, reaching level 52, 90%, not far from the next level. It had been less than 2 days since his last level up, and he was about to level up again. Lin Moya felt that even if he repeatedly cleared instances, his leveling speed would not be faster than this. After resting for an hour, the cooldown for the Strong Soldier skill ended. Lin Moya took a deep breath, donned the skeletal armor, and entered the Burial Thunder Valley. Entering the Burial Thunder Valley felt like entering another world. Is this a secret realm? The Burial Thunder Valley gave Lin Moya a feeling similar to a secret realm. Lin Moya knew that it was not actually a secret realm, but the feeling was somewhat similar. After walking less than 10 meters into the valley, a lightning ball suddenly exploded silently in front of him. The skeletal armor made a crisp sound as it shattered in the lightning. After shattering the skeletal armor, the power of the lightning did not completely dissipate and still caused some damage to Lin Moya. However, Lin Moya had 80% lightning element immunity, and with the undead army sharing the damage was not significant. Yet Lin Moya stopped because of this. The lightning ball appeared without any warning, just appearing and disappearing abruptly, with such tremendous power. Quite strange. Lin Moya stopped and observed his surroundings. But he didn't notice anything unusual. The valley was extremely quiet, without even the slightest breeze. Lin Moya could clearly hear his own heartbeat, breathing, and even the sound of blood flowing within his body. The valley was not barren, with some small plants growing. However, these small plants were completely motionless, not even the slightest sway, as if they were million-year-old rocks. It seemed that the lack of wind was the reason for the plant's stillness, but Lin Moya felt that it was not the case. He had a guess and re-equipped the skeletal armor, then tried taking another step forward. Another lightning ball exploded on him, shattering the skeletal armor again. Lin Moya stood still again, pondering before summoning a single skeleton berserker. The moment the skeleton berserker appeared, a lightning ball immediately exploded in front of it. The explosion caused the skeleton berserker to tremble, with electricity flowing over its body. Fortunately, the damage was shared by the undead army. Otherwise, the skeleton berserker would have been severely injured, if not killed. Lin Moya then tried making the skeleton berserker walk forward 2 steps. With each step, a lightning ball would explode. It seemed that there were invisible lightning balls everywhere in this place. Lin Moya threw an empty box forward. The empty box was destroyed by a lightning ball in mid-air. This further confirmed his guess. He understood why the small plants here were so short and motionless. It seemed that any movement, no matter how small, would trigger a lightning strike. These lightning strikes were terrifyingly powerful, much stronger than the lightning outside the valley. After several experiments, Lin Moya was completely certain that any movement in the Burial Thunder Valley would result in a lightning strike. If one stood still, no lightning would strike. Earlier, when he summoned the skeleton berserker, no lightning struck. Only when the skeleton berserker moved did the lightning appear. After this experiment, Lin Moya had a clear understanding. He quickly walked towards the interior of the valley. Lightning balls continuously exploded on him, creating a strange and thrilling scene without making a sound. Lin Moya walked faster and faster, with the lightning becoming denser. After walking 1,000 meters in one breath, Lin Moya finally stopped. He had endured thousands of lightning strikes. If it were another professional, even one over level 80, they would either be dead or severely injured by now. But Lin Moya was as if nothing had happened, not even a hair was disheveled, and his clothes were intact. The damage transfer allowed the undead army to share all the damage he received. After stopping, Lin Moya summoned the entire undead army. Suddenly, over 30,000 skeletons filled the valley. The Lich General began to heal the entire army. As long as the skeletons didn't move, no lightning would explode. After healing, Lin Moya put away the undead army and continued forward. Repeating this process, Lin Moya moved faster and faster. Eventually, he even used the lightning undead wings to fly within the Burial Thunder Valley. The Burial Thunder Valley was too quiet, devoid of any life. Even in the Thunder Marsh, also a high-danger area, one could still see professionals over level 80 leveling up. Human professionals leveling up in the Dragon Clan's territory showed their absolute confidence in their strength. But in the Burial Thunder Valley, not a single person was seen. At least Lin Moya had advanced tens of thousands of meters, resting every 1,000 meters, a total of 10 times, without seeing anyone. Not even a single monster was encountered. But thinking about it, who would willingly come to such a place where every step could trigger a lightning strike? These lightning strikes were terrifyingly powerful, much stronger than the lightning outside the valley. After several experiments, Lin Moya was completely certain that any movement within the Burial Thunder Valley would result in a lightning strike. If one stood still, no lightning would come. When he first summoned the skeleton berserker, no lightning struck. Only when the skeleton berserker moved did the lightning appear. After conducting this experiment, Lin Moya had a clear understanding. He quickly walked towards the interior of the valley. Bundles of lightning continuously exploded on him, creating a scene that was eerie and thrilling without making a sound. Lin Moya walked faster and faster, with lightning becoming increasingly dense. After walking 1,000 meters in one breath, Lin Moya finally stopped. He had endured thousands of lightning strikes. If it were another professional, even one over level 80, they would either be dead or severely injured by now. But Lin Moya was like nothing had happened, not even his hair was disheveled, and his clothes were intact. The damage transfer allowed the undead army to share all the damage he received. After stopping, Lin Moya summoned the entire undead army. Suddenly, over 30,000 skeletons filled the valley. The Lich General began to heal the entire army. As long as the skeletons didn't move, no lightning would explode. After healing, Lin Moya put away the undead army and continued forward. Repeating this process, Lin Moya moved faster and faster. Eventually, he even used the lightning undead wings to fly within the Burial Thunder Valley. The Burial Thunder Valley was too quiet, devoid of any life. Even in the Thunder Marsh, also a high-danger area, one could still see professionals over level 80 leveling up. Human professionals leveling up in the Dragon Clan's territory showed their absolute confidence in their strength. But in the Burial Thunder Valley, not a single person was seen. At least Lin Moyo had advanced tens of thousands of meters, resting every 1,000 meters, a total of 10 times, without seeing anyone. Not even a single monster was encountered. But thinking about it, who would willingly come to such a place where every step could trigger a lightning strike? These lightning strikes were terrifyingly powerful, much stronger than the lightning outside the valley. Ahead is the first fork in the road, with 3 paths. I should take the middle one. Lin Moyo recalled the map Antares had given him in his mind. To reach the location of the crystal, one had to go through 9 forks in the road. At each fork, there were 3 to 6 choices. Choosing the wrong path even once would prevent reaching the crystal's location. Lin Moyo had memorized the choices for each fork. At the first fork, among 3 choices, choose the middle one. Lin Moyo's body suddenly sank, and he immediately descended from the air. The lightning undead wings automatically disappeared. This place forbids flying. Lin Moyo looked up at the slightly dim sky of the valley. There seemed to be twinkling stars in the sky. Seeing stars in the lower space felt extremely eerie. The steep and smooth cliffs on both sides were impossible to climb without the ability to fly. After entering the first passage, the power of the lightning increased by about 10%, not much. At this moment, a bit of starlight fell from the sky, landing right in front of Lin Moyo. The starlight exploded in front of Lin Moyo, and a huge monster charged out from the light, heading straight for Lin Moyo without saying a word. As it charged forward, lightning also exploded on it. The lightning in the Burial Thunder Valley treated everyone equally. As long as you move, it would strike you. The key was that after being struck by lightning, the monster seemed unharmed, and its aura even seemed to strengthen slightly. Lin Moyo immediately cast a detection spell while simultaneously summoning the undead army. Lightning Beast, boss level monster. Level 80. Strength 350,000. Agility 450,000. Spirit 300,000. Constitution 500,000. Skills: Lightning Absorption, Passive, Lightning Strike. Traits: Lightning Element Immunity, can absorb lightning to strengthen itself, Vitality Enhancement, Strength Enhancement, Speed Enhancement. The Lightning Beast, like lightning itself, collided with the undead army. The immense force immediately sent many skeleton berserkers flying. For a moment, lightning flourished, enveloping the entire valley. Chapter 477. Chapter 477, 477. Chapter 477, it's impossible to get through. The skeletons were knocked away, and were struck by countless lightning bolts midway. Facing the ferocious lightning beast, the skeleton berserkers were not afraid at all, and met it head-on while enduring the lightning. The mages and archers remained motionless, casting their skills from their original positions. As long as they didn't move, they wouldn't be attacked by the lightning. Lin Moya's finger pointed out. Skill: Aging Curse. Skill: Poison Star Explosion. The 2 skills were almost activated simultaneously. Then, the skeleton's feet were covered by a poisonous aura, and the poison lich appeared beside him. Although the saying goes even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, there was no need for Lin Moyo to go all out against a mere level 80 ordinary boss. Under the effect of the aging curse, the lightning beast's speed immediately slowed down. Lin Moyo finally got a clear look at its appearance. It resembled a lion, with thick fur all over its body. However, its paws were more like those of a bear, thick and wide. A single swipe of its huge paw could knock away many skeleton berserkers. It was very strong and fast, but its constitution was not impressive. Facing the dense elemental explosions and sharp arrows from the archers, it was on the verge of death in no time. Lin Moyo also observed that during its movements, the lightning explosions seemed to have a healing effect on it. Its passive skill was to absorb lightning, and the lightning element was like a tonic for it, absorbing lightning to heal itself, and even evolve, truly peculiar. Lin Moyo thought to himself, but he was not too surprised, as there were many strange things in this vast world. Under the relentless assault of the undead army, the lightning beast was clearly unable to hold on any longer. Before its death, it suddenly erupted with dazzling lightning. Skill: Lightning Massacre. Its only skill, and also its last skill. The massacre was not just for its enemies, but also for itself. Lin Moyo felt a blinding light, and the dazzling lightning made it impossible for him to see anything. In the spiritual world, he saw many skeletons being blown away. The explosion covered an area of about 200 meters, which was not too large. The skeletons that were blown away were then struck by the lightning in the Burial Thunder Valley. Fortunately, the Lich General's healing was fast enough to prevent any damage to the skeletons. Lin Moyo looked at the empty space in front of him, where the ground was charred black, scorched by the lightning. It actually self-destruct. This skill is actually a self-destruction skill. Lin Moyo muttered, as he had never expected the lightning beast's skill to be a mutually destructive one. At this moment, he looked up at the star in the sky. He had witnessed the star falling from the sky and transforming into the lightning beast. Now that the lightning beast had self-destruct and died, the fallen star reappeared in the sky. However, its light was much dimmer than before. Lin Moyo observed it for a while and found that it was gradually recovering, and it wouldn't take long for it to regain its peak state and transform into a lightning beast again. Judging from the power of its self-destruction, even an 80-level knight would have been instantly killed if they hadn't activated their ultimate defense. As for other level 80 professionals, they would have been dead for sure. This is the first time I've encountered a self-destructing boss. Lin Moyo carefully recalled the entire process. Bosses of this level would usually flee when they couldn't win, as they had a survival instinct. But this one self-destruct so decisively. Moreover, since it was a self-destruction, there was no experience or any material rewards, making it a complete waste. It was understandable why no one came to this place. Lin Moyo waited for the undead army to fully recover before moving forward again. This passage was about 10,000 meters long, and with his previous experience, Lin Moyo rested every 2,000 meters. Lin Moyo had gradually grasped the rhythm of the valley and was moving faster and faster. In just 10 minutes, Lin Moyo reached the second fork in the road, where there were 4 paths to choose from. Since Antares had already told him which path to take, Lin Moyo went straight into the second path without any hesitation. As soon as he entered the passage, another lightning bolt exploded. The lightning looked the same as before, with no difference. But its power had increased again. Compared to when he first entered the valley, the increase was about 30%. Such an increase in power was not significant for Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo looked up at the sky. This time, 2 stars appeared in the sky, twinkling brightly. The number has increased, and they're brighter too. Could their level have increased as well? Lin Moyo wondered, as he continued forward. After walking less than 1,000 meters, he witnessed the 2 stars falling from the sky simultaneously. The starlight exploded on the ground, and 2 lightning beasts emerged. This change was within Lin Moyo's expectations. Facing the lightning beasts charging at him like lightning, Lin Moyo remained calm and summoned the undead army. Then, he cast the aging curse and poison star explosion, while the poison lich appeared beside him. It was only then that Lin Moyo calmly cast the detection spell. Lightning Beast, Elite Monster. Level, 81. Strength, 400,000. Agility, 500,000. Spirit, 300,000. Constitution, 550,000. Skills, Lightning Absorption, Passive, Lightning Massacre. Traits, Lightning Element Immunity, can absorb lightning to enhance itself, Vitality Enhancement, Strength Enhancement, Speed Enhancement. Their level had increased by 1, and their number had doubled. Their attributes had slightly improved, but their skills and traits remained unchanged. In terms of difficulty alone, the challenge had more than doubled. For ordinary professional teams, facing 1 boss or 2 bosses was a completely different concept, and it was easy to be overwhelmed. But for Lin Moyo, there was no difference. Under the siege of the undead army, the 2 level 81 ordinary bosses were quickly eliminated. Before their deaths, they self-destruct simultaneously. Lin Moyo tried to interrupt their self-destruction with the Soul Flames and Bone Prison, but failed. The 2 bosses self-destruct at the same time, with a much greater power than before. Many skeletons were blown away and then struck by dense lightning in the air. The Lich General was prepared and healed them in time. During the self-destruction, Lin Moyo looked slightly serious. The power of the self-destruction had increased, and the damage to the skeletons was greater. If the power increased by another fold, the skeletons might be instantly killed. The comprehensive connection talent might fail again. But this was only the second passage. There were still 7 more passages ahead, and the power would definitely increase further. Even if he used the Undying Aura from the Undying Lich, since the boss self-destructions were not simultaneous, with a slight time difference in between, many skeletons would still suffer 2 fatal strikes in a row. As a result, the Undying Aura would become ineffective. Lin Moyo looked at the 2 stars that had reappeared in the sky and muttered, "It seems I need to find a way." While thinking, his steps did not stop, and he quickly reached the 3rd fork in the road. This time, there were 6 choices, with 6 passages appearing in front of Lin Moyo. If it weren't for Antares telling him the correct choice, he would have chosen the wrong path 9 out of 10 times. Choosing the wrong path even once would prevent him from reaching the location of the crystal. This time it's the 4th one. Lin Moyo decisively entered the 4th passage. The lightning exploded again. This was normal, and since entering the Burial Thunder Valley, Lin Moyo had been struck countless times and was already used to it. He watched as the skeletal armor shattered, and the remaining lightning struck his body. A slight numbing sensation spread through his body, and Lin Moyo sensed that something was amiss. He tried walking 2 more steps to experience the lightning in this passage. Lin Moyo's expression had become extremely grim. The power has increased by 60%. The first time was 10%, the second time was 30%, and the third time was 60%. Each time, the increase was 10% more than the previous one. If this rate of increase continues, the 4th time will be 100%, a direct doubling. The 5th time will be 150%, and the 9th time will be 450%. That's a 5.5-fold increase, and at least level 88 professionals would be needed to withstand it. But Antares said it's better not to exceed level 80, which contradicts itself. Even a level 79 Earth Knight might not be able to withstand the lightning after a 5.5-fold increase, let alone facing the bosses. The Burial Thunder Valley was never meant for anyone to enter, it's a dead end. Lin Moyo's expression was not good as he looked up at the sky. 3 stars were twinkling in the sky. As he had expected, there were now 3 lightning beasts here. Chapter 478. Chapter 478, 478. Chapter 478, Study Well, The Power of Laws. Lin Moyo had already determined that the Burial Thunder Valley was an absolute dead end. It was impossible to get through to the end. Even for himself, it would be very difficult. But now that he had agreed to the deal with Antares, he couldn't just give up without trying. Lin Moyo never gives up. If he decides to do something, he will do it to the best of his ability. Maybe there will be some changes later on, it might not be as bad as it seems. He comforted himself and continued forward. As before, after walking about 1,000 meters, 3 stars fell from the sky, transforming into a lightning beast. An 82-level lightning beast, an ordinary boss. Apart from the increased attributes, its skills and traits had no changes, nothing new. For Lin Moyo, killing them wasn't difficult. The challenge was how to minimize casualties during their final self-destruction. Lin Moyo thought of a way to separate them and stagger their death times. He believed this idea was feasible. Lin Moyo immediately began to implement it. He deliberately separated the 3 lightning beasts by over 1,000 meters, based on their previous self-destruction range. Then he focused on killing one first. In just half a minute, the lightning beast under full attack was on the verge of death. As it began to glow and self-destruct, Lin Moyo realized his idea was not only useless but also made things worse. When one lightning beast started to glow and self-destruct, the other 2 also began to glow. They were also about to self-destruct. Lin Moyo clearly sensed that the 3 lightning beasts seemed to be connected. Then, a dazzling light illuminated the entire valley. The 3 lightning beasts, though separated by 1,000 meters, had their self-destruction ranges connected. The entire 3,000-meter range was within their self-destruction area. Almost all the skeletons were hit by the self-destruction. The skeleton berserkers closest to them were all blown away. Their bones cracked and began to disintegrate. But under the effect of the undying aura, they began to recover. Fortunately, there was the undying aura, otherwise, Lin Moyo would have faced a near wipeout. Separating them only made the self-destruction range larger. And the power didn't decrease at all. Moreover, killing one triggers the simultaneous self-destruction of the other 2. Lin Moyo was speechless, but fortunately, the distance was far enough that each skeleton only endured the self-destruction of the lightning beast in front of them. In other words, the skeletons were killed but only suffered one fatal attack. The undying aura took effect, bringing them back to life. But the undying aura couldn't be used again for the next 24 hours. Lin Moyo felt a headache. The difficulty lies in having to wait 24 hours after each path. Think again, there must be another way. Lin Moyo reached the 4th fork, this time with 5 paths to choose from. He didn't enter but stopped in front of the paths. With the undying aura on cooldown, he had to wait. Otherwise, if it happened again, the undead army would be wiped out. So far, the Burial Thunder Valley didn't feel like a leveling place. It felt more like a place of trials. Just like the Divine Secret Realms, it felt like he was clearing stages, one after another, to reach the end and get the reward. This feeling became clearer the more he thought about it. This also strengthened Lin Moyo's determination to continue. His mind began to race, thinking of various methods. In the abyss, green flames burned year-round. The destruction of the Black Sky King's city had already spread. Half of the vast city was now shrouded in poison. All the buildings in the poison half had collapsed, and the ground had melted. Nothing could grow there, turning it into a dead zone. All the demons in the city knew that this poison was deadly. Even demons over level 80 couldn't withstand it. When the poison spread, tens of thousands of demons died. The remaining demons fled the Black Sky King's city. The Black Sky Demon King looked at his ruined city, his face extremely grim. He asked a nearby Demon King, "Rotten Demon King, can you neutralize this poison?" Among the many demon kings in the abyss, the Rotten Demon King specialized in manipulating poison elements. He was already level 93, with elite bloodline. Although not as powerful as the Black Sky Demon King, the Black Sky Demon King still treated him with respect. The Black Sky Demon King knew how troublesome the Rotten Demon King could be. Once, a Demon King had a conflict with him. The Rotten Demon King poisoned the Demon King's palace and fought him in the poison. He killed the elite Demon King. The Rotten Demon King, slightly hunched, said, "Let me try." With a sinister laugh, he flew over but didn't enter the poison. Instead, he took out a black magic stone and threw it in. The stone floated in the air, absorbing some poison before flying back to the Rotten Demon King's hand. He held the stone, carefully sensing it. Moments later, his expression changed, and he threw the stone away. Then he shouted, and his entire arm broke off. The arm fell to the ground, sizzling and smoking. His body was already poisonous, and combined with the city's poison, it was even more toxic, unbearable for the ground. The Rotten Demon King stepped back and shouted again, growing a new arm. Regrowing limbs was as easy as eating and drinking for him. The Black Sky Demon King asked, "How is it?" The Rotten Demon King shook his head, "Too toxic, even more than me. I need to study it carefully, it can't be solved quickly." The Black Sky Demon King knew there was little hope of neutralizing it. The Rotten Demon King was likely saying this to save face. The Black Sky Demon King hated Lin Moyo to the core. "Lin Moyo, I will kill you." The Rotten Demon King laughed, "Don't think I'm saying this to save face. I really want to study this poison. To be honest, this poison contains a trace of the power of laws. If I understand it, I can not only level up but also have a chance to evolve my bloodline." The Black Sky Demon King's expression changed. "You said this poison contains the power of laws." The Rotten Demon King laughed. "Yes, it does. Although weak, it's there. And that human, Lin Moyo, if we can bring him to the abyss, I want to have a good talk with him. He must have similar treasures." The Black Sky Demon King said, "If possible, I will. Talk, more like kill." If given the chance, the Black Sky Demon King would kill Lin Moyo without hesitation. This time, he had lost too much. Not only did his avatar die, but his city was also destroyed, and he lost face. The Black Sky Demon King hated Lin Moyo and would kill him without delay. In the Succubus King's palace, Mina had reported everything to the Succubus King. The Succubus King sighed, "The Black Sky Demon King is really unlucky. Even his Demon King avatar died. Who knows how long it will take to create another one." Lin Moyu is becoming more and more monstrous. I feel there might be no chance to kill him. Give up. Don't bother him anymore. Mina knelt. What about the Demon Emperor? The Succubus King said, just make a show of it. Spread the word that Lin Moyu is in the lower space. Many will want to take credit in front of the Demon Emperor. Understood. The Succubus King laughed, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Although she lost face, she didn't suffer much, unlike the Black Sky Demon King, who lost his avatar. So, the Succubus King decided to stop being enemies with Lin Moyu. Such a person, if not killed, might end up killing her. She even thought about finding a chance to mend her relationship with Lin Moyu, though the possibility was slim. A day later, Lin Moyu stood up. He headed towards the fourth passage again. Chapter 479. Chapter 479, 479. Chapter 479, even a divine-level expert can't withstand it. The fourth passage is equivalent to the fourth stage. Lin Moyu estimated the power of the lightning he would encounter. As soon as he stepped into the fourth passage, a bolt of lightning silently exploded in front of him. The skeletal armor shattered without any hesitation. A massive amount of electric elements surged forward, forming a faint membrane on the surface of Lin Moyu's skin. Passive skill, damage transfer. 80% lightning element immunity, and the remaining 20% was further weakened by his own elemental resistance, ultimately shared by all members of the undead army. The damage was not significant. Lin Moyu believed that even a divine-level expert would not be able to withstand it as well as he could. The damage has indeed doubled, my guess was correct. Each increase is 10% more than the previous one. Last time it was 60%, this time it's 100%. Lin Moyu felt the doubled power of the lightning, still bearable, the damage was not too great. However, previously he needed to rest every 2,000 meters, now he needed to rest every 1,500 meters, slightly reducing efficiency. Looking up at the sky, Lin Moyu's face showed a hint of strangeness. Why is there only one star? The stars did not turn into 4 as he expected, but instead became 1. The number decreased, and its appearance changed slightly, becoming obviously larger and brighter. Lin Moyu was startled. Could it be that the boss level has increased, from an ordinary boss to a lord-level boss? Lin Moyu felt a headache. He would rather face 4 ordinary bosses than a lord-level boss. An 80-level lord-level boss could be compared to an 88-level ordinary boss. At this moment, Lin Moyu inadvertently looked at the road behind him. Gone. His face turned extremely ugly. The retreat path had disappeared. Behind him was a blank space, with no way to retreat. He immediately checked his items. Except for the Abyss Teleportation Stone, all other teleportation items were invalid. This place was neither a secret realm nor an instance, so high-level escape scrolls were originally invalid. Random teleportation scrolls were also unusable at this time. Lin Moyu finally understood why top-level experts had fallen here, and why this place was marked as a high-danger area. It was a high-danger area because top-level experts had fallen here. But the place where top-level experts fell was not just a simple high-danger area. At least this place was not so. According to Lin Moyu's estimation, the top-level experts who entered the Burial Thunder Valley, either they exited before finishing the first 3 passages, or they entered the 4th passage and couldn't leave. Since entering the 4th passage, there was no retreat, only moving forward to the end. Although there were elements of a trial, it was completely different from the safe divine secret realms. The Burial Thunder Valley was too dangerous, unimaginably so. Lin Moyu was now riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He could only continue forward. Enduring the lightning, he moved forward all the way, until the stars fell from the sky. A huge lightning beast charged out from the starlight. Lin Moyu didn't need to use detection to know that this was a lord-level lightning beast. Ordinary lightning beasts were only 5 meters tall, but this lord-level lightning beast was over 10 meters tall when standing. Ordinary lightning beasts were tiny in front of it. The skeletons were even more insignificant. The 2-meter-tall skeletal berserkers were like ants in front of it. As soon as the lightning beast appeared, it charged at Lin Moyu, as fast as lightning. Lin Moyu had already released the undead army when the starlight fell. The skeletal berserkers charged forward, with lightning constantly exploding on them during the charge. The Lich General continuously cast the army healing skill from the rear. Facing the lord-level lightning beast, Lin Moyu did not dare to be careless. He summoned all the liches except for the lightning lich. Auras appeared under the skeleton's feet. The skeleton's speed increased, and their defense was enhanced. The lightning beast was frozen and poisoned. Red, green, and white lights almost simultaneously lit up. Curses, poison, and bone prisons descended on the lightning beast one after another. Although the bone prison couldn't stop the lightning beasts from self-destructing, it could interrupt their charge. The skeletal berserkers quickly surrounded them, while the mages and archers retreated under the lightning, maintaining distance. This at least allowed the mages and archers to avoid self-destruction damage. If the self-destruction was too powerful, causing the comprehensive connection talent to fail and instantly killing the skeletal berserkers, the loss would be minimized. At this point, Lin Moyu no longer thought about a perfect victory. As long as he could win, paying a price was acceptable. He cast detection, knowing it was a lord-level boss, but still wanting to see its attributes. Lightning Beast, lord-level boss. Level, 80. Strength, 800,000. Agility, 800,000. Spirit, 600,000. Constitution, 700,000. Skills, Lightning Absorption, Passive, Lightning Strike. Traits, Lightning Element Immunity, can absorb lightning to enhance itself, Vitality Enhancement, Strength Enhancement, Speed Enhancement. Apart from the attributes, everything else was the same as an ordinary lightning beast. An 80-level lord-level lightning beast had total attributes of 2.9 million. An ordinary lightning beast had total attributes of only 1.6 million, a difference of 1.3 million. Such a large gap caused a qualitative difference in combat power. Although the attributes increased by less than double, it could single-handedly take on 3 ordinary lightning beasts, or even more. After seeing the attributes, Lin Moya glanced at the primordial rune on the back of his hand. He thought for a moment but did not use it. It wasn't the right time yet, but he estimated that if he continued, he would have to use it sooner or later. He might even have to use other trump cards. In the face of the Lord-level lightning beast's immense attack power, the skeletal berserkers seemed somewhat weak. Each of its attacks could send a large number of skeletal berserkers flying. Fortunately, there were enough skeletal berserkers, and the Lich General's healing was fast enough. Each time they were sent flying, they would run back as if nothing had happened and continue attacking. Tens of thousands of skeletal berserkers firmly surrounded the lightning beast, not giving it a chance to charge. The mages and archers focused their attacks on it, never stopping. Lin Moya watched, his eyes flickering. The 5th stage should be 2 Lord-level bosses. The 6th stage, 3. The 7th stage, will there be a world-class lightning beast? I hope its level isn't too high. The lightning beast was finally on the verge of death under the siege of the undead army. It began to glow all over. Killing it wasn't difficult, the hardest part was this moment. Except for the skeletal berserkers, Lin Moya and the other members of the undead army retreated to the farthest point, over 1,000 meters away. Lin Moya didn't know if this distance was enough, he wasn't sure of the self-destruction range of a Lord-level boss. The extremely dazzling lightning made Lin Moya instinctively close his eyes. There was no sound in the Burial Thunder Valley, no matter how intense the battle, it was like a silent movie. Lin Moya closed his eyes, seeing nothing. In his mind, he continuously sensed the skeletal berserkers. A large number of skeletal berserkers were melted in the lightning. The self-destruction of the lightning beast had a range of about 500 meters, much larger than an ordinary lightning beast. The power was on a completely different level. The lightning was powerful enough to instantly kill the skeletal berserkers, causing the comprehensive connection talent to fail completely. The undying aura revived the skeletal berserkers, but within 0.1 seconds, death came again. In a sense, the undying aura also lost its effect. This self-destruction killed at least 3,000 skeletal berserkers. Lin Moya breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had made the skeletal berserkers retreat early, otherwise, the casualties would have been even greater. After dealing with the Lord-level lightning beast, Lin Moya took a deep breath. No matter what, he had grasped the situation of the lightning beast's self-destruction. In the next stage, he could handle it more calmly. He continued forward, summoning skeletal berserkers as he walked to replenish the losses. Once Lin Moya grasped the situation, the subsequent stages became much simpler. The 5th and 6th stages were as he expected. The lightning beasts first became 2, then 3. All were easily dealt with by Lin Moya. Half a day later, Lin Moya arrived at the 7th stage. Looking at the 4 passages in front of him, Lin Moya took a deep breath. The real battle begins now. Chapter 480. Chapter 480, 480. Chapter 480, this place should be a forbidden dead zone. The 7th passage, or the 7th stage in Lin Moya's eyes. The lightning attacks inside had already reached 3.8 times the initial power. For every 10,000 meters of passage, he needed to rest every 1,000 meters. Otherwise, the recovery speed in the summoning space alone would not be enough to keep up with the damage to the undead army. Of course, Lin Moya could also choose to walk slower, keeping the damage and recovery proportional. With the experience from the first 6 passages, Lin Moya had become extremely familiar with the Burial Thunder Valley. His eyes revealed confidence, as if everything was under his control. As soon as he entered the 7th passage, a silent thunderbolt exploded in front of him. Lin Moya couldn't help but tremble slightly. The 3.8-fold lightning was indeed not easy to bear. He could sense that the undead army in the summoning space had also suffered some damage. An attack of this level would severely injure even knights above level 80. Almost every step required the healers to perform several rounds of healing. If it were an 80-level healer, there was a high chance of being instantly killed. Lin Moya looked up at the sky. A brighter star hung in the sky, resembling a bright round moon. A world-class lightning beast. Lin Moya murmured softly, just as he had guessed. First were the ordinary lightning beasts, then the Lord-level lightning beasts, and now it was finally the turn of the world-class lightning beasts to appear. From the 4th passage onwards, there was no way to retreat, only to move forward. Lin Moya believed that over the years, there must have been people who came here. But in the end, no one was able to leave. No one leaving was the most terrifying part, as no one could bring the news back. That's why the Burial Thunder Valley remained a high-danger area. According to Lin Moya's standards, this place should not be considered a high-danger area, but an even higher level. A forbidden zone. This would be more suitable for the Burial Thunder Valley. Even professionals at levels 88 or 89 might not be able to last until the end. Moreover, from Antari's words, Lin Moya could sense that entering after level 80 might cause more trouble. Lin Moya was not clear about the specific trouble, but Antares would not have lied. When Lin Moya reached the 998th step, he stopped and did not continue. As long as he took 2 more steps forward, the star in the sky would fall, and the world-class lightning beast would appear. Lin Moya stopped here and summoned the undead army. The 30,000 skeletons occupied a large space, but fortunately, the valley was spacious enough to accommodate them. The scale of the Burial Thunder Valley far exceeded imagination. From the outside, it didn't seem that big, but the interior space was astonishingly vast. Healing lights flickered continuously as the Lich General swiftly healed the entire undead army. In just a dozen seconds, the undead army had fully recovered. Lin Moya took a deep breath as he looked at the star in the sky. It's about to start. He put away the skeleton berserkers, leaving only the skeleton mages, skeleton archers, and the Lich General on standby. Then, Lin Moya ran swiftly forward. The lightning flashed brightly as Lin Moya charged through the 1,000-meter distance while enduring the lightning. Watching the star fall from the sky, a 30-meter-tall, mountain-like giant lightning beast charged out from the starlight. The lightning beast's gaze instantly locked onto Lin Moya, charging towards him at lightning speed. Lin Moya pointed his finger, and a red light flashed as the aging curse was cast, accompanied by a detection spell. After using 2 skills consecutively, Lin Moya continued running forward without waiting for the results. He was running fast, but the lightning beast was even faster. Even under the aging curse, its speed still surpassed Lin Moya's. The curse's effect on it was not obvious. In fact, curses would be weakened against world-class bosses. Many high-level world-class bosses even had the ability to remove curses. An ice lich appeared beside Lin Moya, its entire body glowing blue. The freezing aura instantly took effect, further slowing down the lightning beast's speed. Only under the combined effects of the aging curse and freezing aura could Lin Moya barely maintain a similar speed. Lightning continuously erupted from the lightning beast's body, and the electric currents were gradually eroding the effects of the curse and freezing aura. Lin Moya paid no heed and kept running forward. The detection spell, accompanied by a gentle breeze, brought back the information. Lightning Divine Beast, world-class boss. Level, 80. Strength, 1 million. Agility, 1,300,000. Spirit, 600,000. Constitution, 1,200,000. Skills, Lightning Absorption, Passive, Lightning Massacre, Omnidirectional Lightning. Traits, Lightning Element Immunity, can absorb lightning to enhance itself, Vitality Enhancement, Strength Enhancement, Speed Enhancement. Its total attributes reached 4.1 million, befitting its status as a world-class boss. Lightning Beast, Lightning Giant Beast, Lightning Divine Beast. The 3 levels of the Lightning Beast were distinct. Having fought the Lightning Beast several times, Lin Moya was already very familiar with their skills. The passive skill was to absorb lightning elements. If enough was absorbed, it could not only heal its wounds but also enhance its strength. Therefore, he needed to end the battle quickly and not prolong it. The second skill, called Lightning Massacre, was actually its self-destruction skill. Ever since the appearance of the Lord-level Lightning Giant Beast, the skill had caused damage to the undead army every time. The self-destruction's power was too great to avoid, and Lin Moya could do nothing about it. The Lightning Divine Beast before him had a third skill. Lin Moya was unsure what the omnidirectional lightning skill was, but for it to appear on a world-class boss, it must not be a simple skill. Lin Moya became more cautious. Apart from its skills, the world-class boss also had its own traits. The Lightning Divine Beast's entire body was enveloped in lightning. The lightning flowed like molten lava outside its body, forming an electric plasma. Anyone approaching would be attacked by the electric plasma. Lin Moya didn't need to try to know that the power of the electric plasma would not be weak. Regardless, he still had to proceed according to the plan. Lin Moya ran nearly 1,000 meters in one breath, creating distance between himself and the skeleton mages and archers behind him. The Lich General continuously healed, maintaining the overall condition of the undead army. They had not taken action yet, awaiting Lin Moya's command. Currently, the skeleton berserkers in the summoning space had suffered the most damage, unable to receive healing. The Lightning Divine Beast had already eroded the aging curse, and its speed once again surpassed Lin Moya's, about to catch up. Lin Moya suddenly stopped, releasing all the skeleton berserkers the moment he stopped. The Lich General's army healing skill also fell at this moment, instantly restoring the skeleton berserkers' condition. As soon as the skeleton berserkers appeared, they stood between Lin Moya and the Lightning Divine Beast, swinging their axes and charging forward, striking the Lightning Divine Beast heavily. Originally, the Lightning Divine Beast's attention was fully focused on Lin Moya, but now under attack, its attention immediately shifted to the skeleton berserkers. When the skeleton berserkers successfully drew the Lightning Divine Beast's attention, Lin Moya seized the opportunity to retreat, swiftly retreating while enduring the lightning. The Lightning Divine Beast and the skeleton berserkers became the main battlefield, about 1,000 meters away from the mages and archers. Lin Moya controlled the distance perfectly, just within the mages and archers' maximum attack range. The mages and archers had not taken action yet, waiting for Lin Moya's command. After Lin Moya retreated, the berserkers had already firmly drawn the Lightning Divine Beast's attention. The Lightning Divine Beast's attack power was terrifyingly strong, and the damage from its electric plasma was horrifying. The skeleton berserkers would be severely injured upon contact. If not for the Lich General's rapid healing speed, the casualties among the skeleton berserkers would have been astonishing. Under Lin Moya's command, the skeleton berserkers took turns attacking. All their skills were reserved, not a single one used. Lin Moya's gaze was solemn, as the success of his plan depended on this moment. Let's begin. The primordial rune on the back of his hand suddenly lit up. A strange aura spread through the Burial Thunder Valley, and the undead army's aura soared. All-out attack. The moment the strong soldier skill took effect, Lin Moya issued the attack order. The skeleton mages and archers simultaneously launched their attacks. The skeleton berserkers also attacked like madmen, with their axes glowing brilliantly red. A green light exploded in the center, the poison star explosion. The damage, on top of the 60-fold amplification, was further increased by 6 times due to the poison star explosion. Within the 30 seconds of the strong soldier skill, it could deal nearly 190,000 damage per second. This amount of damage was simply a massacre weapon against ordinary monsters. Although not enough to be significant against a world-class boss, it could effectively suppress its recovery ability. This had been effectively proven in the previous battles. Except for the lightning lich, all the other elemental liches appeared simultaneously, with various auras flickering under the skeleton's feet. Chapter 481. Chapter 481, 481. Chapter 481 must find a way to instantly kill. Shu Lin Mou did not use the soul flame because it was completely useless. Lin had already tried it before. These lightning beasts had no souls. They were more like puppets, a kind of combat tool. Everything Lin Mou did took no more than a second. In the next second, dense attacks exploded on the lightning divine beast. Especially the skills of the skeleton berserkers, which appeared extremely ferocious under the enhancement of the strong soldier skill. With a strength of 276, under the dual enhancement of the Lich General and the strong soldier skill, the attribute had reached an astonishing 1.24 million. Coupled with the berserk smashing skill, which was enhanced by 600% based on the strength attribute. This single strike was equivalent to an ordinary attack with a strength attribute of over 8 million. The terrifying power exploded on the lightning divine beast, not only breaking its defense but also causing massive damage. If this lightning divine beast did not possess the vitality of a world-class boss, if it were just an ordinary monster with the same attributes, it would have been instantly killed by this single strike. Even with the vitality of a world-class boss and the trait of vitality enhancement, it could not withstand the continuous bombardment of tens of thousands of skeleton berserkers. Moreover, the attacks of the skeleton mages and skeleton archers were not to be underestimated, causing significant damage as well. In almost an instant, the lightning divine beast was severely injured. The lightning divine beast's entire body lit up, and Lin Mou was startled, immediately ordering the skeleton berserkers to retreat. He thought the lightning divine beast was about to self-destruct. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. The aura is not right. It's not self-destruction, it's another skill. The lightning divine beast's aura did not become chaotic. Skill, 10 directions thunder. In an instant, the entire passage was filled with a large number of thunderbolts. If this were outside, it would have already echoed through the heavens and earth. But in the burial thunder valley, it was silent. Although the thunder existed, it was as if it were buried, without a sound. The more silent it was, the more eerie it felt. At this moment, Lin Mou's hair stood on end, and his whole body felt cold. He watched as the thunder exploded throughout the entire passage. All the undead army, including himself, was enveloped by the thunder. The thunder appeared and disappeared in an instant. It lasted no more than half a second. Lin Mou felt as if he had one foot in the underworld. This single skill almost instantly killed the entire undead army. It also almost killed him. Of course, Lin Mou knew he wouldn't die, as the undying aura was still active, and the undead army wouldn't die either. But now, it was just one lightning divine beast. Next, he would have to face 2, or even 3 lightning divine beasts. If there were 2 lightning divine beasts, taking turns using the 10 directions thunder skill, he would be in mortal danger. The key was that this skill was unavoidable. The entire passage was filled with thunder, and anyone in the passage would inevitably be attacked. No, I must change my tactics. Lin Mou thought to himself. Dozens of healing spells fell on the undead army simultaneously, and the undead army recovered from near collapse. The strong soldier skill had only been active for 5 seconds. The skeletons launched another round of fierce attacks on the lightning divine beast. Lin Mou kept a close eye on it, fearing it would use the 10 directions thunder skill again. Fortunately, until its death, it did not use the skill again. The lightning divine beast's aura began to destabilize, and lightning flickered chaotically on its body. It's going to self-destruct. Lin Mou quickly led the undead army to retreat. The skeleton berserkers also retreated as far as possible. At this moment, the undead army, including himself, was entangled in lightning and could not be recalled, so they could only distance themselves. Except for the skeleton berserkers, Lin Mou led the remaining undead army to retreat to the entrance of the passage. At this point, they were about 2,000 meters away from the lightning divine beast. This was why he had led the lightning divine beast to run forward for over 1,000 meters at the beginning. It was to create enough safe distance when it self-destruct. Lin Mou did not know if this distance was enough, but he had to try. As for the skeleton berserkers, they retreated as far as they could, which was the best they could do. The lightning lit up again, and Lin Mou instinctively closed his eyes. It was too dazzling. If he kept his eyes open, he might go blind. Even with his eyes closed, he could still feel the light of the lightning penetrating. The self-destruction range is 1,500 meters. The power is immense, and the undying aura is ineffective. The comprehensive connection talent is also ineffective. Lin Mou sensed the skeleton berserkers disintegrating in the lightning. In the undying aura, the skeleton berserkers were killed and then revived, only to be killed again. The instantaneous damage was too great, rendering the comprehensive connection talent useless. Lin Mou's side this time was worse than the last. The vast range caused the skeleton berserkers to be almost completely wiped out. But he was also relieved, knowing his decision was correct. With a self-destruction range of 1,500 meters, if he had stayed as before, he would have had no way to avoid it and might have been in danger himself. Looking at the empty passage after the self-destruction, Lin Mo sighed and continued forward, summoning new skeleton berserkers as he went. When Lin Mo entered the 8th passage, the strong soldier skill had already recovered. This stage was not difficult. With the strong soldier skill, dealing with 2 lightning divine beasts was not a problem. Even if they used the 10 directions thunder skill twice in a row, the undead army would not die with the undying aura. The only trouble was the self-destruction of the 2 lightning divine beasts. Lin Mo did not know if the self-destruction range would expand if 2 lightning divine beasts self-destruct together. Based on previous experience, as long as they were not too far apart, the range would not change. To be safe, Lin Mo led the lightning divine beasts to run nearly 2,000 meters after the starlight fell. This gave him over 3,000 meters of space. As he expected, the self-destruction range of the 2 lightning divine beasts expanded to 2,000 meters. If he had stayed as he did in the 7th stage, it would have been quite troublesome. At best, he would have been severely injured, and the undead army would have been almost wiped out. At worst, he could have died there. The only price was the complete annihilation of the skeleton berserkers. But this was not the first time, and Lin Mo was mentally prepared. Although it was painful, what else could he do? At this point, he had no choice but to continue forward, with no way to retreat. The 9th passage, the final passage. Lin Mo sat down in front of the passage. Facing 2 lightning divine beasts earlier, the consecutive use of the 10 directions thunder skill had put the undying aura into cooldown. He had to wait another 24 hours for the undying aura to recover. For countless years, I wonder if anyone has ever reached this point. Lin Mo looked at the 6 passages ahead, lost in thought. He knew he had to choose the first passage on the far left. After choosing one passage after another, reaching this point, those who made it here must be extremely rare. Moreover, this place had the difficulty level of a forbidden zone. Lin Mo felt that he was the first human professional to reach this point in thousands of years. While resting, Lin Mo pondered how to pass the next stage. 3 lightning divine beasts, probably at level 82. With the strong soldier skill, I can probably kill 2. But 3 uses of the 10 directions thunder skill would be enough to instantly kill me and the undead army. Therefore, I must prevent them from using the 10 directions thunder skill, at least one of them. Lin Mo knew that his team's limit was to endure 2 uses of the 10 directions thunder skill in a row. Since that was the case, he had to instantly kill one of them to have a chance. Lin Mo took out the solidified fire god essence. Using it to summon the flame lich could result in a pseudo-god level self-destruction attack, but even that was not safe. If it failed to kill the opponent, he would be the one to die. After some thought, Lin Mo put away the fire god essence and took out the corpse of the poison god. In an instant, the area was filled with poison, and some nearby plants instantly withered. The poison god was covered in poison. Wherever it went, nothing could grow. Lin Mo then took out a jade bottle and began extracting the essence blood. With the corpse of a god in hand, there was plenty of essence blood. Lin Mo decided to try summoning the poison lich with the essence blood of the poison god, using the same self-destruction method to deal with the lightning divine beasts. Using self-destruction against self-destruction, it would be a matter of who was stronger. This was one of Lin Mo's current trump cards. Always having a backup plan, Lin Mo prepared the essence blood of the poison god and left 10 skeleton archers outside the passage. He also left 10 lich generals for them. This way, they would not have to endure the 10 directions thunder skill. If the poison lich's self-destruction failed to stop the 10 directions thunder skill, this would be a glimmer of hope. A day later, when the undying aura recovered, Lin Mo held the essence blood of the poison god, left 10,000 skeleton archers behind, and resolutely stepped into the 9th stage. Chapter 482. Chapter 482, 482. Chapter 482, all within calculations. The 9th passage, the final passage, and also the most difficult one. According to the map provided by Antares, once Lin Mo passed through this passage, he would reach the location of the giant crystal. At that time, he only needed to drip the blood given by Antares onto the crystal to complete their deal. Lin Mo had already formulated a specific strategy while waiting for the undying aura to cool down, and now he was implementing it step by step. As long as there were no accidents, there shouldn't be any problems. Lin Mo disliked accidents, so he always prepared multiple contingencies. One of the contingencies was leaving 10,000 skeleton archers outside the passage. Even after entering the passage, when the path behind him disappeared, Lin Mo tried summoning a skeleton archer back. Finding no issues, he was finally relieved. The disappearance of the passage did not affect the summoning and dismissal between him and the skeletons. As Lin Mo advanced, silent lightning flashes and explosions continued to occur. Compared to when he first entered the Burial Thunder Valley, the power of the lightning had now reached 5.5 times its initial strength. Even the skeletal armor with a constitution of 310,000 was like paper. Lin Mo only advanced 500 meters before stopping to rest. During the rest, he looked up at the 3 bright twinkling stars in the sky. 3 stars, 3 level 83 lightning divine beasts. Lin Mo took a deep breath and continued forward after resting. At the 990-meter mark, Lin Mo stopped again for another rest. This time, he dismissed all the skeleton berserkers. After taking a deep breath, Lin Mo charged forward. The moment he crossed the 1,000-meter distance, the 3 stars in the sky fell simultaneously. 3 lightning divine beasts charged towards Lin Mo from the starlight. Red light flashed as the aging curse was cast, accompanied by the ice lich. The speed of the 3 lightning divine beasts slowed down immediately. Lin Mo dragged them deeper into the passage, not looking back. The Lich generals inside and outside the passage were busy healing, ensuring that as long as the undead army remained, Lin Moya would not die. Lin Moya ran extremely fast, ignoring the lightning explosions on his body. This time, he ran an exceptionally long distance, covering over 2,000 meters in one breath. At this point, he was about 3,000 meters away from the entrance of the passage. 3,000 meters was the distance he had planned, enough to avoid the self-destruction even if all three lightning divine beasts detonated together. There were rules in the Burial Thunder Valley, and everything, including encountering enemies every 1,000 meters and the self-destruction of the lightning divine beasts, followed predetermined rules. He had now grasped most of the rules and knew what to do. 5,000 skeleton berserkers appeared, quickly taking over the aggro from Lin Moya and surrounding the three lightning divine beasts. Lin Moya swiftly retreated, withdrawing to a distance of over 1,000 meters. He did not use the strong soldier skill but instead took out the essence blood of the poison god and began summoning the poison lich. Soon, an extremely unstable poison lich appeared before him. The poison lich charged forward like a gust of wind. The three lightning divine beasts were surrounded by the skeleton berserkers, almost gathered together. This was part of Lin Moya's plan, to gather them together so that the poison lich could self-destruct in their center. If the self-destruction was successful, it could poison and kill all three of them. This way, not only could he avoid the damage from the 10 Directions Thunder skill, but he could also avoid the self-destruction damage of the lightning divine beasts. After releasing the poison lich, Lin Moya retreated again as a precaution. In the summoning space, he still had 5,000 skeleton berserkers reserved, just in case. If the poison failed to kill them, the skeleton berserkers could still finish them off. After all, the skeleton berserkers had the highest burst damage in the undead army, especially when combined with the strong soldier skill. Lin Moya had estimated all possible scenarios. He minimized accidents as much as possible. The poison lich was struck by lightning as it advanced, causing its aura to become increasingly chaotic. As Lin Moya retreated, his gaze was fixed on the poison lich, fearing that it might self-destruct prematurely due to the lightning strikes. It wasn't until he saw the poison lich reach the planned self-destruction point that Lin Moya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Green gas silently exploded in the valley, engulfing all three lightning divine beasts. The self-destruction range of the poison lich was not large, only about 30 to 40 meters, and the lightning divine beasts were gigantic, with body lengths of over 20 meters. If Lin Moya's calculations were not accurate, the poison would not have been able to cover them all. In the intense poison gas, the bodies of the three lightning divine beasts were visibly corroding at an astonishing speed. The lightning divine beasts were not true lifeforms, so they did not make any agonizing cries. As their bodies corroded, the lightning within them began to leak out. For a moment, lightning flashed everywhere. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed as he finally realized that the lightning divine beasts were entirely composed of electric elements. Every inch of their bodies was made of electric elements, which he had not noticed before. Now that their bodies were corroding and leaking large amounts of electric elements, he finally discovered this. The lightning divine beasts were pure combat puppets made of electric elements. To create such puppets, the existence behind them must be extraordinarily powerful. Compared to the war puppets of the dragon clan, the lightning divine beasts were like gods among mortals, completely incomparable. The lightning suddenly surged, and Lin Moya sensed danger, immediately retreating at top speed. All members of the undead army inside the passage also retreated. The lightning divine beasts were about to self-destruct. Their mechanism was to self-destruct once their damage reached a certain level. The poison lich's self-destruction brought them to the brink of death in just over a second, skipping the 10 Directions Thunder skill and proceeding directly to self-destruction. Lin Moya was retreating frantically, with only about 2 seconds of time. The lightning illuminated the passage, and the three lightning divine beasts self-destruct, covering a range of 2,000 meters. All the skeleton berserkers were undoubtedly killed. However, this time, the losses were relatively smaller compared to the previous 2 times. This was because Lin Moya had used the essence blood of the poison god and accumulated experience from the previous 2 times. After the self-destruction, the passage was completely empty. Only a mass of green poison remained, lingering for a long time without dissipating. 3 stars reappeared in the sky, dim and dull, needing a long time to recover. Lin Moya sighed and continued forward. No more lightning. As he walked, there were no more lightning strikes. After a moment's thought, he realized the reason. He had passed the test. By defeating the 3 lightning divine beasts, he had completely passed the trial. If he could defeat the lightning divine beasts, the lightning in the passage was no longer a threat. Lin Moya could roughly guess the thoughts of the person who set up this trial. He dismissed the undead army and continued forward, summoning new skeleton berserkers along the way to replenish the losses. By the time he had walked 10,000 meters through the passage, the undead army had been fully replenished. The strong soldier, skill, undying aura, poison god's essence blood, and fire god essence were all available. With his peak combat strength, Lin Moya was filled with confidence. His current mindset was completely different from when he first arrived in the lower space. Outside the passage was a not-so-large square. At the far end of the square stood a giant crystal, integrated with the valley. Lin Moya did not immediately enter the square. He stood outside, carefully observing. Since he had reached the final moment, he could not afford to make any mistakes. The square was covered with various strange runes. Lin Moya did not recognize them, but he had seen similar ones before. These were divine runes, a language used by deities. Divine runes had many uses, such as conveying information or inscribing formations. The square was circular, covered in runes, resembling some kind of formation. Lin Moya studied it for a while but could not figure it out. He had to pass through this square to reach the crystal. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Moya suddenly laughed. Why think so much? There's no way to retreat anyway. He realized he was being overly cautious, as he had no path for retreat. If he didn't go forward, what else could he do? He left the undead army outside the square and prepared himself before entering. The moment Lin Moya stepped into the square, the entire area lit up. Numerous purple crystals emerged from the ground, resembling beautiful water crystals. Inside them, electric currents could be seen flickering. These were crystals infused with electric elements. In the next second, all the purple crystals shot into Lin Moya's body like lightning. Chapter 483. Chapter 483, 483. Chapter 483, the entire abyss is hunting Lin Moyo. The skeletal armor did not react, indicating that these electrified crystals were harmless. Lin Moyo felt a warm current flowing through his body. The weak electric current brought a tingling sensation, not painful but rather itchy. Then he received a notification. Electric element immunity cap increased by 1%. Electric element immunity cap increased by 1%. A series of 10 identical notifications appeared, increasing his electric element immunity cap by 10%. Previously, in the corpse realm, after being struck by the creation lightning multiple times, his electric element immunity had increased from 50% to 80%. After that, it had not increased any further. Later, Lin Moya learned that for any element, 80% was the upper limit of immunity. Breaking this limit was very difficult without special opportunities. Unexpectedly, now the limit had been broken, increasing from 80% to 90%. If he had the right treasures, he could increase his electric element immunity to 90%. Lin Moya knew this was the reward for passing the trial. For those who pursued the ultimate and dreamed of becoming super gods, this reward was highly desirable. Besides the electric element, he also had the spinal fluid of the poisonous dragon, which could similarly increase his poison element immunity cap. However, how much it could increase would need to be tested. After all the crystals entered Lin Moya's body, the light on the square quickly dimmed, and Lin Moya arrived in front of the giant crystal. The crystal was about 5 meters tall. Lin Moya could feel the terrifying energy contained within it. This energy seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Inside the transparent crystal, a bead was sealed. The moment he saw the bead, Lin Moya immediately remembered that this energy was the same as the energy of the bead Jiang Yi had given him. They were almost identical. The bead inside the crystal was also identical to the one Jiang Yi had given him. Back then, Antares and Jiang Yi's deal was to find similar beads. Unexpectedly, Antares' deal with him was also to find such a bead. This bead must be very important to Antares, but what is it used for? Lin Moya pondered. He didn't understand the bead's purpose. Not only him, but even the well-informed Meng Anwen didn't understand. Antares would not tell him the answer. What was certain was that this bead was very important to Antares. Lin Moya couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. He took out the blood given by Antares and placed it on the crystal. The thin membrane on the blood broke upon contact with the crystal, releasing a refreshing fragrance. So fragrant. Lin Moya took a deep breath, feeling a sense of comfort throughout his body. Antares' blood was surprisingly fragrant. Lin Moya almost couldn't resist taking a bite. The blood quickly seeped into the crystal, which began to melt rapidly in front of Lin Moya. Lin Moya had already prepared a corresponding box. As soon as the crystal melted and revealed the bead, he grabbed it. He had once obtained a bead from Jiang Yi, identical to this one. Lin Moya looked at it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. "Kid, did you get the dragon pearl?" Antares' voice suddenly sounded. The voice seemed to come from the dragon pearl but directly resonated in his mind. Since sound couldn't be transmitted here, Antares used mental communication to talk to Lin Moya. Lin Moya was not surprised. He knew Antares had the ability to contact him. Lin Moya also used his mental power to respond. "Yes, I got it." At this moment, the dragon pearl shone brightly, and numerous lines appeared on it. The lines intertwined to form an extremely mysterious rune. Antares continued, "Then come back. Activate the teleportation array on the dragon pearl, and you can return to the upper space directly." Lin Moya shook his head. "I still have some things to do in the lower space. I'll come back after I'm done." Antares was silent for a long time. Seeing this, Lin Moya's lips curled up slightly. It seems Antares values the dragon pearl highly. Otherwise, it wouldn't hesitate. But it probably won't force me to return immediately. To show it's not in a hurry, it will let me arrange my own time. Lin Moya thought to himself, guessing Antares' next reaction. Sure enough, after a few seconds, Antares said, "Alright, you can come back after you're done. You can activate the dragon pearl anytime, and it will bring you back to the upper space. When you return, I'll give you everything I promised. You've passed my first small test, and we can discuss a real deal." As expected, Antares responded just as Lin Moya had predicted. Lin Moya could sense that Antares was still a bit anxious. The dragon pearl was clearly very important to it. But to avoid making Lin Moya think the dragon pearl was too important, it called this a small test. "Sure, I'll come back after I'm done." After saying this, Lin Moya put away the dragon pearl. With it in hand, he had another option. He could return to the upper space or go to the abyss world. He had one more escape route. After the crystal melted, Lin Moya saw an entrance to a cave. The entrance had been hidden behind the crystal, and now that the crystal had melted, the entrance was revealed. A hidden cave. I wonder what's inside. Lin Moya sensed an unusual aura coming from the cave, an aura he had felt many times before, seemingly related to deities. Combining all the situations in the burial Thunder Valley, Lin Moyo had a guess in his mind. Without hesitation, Lin Moyo had a few skeleton berserkers clear the way and then followed them inside. As Lin Moyo obtained the Dragon Pearl, a sharp howl echoed from a certain place in the deep space of the ancient battlefield. The howl was so sharp that it pierced through space and reached the abyss. In the center of the abyss, the Demon Emperor's palace shook violently. The shadow of the Demon Emperor appeared in the abyss. Investigate who has been to the ancient battlefield, the lower space, and the burial Thunder Valley in the past few days. Investigate who has been to the ancient battlefield, the lower space, and the burial Thunder Valley in the past few days. The Demon Emperor's voice echoed throughout the abyss, filled with anger, causing all demons to tremble. The timid demons were already kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear. The Black Sky Demon King frowned, realizing that the Demon Emperor was looking for Lin Moyo. His avatar had been poisoned to death at the entrance of the burial Thunder Valley. Moreover, in the past few days, the Succubus King had already spread the news about Lin Moyo in the burial Thunder Valley. Many demon kings in the abyss knew about it. However, this time, the Black Sky Demon King remained silent because he knew the Demon Emperor would soon get the information. Many would report Lin Moyo's whereabouts to the Demon Emperor. The Succubus King was one of them. Sure enough, within a few minutes, the Demon Emperor had the answer. At all costs, kill Lin Moyo. Whoever succeeds will be rewarded with a treasure of the laws. The new order from the Demon Emperor spread throughout the abyss, shaking all the Demon Kings. The Demon Emperor's order meant that the entire abyss was now hunting Lin Moyo. Such an event had rarely happened in history. No one could imagine what Lin Moyo had done to provoke the Demon Emperor's kill order. The Black Sky Demon King trembled, a treasure of the laws as a reward. His eyes were filled with desire. He desperately wanted a treasure of the laws. The Rotten Demon King chuckled. The Demon Emperor is really generous, but this treasure won't be easy to obtain. The Black Sky Demon King coldly laughed. Indeed, Lin Moyo is not easy to kill. Rotten Demon King, are you interested? The Rotten Demon King shook his head. I'd rather study poison. Let others handle the fighting and killing. The Black Sky Demon King's eyes were dark. If given the chance, he would definitely kill Lin Moyo, but he also knew that Lin Moyo was not easy to kill. In the Succubus King's palace, the Succubus King lazily lay on her throne, exuding extreme allure. Mina stood respectfully beside her. Your Majesty, should we go? The Succubus King chuckled. Go for what? To die. We don't know what Lin Moyo did in the burial Thunder Valley to anger the Demon Emperor. But the more it is so, the more dangerous Lin Moyo is. Believe me, we can't kill him. If we go against him, we might be in danger. This is good. Let those guys go and die. Mina completely believed the Succubus King. She knew how difficult it was to deal with Lin Moyo. She had long given up the idea of killing Lin Moyo. Now that the Succubus King had no intention of killing him, she felt relieved. Lin Moyo was too terrifying. She never wanted to deal with him again. The cave was not as dark as expected. Electric light constantly flowed on the cave walls, providing illumination. Lin Moyo saw many fist-sized crystals embedded in the cave walls. Electric element essence contains the purest electric elements, can permanently enhance electric element immunity. Chapter 484. Chapter 484, 484. Chapter 484. Even if revived, I would no longer be myself. Electric element immunity permanently increased by 1%. Lin Moyo held an electric element essence in his hand and activated it with his spirit power. The electric element essence immediately flowed into his body like water, and he received the prompt. Although it only increased by 1%, Lin Moyo was very satisfied. After all, he already had 80% electric element immunity, with an upper limit of 90%. The 10% increase in between was quite difficult. The electric element essence contained extremely pure electric element. In Lin Moyo's sensing, it was much purer than lightning gems. If used by someone with no electric element immunity at all, it could probably directly increase their electric element immunity to over 50%. But this kind of immunity became harder to increase as it approached the upper limit. Unless there was a treasure like the Toxic Godstone that could reach 80% at once, the upper limit for ordinary people. The first electric element essence increased electric element immunity by 1%, reaching 81%. Then it took 2 more to reach 82%. The closer to the upper limit, the more difficult it became to increase. Next it took 3 pieces to increase to 83%, with the requirement constantly increasing. Fortunately there were enough electric element essences in the cave. Lin Moyo collected and activated them as he walked. Soon, his electric element immunity reached 90%, hitting the upper limit again. To break through the upper limit further would require some lucky opportunity. However, Lin Moyo vaguely felt that the opportunity might be ahead. Although he had already reached the upper limit of electric element immunity, Lin Moyo didn't hesitate to take this rare treasure of electric element essence. While electric element essence had no hierarchy, in many people's eyes it was comparable to legendary treasures. The electric elements in the cave had accumulated for who knows how many years to form these electric element essences, and now they were all taken by Lin Moyo. The cave wasn't very long, just over 1,000 meters. He soon reached the end. At this point, Lin Moyo's storage space had over 500 pieces of electric element essence. Just these alone were invaluable. At the other end of the cave, Lin Moyo saw a huge cavern within the mountain. Lightning was dense everywhere here, but strangely there was still no sound. Lightning flowed silently in the cavern, electric snakes densely flowing like water. Lin Moyo swallowed and muttered, as expected. It really is the Thunder God's palace. His voice disappeared as soon as it came out. Sound could not be transmitted here. All sounds disappeared here, maintaining absolute silence. He saw a majestic palace. The palace was the source of all the lightning. Whether it was this cave or the entire Thunder Burial Valley, the Thunder God's palace before him was the source. Lin Moya knew he couldn't be mistaken. The Thunder God's palace had a special mark, which was a Thunder God's sword, and in his hand, he had an identical Thunder God's sword. Thunder God's sword, the Thunder God's sword, key to opening the Thunder God's palace. When he obtained the Thunder God's sword, he already knew it was the key to opening the Thunder God's palace. But no one knew where the Thunder God's palace was. No one could have imagined that the Thunder God's palace would be in such a forbidden place as the Thunder Burial Valley. Lin Moya came to the front of the Thunder God's palace. The palace gates were tightly closed. In front of the gate was a thunder stone with a notch. Lin Moya understood and took out the Thunder God's sword, inserting it directly into the notch. The Thunder God's sword immediately burst with brilliant electric light, shimmering with the lightning in the sky. For a moment, the entire cavern became an ocean of lightning. Lin Moya stood in the electric sea, letting the lightning fall on him, unmoved. As the holder of the Thunder God's sword, not only did this lightning not harm him, but it even carried a hint of intimacy. Lin Moya indeed sensed emotions from the lightning. These electric elements seemed to be welcoming, rejoicing, emotions running high. The palace gates slowly opened in the lightning, and Lin Moya stepped in. The palace had been sealed for who knows how many years, finally welcoming a new guest. Like the Poison God, the Thunder God was a mid-tier deity. And in legends about deities, the Thunder God was more powerful than the Poison God. The Thunder God's strength was very close to high-tier deities. Lin Moya had once seen the Thunder God's phantom. It died at the hands of the Beast King. At the time, Lin Moya had sighed about it. The history of that time had been buried by time, with few knowing what happened between the deities and the ancient beasts. Perhaps in the Thunder God's palace, answers could be found. The palace wasn't large. Apart from simple furnishings, there was nothing. Everything here was composed of electric elements. After so many years, only elements could remain for so long. Anything else would have decayed with time. Passing through the front hall, Lin Moya came to the main hall. Lin Moya looked at the main hall. A corner of the main hall was missing. Lin Moya sensed the aura of past battles. He realized battles had erupted in the Thunder God's palace before. Was it attacked? Lin Moya thought to himself. Entering the main hall, he saw a corpse. A god's corpse. A god's corpse like the Poison God's. The Thunder God's corpse. After who knows how many years, its body was still intact. Vast lightning coiled around the body like armor. The lightning was thick as paste, slowly flowing. All over the body, only the space between the eyebrows had no lightning, leaving a small space. And in this space, above the brow, was the mark of a small grass. Lin Moya understood and placed the electric grass on it. Electric grass can be used to awaken the Thunder God. The electric grass was absorbed by the Thunder God, and lightning also emanated from between the eyebrows, merging with the lightning enveloping the whole body. In an instant, the electric light surged, and Lin Moya quickly stepped back. The Thunder God's corpse slowly awakened in the electric light. Lin Moya watched nervously, not knowing if what he did was right or wrong. If the Thunder God had ill intentions towards him, he would be doomed. Facing a real deity, his lich self-destruct method might not work. Perhaps detonating the Poison God's corpse was the only way. Lin Moya had once been moved by the Thunder God's sword's loneliness and promised to awaken its master if he had the chance. Now he had fulfilled that promise. However, Lin Moya was also prepared. If the Thunder God was hostile, he would fight to the death, even at the cost of mutual destruction, to slay a god. In Lin Moya's attention, the Thunder God slowly rose, lightning all over its body converging towards the brow. Soon, the lightning disappeared, revealing the Thunder God's true appearance. A woman. Lin Moya was slightly stunned, not expecting the Thunder God to be female. She was tall, looking no different from humans. 2 pairs of lightning wings on her back gently fluttered, very beautiful. Outside the Thunder God's palace, the Thunder God's sword turned into lightning and flew over, instantly landing in her hand. Lin Moya was extremely vigilant at this moment, ready to act at the slightest sign of trouble. The Thunder God held the Thunder God's sword, gently stroking it, and opened her eyes. Lin Moya was stunned. These eyes revealed unimaginable loneliness. It was a sense of loneliness that couldn't be described in words. As if all friends and family were gone, and only oneself was left in the world. The lonely emotion spread through the palace, also affecting Lin Moya. Lin Moya now knew that the Thunder God's sword's sense of loneliness came from this. He also understood why there was no sound here. It was because the Thunder God didn't like to speak, so all sounds here were extinguished. The Thunder God gently stroked the Thunder God's sword with nostalgia, like an old friend. "Thank you, little human friend." The voice sounded directly in Lin Moya's mind. The Thunder God didn't speak, communicating directly through mental thoughts. Lin Moya did the same. "I promised the Thunder God's sword I would awaken its master. This is my closest comrade. Being able to see it one last time before death, I have no regrets." Lin Moya was shocked. "Aren't you alive?" "Alive." The Thunder God slowly raised her head to look at Lin Moya. "This is just a remnant soul I left in the electric grass. My soul was destroyed long ago in that great battle." Lin Moya asked almost instinctively, "Can't you be revived? I know deities are hard to kill." The Thunder God shook her head. "Too difficult. Even if revived, I would no longer be myself. What's the use of revival then? That battle was too cruel. All the backups I prepared were ineffective. I'm not afraid of death, but I regret dying too late. Comrades gone, kin dead, only I was left." Being able to see the thunder god's sword at the end is enough. The lonely emotion was joined by sorrow, but also a sense of letting go. It was clear the thunder god had no fear of death. Lin Moyo asked again, was it the beast king who killed you? The thunder god chuckled, yes and no. Little human friend, how is the outside world now? Chapter 485. Chapter 485, 485. Chapter 485, Complete Immunity to Electric Element. The thunder god's tone was somewhat affectionate. She seemed to have a good relationship with humans, calling Lin Moyo little human friend repeatedly. It reminded Lin Moyo of the life god in the corpse realm, who also seemed friendly towards humans. The poison god, however, was different. From this, Lin Moyo could analyze that there were likely factions among the gods. Since there were gods friendly to humans, there might also be gods hostile to humans and friendly to abyss demons. It seemed possible. The world of gods appeared quite complex. Lin Moyo described the current state of humanity. After listening, the thunder god said softly, it seems they didn't succeed. Antares is still there, right? Lin Moyo nodded, he's in the core area of the upper space of the eternal battlefield. The thunder god's voice gradually softened, that's good. With him there, the world is safe. Lin Moyo asked, did Antares protect this world? The thunder god didn't answer. Lin Moyo could see she didn't like to talk much. Previously she had mostly been listening to him speak. Now, the aura on the thunder god's body began to weaken. She seemed about to leave. The thunder god's voice sounded in Lin Moyo's mind again, I must go now, little human friend. Work hard to become a super god. Only by becoming a super god will you have the qualifications. After saying this, the thunder god spoke no more. Her body was once again enveloped in lightning. Lin Moyo firmly remembered her last words, only by becoming a super god would he have the qualifications. She stroked the thunder god's sword one last time, then the sword silently disintegrated. It seemed everything of the thunder gods was created from electric elements, including the thunder god's sword. She had mastered electric elements to an incredible degree. Pure electric elements seemed able to transform into anything. Lin Moyo didn't understand what level of power this was. The disintegrated thunder god's sword turned into starlight enveloping Lin Moyo, the starlight becoming electric currents seeping into his body. The bone armor had no reaction, indicating the currents were beneficial and harmless. Electric element immunity upper limit increased by 1%. Electric element immunity permanently increased by 1%. Electric element immunity upper limit increased by 1%. Electric element immunity permanently increased by 1%. The two messages appeared alternately. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moyo found his electric element immunity had reached 100%. From now on, he was completely immune to electric elements. No electric element in the world could harm him. What is this? Lin Moyo couldn't help asking in surprise and joy. A gift. The thunder god gave these two final words, then her body also disintegrated in the lightning. At once, the thunder burial valley shook nonstop, thunder rumbling. Deafening thunder sounded in his ears. Sound has returned. As Lin Moyo heard the sound, he knew the thunder god was gone, truly gone. The thunder god before him had completely scattered, turning into tens of thousands of lightning sparks. From the sparks, two beams of light shot into Lin Moyo's head and disappeared. Obtained mid-tier god core. Obtained thunder god's divine position. Mid-tier god core, absorb the god core to become a deity, or comprehend the power within to become a god-level expert. Thunder god's divine position, fuse with the divine position to become the new thunder god. Lin Moyo saw the thunder god's god core in his mind. It looked similar to the poison god's god core, but the thunder god seemed more exquisite and complex. Especially the patterns on the god core were more profound, exuding an indescribable aura. Beside the thunder god's god core, the divine position throne was clearly visible. Lin Moyo hadn't expected to obtain another god core and divine position, but he knew this was given to him voluntarily by the thunder god. Lin Moyo said softly, in the future, when I have the chance, I will find a suitable person to inherit the god core and divine position, to become the new thunder god. The starlight from the thunder god's disintegration finally converged into 10 crystal-like substances, which also fell into Lin Moyo's hands. When he received these things, Lin Moyo's whole body trembled, almost unable to hold them. These 10 crystals were incredibly heavy, each weighing 10,000 jin. Something not even half a fist in size weighing 10,000 jin shocked even Lin Moyo. He could sense that the crystals contained a very special power, something he had never encountered before. The level of this power seemed to surpass even the poison god's blood essence. More pure, more terrifying. Lin Moyo felt that if he used it to summon elemental liches, self-destruction was inevitable, and the power would likely be extremely terrifying. Law God Crystal, electric mythical material, possessing the power of electric element laws. Lin Moyo encountered the word law for the first time. He had never heard of laws in any materials or historical records. Electric element laws. Lin Moyo didn't understand, but felt it should be very high-end. The entire palace began to shake. With its master gone, it also began to collapse. Lin Moyo ran out of the palace and found the entire cavern and mountain shaking, about to collapse. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Lin Moyo ran out quickly. As he ran out of the cave, with a rumbling sound, the entire mountain cave completely collapsed. Boom, boom. Outside, the thunder burial valley flashed with lightning and thunder. No longer silent, it went to the other extreme. The thunder was incredibly loud, echoing throughout the wind thunder continent. It was raining outside. Lin Moyo sensed sadness in the raindrops, as if even the rain was crying for the thunder god's departure. God's fall reign. Just days apart, the eternal battlefield and human world once again saw God's fall reign. Antares opened his huge eyes. The Thunder God has finally gone. I didn't expect that brat to bring the Thunder God's sword and electric grass in. His tone also carried a hint of nostalgia. Then he muttered, but this is good too. The old must go for the new to come. You've been lonely for so many years, you can finally be free now. In the sky above the Thunder Burial Valley, stars turned into lightning divine beasts, roaring madly. Lin Moyo heard the roar of lightning divine beasts for the first time, indistinguishable from thunder. In the roars, countless lightning bolts struck the Thunder Burial Valley. The lightning divine beasts also seemed to grieve for the Thunder God's fall. This Thunder Burial Valley was actually the Thunder God's tomb. At this time his eyes lit up slightly. He saw on the ground, in the rain, many small grasses growing vigorously. Electric grass. The small grasses looked like electric grass, but were not yet electric grass. Electric grass was the Thunder God's true form. Perhaps one day in the future, by chance, new electric grass would take form again, becoming a new Thunder God. If that day truly came, Lin Moyo would give the Thunder God's divine position to it. Let it become the new Thunder God. The heavy rain in the human world had just stopped not long ago, then started again without warning. Most people thought the weather had become very strange, raining suddenly, and all over the world at once. Only a few people knew the inside story. Meng Yanwen's gaze showed confusion. How has another deity fallen? Deities haven't died much in nearly 1,000 years, how have two died suddenly? In his palm, the divine summer tower kept spinning. He couldn't find the source no matter what. In the deepest part of Creation God Academy, a beam of light shot into the sky. In the light, a huge 8 trigrams compass could be vaguely seen. Lin Mohan stood shoulder to shoulder with a white-haired old man. Lin Mohan asked softly, "Teacher, can you calculate it?" The old man shook his head. "I can't calculate it. I only know it should be related to a human." Lin Mohan raised her jade hand at this time, a drop of blood flying from her fingertip. She smiled like a flower. "Teacher, then help me calculate how little you is doing." The old man glanced at Lin Mohan. How many times have you calculated this? A drop of blood each time, how much blood have you wasted?" Lin Mohan giggled. "What's wrong with wasting a little blood? Teacher, please calculate for me, okay?" The old man had no choice but to start calculating. The 8 trigrams compass absorbed Lin Mohan's blood. Through their blood connection, he calculated about Lin Moyo. "Your brother is safe and sound, don't worry." Then the teacher made a slight sound of surprise. "Oh, how did he go to the lower space?" Lin Mohan was stunned. "Little you is level 70? How could it be so fast?" The old man shook his head. "No, he's still in his 50s. Going to the lower space in his 50s, Xiaohan, your brother is extraordinary." The old man immediately knew how Lin Moyo had gone. Lin Mohan said proudly, "Of course, little you is the best." Chapter 486. Chapter 486, 486. Chapter 486, the second origin rune. The Thunder Burial Valley did not completely collapse due to the Thunder God's fall. Although the Thunder God was gone, the power she left behind still maintained the operation of the Thunder Burial Valley. The small plaza outside the Thunder God's tomb would still exist. If someone was lucky enough to reach there, they could still receive rewards. Unfortunately, no one could enter the Thunder God's tomb or see the Thunder God's palace again. Now many electric grasses had grown in the Thunder Burial Valley, swaying in the lightning. Time to go. Lin Moyo took a final look at the collapsed cave and valley, and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped. Behind the collapsed mountain, Lin Moyo saw a stone tablet. His eyes suddenly narrowed and he flew over at top speed. The stone tablet had been hidden in the mountain, only revealed after the mountain collapsed. Complex runes were carved on the stone tablet, flowing like dragons and phoenixes, impossible to understand their meaning. However, anyone could see these runes were extraordinary. Lin Moyo couldn't understand them for now. Not understanding didn't matter, as long as he knew what it was. Origin rune. Lin Moyo never imagined an origin rune would be hidden in the mountain. He had almost missed it. His spirit power activated the stone tablet. The stone tablet flowed into Lin Moyo's body like water, then a red light shot into the sky. The soldier character on the back of his left hand also flashed, seeming to resonate with the newly obtained origin rune. Only those who had personally experienced it would understand how powerful an origin rune was. The strengthened soldier's skill from the soldier character had saved him countless times, helping him slay powerful enemies. If he could obtain another equally powerful skill, the red light shooting into the sky immediately drew countless people's attention. Everyone knew what the red light meant. The owner of the red light would be the target of all arrows for 10 days. Unlike last time when he passively let people come to him, this time killing intent rose in Lin Moyo's eyes. Time for another massacre. This time I'll come find you. With the red light shooting into the sky above him, Lin Moyo's lightning undead wings flapped as he shot off like lightning. When he first set foot on the Wind Thunder continent, Lin Moyo had encountered the dragon race's attack. At that time he decided that after resolving his deal with Antares, he would go to the dragon race's base to see what was going on. To see what the dragon race was up to, and if those general level war puppets could be mass-produced. If so, it would not be good news for the human race. He wasn't afraid, but the top career holders in the human army would face danger on the battlefield. And before he left for the eternal battlefield, news had come of the dragon race preparing for war. War was not far off. The dragon race, dormant for 1,000 years, had only launched 2 relatively small-scale wars after their return. They wouldn't stop there, and were certainly preparing for a larger-scale war. The hatred between races could not be easily erased. Lin Moya flew at low altitude, still very wary of windflowers. The windflowers' movements were too strange, and Lin Moya didn't want to provoke windflower groups for now. Lin Moya constantly checked the map, changing directions. He was looking for the dragon race, while the dragon race and demons were also looking for him. The red light of the origin rune was too conspicuous. Dragons and demons rushed over like moths to a flame. When they saw that the one who obtained the origin rune was actually a level 52 human career holder, they all became excited to the point of losing reason. They didn't stop to think why a level 52 person would appear in the lower space and even obtain an origin rune. Was an origin rune something that could be obtained casually? When they rushed over mindlessly, Lin Moya's blade of slaughter naturally awaited them. Along the way, Lin Moya was constantly ambushed, killing batch after batch. His experience slowly increased through the slaughter. Military merits were no longer very useful to him now. No amount of military merits could raise his general stars. Only killing demon kings, dragon kings and other such powerful beings could continue to raise his general stars. And killing one wasn't enough. He was now a 3-star divine general. To upgrade to 4-star divine general, he needed to kill a full 4 of them. Lin Moya only remembered a general direction, and it wasn't easy to find what he was looking for. However, Lin Moya knew that as long as he got close to the dragon race's base, the dragon race would naturally come looking for him. Whether it was the aura of him slaughtering dragons, or the red light of the origin rune, now, both were huge temptations. Sure enough, after just half a day, a large number of dragon warships appeared in sight. Dragon warships floated in the air, numbering over 1,000. Lin Moya could see the situation on the warships from afar. He could see many dragon generals standing expressionless on the warships. Their expressions were extremely stiff, their eyes blank and lifeless, completely different from normal dragons. Each warship had a 100-man team of general-level puppets. With 1,000 warships, there were over 100,000 general-level puppets. 100,000 dragon generals. This number was extremely shocking. It was enough for the dragon race to launch a full-scale war against humans. One could imagine how many top human career holders would die if war broke out, while the dragon race's losses would just be some war puppets. Where did the dragon race get so many materials? Lin Moya frowned slightly. Making war puppets required a lot of materials. General-level war puppets would certainly have higher material requirements. Where did the dragon race obtain such high-quality materials in such quantities? Upon discovering Lin Moya, a lot of noisy voices came from the dragon warships. The puppets ignored the red light shooting into the sky above Lin Moya, but the real dragon members wouldn't. Origin rune. He killed many of our people. Kill him and take the origin rune. We've investigated clearly a few days ago. This level 52 human career holder is called Lin Moya. Someone the Dragon King ordered must be killed. Kill him and give the origin rune to the Dragon King. We can get an amazing reward. The dragons shouted and yelled. The magic crystals on the dragon warships all lit up. In an instant, huge pillars of light illuminated the sky, blasting towards Lin Moya. Lin Moya had anticipated this and immediately flew towards the ground. Below him were patches of thunder trees. The dragon warships instantly went silent, not daring to attack. Provoking even one thunder tree would be disastrous. They would be attacked by groups of thunder trees. Their 1,000 warships and 100,000 dragon generals seemed like a lot, but compared to the mountain ranges formed by thunder trees, they were just a drop in the ocean, not enough. Since the warships couldn't attack, the dragon generals on the ships came out. 100,000 dragon generals poured out in a flood. Lin Moya said calmly, "Time to level up again." The undead army appeared in response, with skeleton berserkers charging to the front to directly face the dragon generals. Using 10,000 skeleton berserkers to face enemies 10 times their number, Lin Moya wasn't worried at all. At the moment the two sides were about to clash, the soldier character on the back of his hand flashed. The strengthened soldiers skill suddenly activated, instantly increasing the entire undead army's combat power by nearly tenfold. The skeleton berserkers raised their axes to activate skills, with attacks equivalent to over 8 million strength. The dragon generals were no match for them at all. One skill and the dragon generals were instantly killed. The skeleton mages and divine archers had also joined the battle. Under one wave of area attacks, nearly 1,000 general-level puppets were directly killed. The skeleton berserkers moved very quickly, swiftly catching the falling puppet corpses. Though they were puppets, their life force was real. After catching the puppet corpses, the skeleton berserkers threw them forcefully towards the sky. The explosion range of corpse explosion was 420 meters. The dragon warships were about 300 meters above the ground. The battle was happening 150 meters above ground. When the corpses flew to 500 meters high, Lin Moya raised his hand to activate the skill. Under the strengthened soldiers state, the damage of corpse explosion was amplified 6 times again on its original basis. With the sound of explosions, terrifying energy swept past like a fierce wind. The shields on the warships were twisted and deformed by the explosions, about to break. This was just from one corpse. The corpses thrown up by the skeleton berserkers numbered in the hundreds and thousands. Moreover, the damage from corpse explosion affected not only the warships, but also the dragon generals in the midst of battle. The dragon generals were instantly killed by the explosions, their corpses becoming Lin Moya's weapons again. When 3 corpses were detonated in succession, the shields of many warships shattered. The real dragon warriors on board showed panic on their faces. They wanted to escape, but it was too late. Several more corpses exploded in succession, directly destroying the unprotected warships, along with the dragon warriors on board who also died. The destroyed dragon warships fell from the sky, crashing to the ground among the thunder trees. The thunder tree groups immediately began to stir. In an instant, countless thunderbolts struck towards the sky. The thunder trees targeted the dragons, as they had the same aura. They were seen as the same kind by the thunder tree groups. This was also Lin Moya's idea, to use their power against them. Chapter 487. Chapter 487, 487. Chapter 487. While restricting you, it also restricts me. The large-scale eruption of the thunder trees caused terrifying lightning to cover the sky. Although the Dragon Clan warriors were numerous, they were nothing compared to the thunder trees. The entire mountain range, stretching for thousands of kilometers, was the world of the thunder trees. When the thunder trees erupted, the lightning swept across, and the Dragon Clan warriors fell like raindrops, with thousands dead or injured in the blink of an eye. The lowest level of the thunder trees was 70, and although they were not as strong as the Dragon Clan warriors individually, their sheer numbers were astonishing. The lightning struck the Dragon Clan warriors and also hit the Dragon Clan warships. The shields of the Dragon Clan warships were broken by the thunder trees, and they fell from the sky. Lin Moya also contributed to this, shuttling through the lightning. Completely immune to electric elements, he was not afraid of lightning damage at all. The skeleton berserkers cooperated with him, constantly throwing corpses for him to detonate. Lin Moya and the thunder trees worked seamlessly together, quickly causing the Dragon Clan army to collapse. Retreat! A voice rang out from the Dragon Clan warships, and all the remaining warships turned and flew away. Lin Moya immediately gave chase. However, his speed was not as fast as the Dragon Clan warships, and he soon lost them. But it didn't matter. Lin Moya had already determined the direction. He decided to stop and wait for the strong soldier skill to cool down. Below him was a vast area of thunder trees. He knew that the Dragon Clan, having suffered once, would not return to such an environment to seek trouble. Here, the Dragon Clan warships were not only useless but would also bring disaster upon themselves. In the short battle that lasted less than a minute, the Dragon Clan lost over 200 warships and 4,000 warriors, suffering heavy losses. The Dragon Clan could not understand how they could suffer such heavy losses in just 30 seconds. All the Dragon Clan members knew they had underestimated Lin Moya. Orders were issued, and all Dragon Clan members active in the Wind and Thunder continent were ordered to return. When Lin Moya arrived, it would be a great battle. Lin Moya stayed in place, watching the direction the Dragon Clan warships had left, and combined it with the direction they had fled a few days ago, roughly determining the location of the Dragon Clan's base. About 500 kilometers to go. No need to rush over. Lin Moya knew that the Dragon Clan must have made preparations, waiting for him to come. After all, with the red light shining on him, it was impossible to hide his whereabouts. He decided to confront them openly. This matter had to be clarified, otherwise, if the Dragon Clan continued to develop like this, it would be troublesome if they produced 80-level Dragon Clan warriors in the future, putting the human race at a disadvantage. An hour later, the strong soldier skill cooled down. Lin Moya slowly got up and leisurely flew towards the Dragon Clan's base. The Thunder Tree mountain range gradually disappeared beneath him. Without the threat of the Thunder Trees, the Dragon Clan warships could attack without restraint. From a distance, Lin Moya saw a massive structure. The Dragon Clan had built a military fortress here, a flying military fortress. The fortress was like a small city, guarded by a large number of Dragon Clan warships. The land of the ancient battlefield had self-repairing properties, and except for the area where the Shangxia ancient city was located, no other place could build a city. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Clan had found another way, building a fortress in the sky. Seeing the fortress, Lin Moya frowned slightly. The aura of a secret realm. There is a secret realm in this fortress. Is the Dragon Clan's secret hidden in the secret realm? This fortress was clearly built to protect the secret realm, indicating its great importance. Moreover, based on the facilities on the fortress, it looked difficult to break through. Lin Moya could sense its power from the fortress, feeling that breaking it would require at least a divine-level expert. Nearly 1,000 warships hovered in the air outside the fortress, with their shields activated early, aiming at Lin Moya. As expected, the Dragon Clan had made full preparations, waiting for him to come. Besides the warships, there were also many Dragon Clan warriors. These were not puppets but real Dragon Clan warriors. They hovered in the air outside the fortress, and Lin Moya could sense their powerful aura. All over level 80, the strongest ones are at least level 83, and there are quite a few of them. There were nearly 100 Dragon Clan warriors over level 80. This gave Lin Moya a headache, feeling like he had stirred up a hornet's nest. But since he was already here, he had to fight. At this moment, a Dragon Clan member flew out of the fortress. Its appearance immediately caught Lin Moya's attention. As it appeared, all the Dragon Clan members present saluted it. This indicated its high status. Moreover, its aura was stronger than all the other Dragon Clan members present. Based on Lin Moya's estimation, it should be above level 85. Additionally, its appearance was somewhat different from other Dragon Clan members, with its scales shining with a unique luster. It had a pair of sharp horns on its head, unlike other Dragon Clan members who had only one horn. Double horns, it's a Dragon Clan member with ancestral bloodline. Seeing the double horns, Lin Moya understood. Unexpectedly, the opponent was a Dragon Clan member with ancestral bloodline. Such Dragon Clan members only needed time to become Dragon Kings, and very powerful ones at that. Ancestral bloodline held the highest status in the Dragon Clan. Even if it was only level 10, it could stand on equal footing with ordinary Dragon Kings. It was clear that this was the commander of the fortress. It stared at Lin Moyu with killing intent in its eyes. Between the Dragon Clan and Lin Moyu, it was already a situation of mutual destruction, with no need for words. Lin Moyu, without the thunder trees and windflowers here, you're dead. It said loudly. Lin Moyu showed a hint of disdain. The thunder trees and windflowers not only restricted the Dragon Clan but also restricted him, making some of his skills inconvenient to use. Otherwise, it's time for a massacre. Lin Moyu knew that once he started, few Dragon Clan members present would survive. The Dragon Clan army was ready, and the battle was about to begin. Lin Moyu took out a drop of the poison god's essence blood and began summoning the elemental lich. In the next second, a chaotic poison lich appeared beside him. The poison lich flew towards the Dragon Clan fortress as if teleporting. All the Dragon Clan members felt a sense of foreboding when they saw the poison lich. Stop it! The warships fired, but it was too late. The poison lich was too fast, covering the distance of over 1,000 meters in less than a second. The poison lich exploded silently on the fortress, affecting an area of only 30 to 40 meters. However, everything at the center of the explosion, whether people or objects, instantly decayed and died. Several unfortunate Dragon Clan warriors, all over level 80, died screaming as soon as they were touched by the poison. After the explosion, the poison gas began to spread slowly, giving the Dragon Clan enough time to escape. But the fortress had nowhere to escape. The airborne fortress that the Dragon Clan had painstakingly built was about to be engulfed by the poison gas and completely decay. Lin Moyu, what have you done? The Dragon Clan commander roared in anger. What had he done? Couldn't they see with their own eyes? Asking such a stupid question showed a lack of intelligence. Lin Moyu couldn't be bothered to respond. Instead of talking, it was better to cast more skills. A red light covered the area like a net, and with a soft hum, the aging curse spread across the battlefield. In places with thunder trees and windflowers, Lin Moyu couldn't use curse skills, as he was also restricted. This battlefield not only freed the Dragon Clan warships but also freed Lin Moyu. The undead army appeared, and the elemental liches appeared together. The strong soldier skill was activated again. Various auras flickered under the skeleton's feet, and the berserkers charged forward. The Dragon Clan warships also began to counterattack frantically. Nearly 1,000 warships fired simultaneously, and a massive barrage of attacks rained down on the skeleton berserkers. The skeleton berserkers dodged quickly, avoiding what they could and taking the hits they couldn't avoid, knowing they wouldn't die. The skeleton mages and archers focused their attacks on the Dragon Clan warriors. A green light exploded among the Dragon Clan. Skill, Poison Star Explosion. This skill was also restricted by the thunder trees and windflowers, making it a group attack skill with limited use. But under the strong soldier skill, it became a group-killing weapon within 30 seconds. Its effect even surpassed that of the corpse explosion. Within 30 seconds, it could deal up to 180,000 damage per second. Combined with the poison lich's poison aura, which stacked infinitely, it could deal 300,000 damage per second. Under the strong soldier skill, it could deal 480,000 damage per second within 30 seconds. Dragon Clan warriors over level 80 could withstand it, but those at level 70, especially the puppets, couldn't last a few seconds. Ordinary level 70 Dragon Clan members had total attributes of only 650,000, with a constitution of less than 200,000. Without the vitality of a boss, they would die instantly if the healers couldn't keep up. In just the first moments of the battle, the airborne fortress was destroyed, and the Dragon Clan soldiers were all poisoned. Lin Moyu shouted, "I'll kill you." Chapter 488. Chapter 488, 488. Chapter 488, Ancestral Bloodline, indeed not easy to kill. The Dragon Clan's ancestral bloodline is equivalent to the pinnacle professionals among humans, representing the highest tier. Normally, only professions like Earth Knights could contend with Dragon Clan members of the ancestral bloodline. However, this normal has become history. Lin Moyu's emergence has disrupted the balance between professions. His existence has become exceedingly unreasonable. For instance, Lin Moyu, who is only at level 52, is attempting to slaughter an army of the Dragon Clan numbering in the tens of thousands. None of these Dragon Clan warriors are below level 70. There are also those with ancestral bloodline who are over level 80. Such a scenario would be deemed illogical anywhere. Yet, Lin Moyu has made it possible. Watching the opponent charge over furiously, only to be intercepted by the skeleton berserkers halfway. The poison aura, freezing aura, and lightning aura simultaneously affected it. Being poisoned, slowed, and continuously bombarded by lightning made it extremely frustrated. Without the enhancement of the strong soldier skill, the skeleton berserkers would not stand a chance against it. Even hundreds or thousands of skeleton berserkers would not be enough for it to kill. But now, each skeleton berserker's attributes were no less than its own. Especially when the skeleton berserkers unleashed their skills, it could only retreat, not daring to engage directly. Lin Moyu said indifferently, "Let's see if you can charge over first." With a flick of his finger, explosions resounded. Screams were mixed within the explosions. In just a few seconds, several puppet warriors were poisoned to death, their corpses becoming weapons in Lin Moyu's hands. Numbers mean nothing. These useless puppets can even become my weapons. Lin Moyu's words, like a demon's whisper, sent chills down one's spine. With each explosion, numerous Dragon Clan warships were destroyed. Every time Lin Moyu pointed his finger, several warships fell from the sky. Along with the Dragon Clan warriors on board, none were spared. Those Dragon Clan warriors over level 80 received Lin Moya's special attention. Each was targeted by hundreds of skeleton berserkers, with numerous skeleton mages and skeleton archers attacking from a distance. To resolve the battle quickly, as long as they did not flee, Lin Moya did not use the bone prison. After all, being bound would have the damage, affecting efficiency. The fortress was completely corroded by poison in just 10 seconds. Despite being constructed from the best materials, it was as fragile as tofu under the poison. The secret realm was finally exposed, just as Lin Moya had speculated. This airborne fortress was built for the secret realm. Lin Moya said coldly, "It seems your secret lies within the secret realm." The Dragon Clan commander's face changed drastically, shouting, "Defend the secret realm." Lin Moya shook his head, "You can't defend it." Now that the secret realm was sealed by poison, they couldn't enter, and those inside couldn't leave. Moreover, the poison was still spreading, gradually enlarging its range. Part of it was entering the secret realm. According to Lin Moya's estimation, there should also be poison within the secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm had been sealed. Unless using some special items, it was impossible to enter or exit the secret realm. The poison was indiscriminate, and even Lin Moya, the initiator, couldn't enter. Lin Moya did this to seal the secret realm first. What to do next would be decided later. Some warships attempted to rush into the secret realm. As soon as they touched the poison with their protective shields, the shields instantly collapsed. Then, the warships disintegrated in mid-air, with all the Dragon Clan members on board dying, none spared. Everything happened in just a few seconds. The commander, anxious, shouted, "Ignore the skeletons, kill Lin Moya first." It couldn't have imagined that the battle would turn out this way in just 10 seconds. The Dragon Clan's puppet warriors were almost completely annihilated, and half of the 1,000 warships were damaged. All caused by Lin Moya, who was only at level 52. How could he be so powerful? "Want to kill me?" Lin Moya sneered, flames burning in his palm. He finally had time to use the soul flame. A flash of light passed, and the Dragon Clan commander with ancestral bloodline screamed, almost dropping its weapon. Then, screams followed one after another. Lin Moya spared no one, targeting those Dragon Clan warriors over level 80 with a soul flame each. In their screams of terror, they were engulfed in fear. Lin Moya's attack wasn't particularly strong, but it was extremely painful, more so than breaking limbs. Then, corpses flew towards him. The skeleton berserkers threw many corpses his way. Most were puppet warriors, with a few being actual Dragon Clan members. As they saw the corpses flying towards them, they realized the danger, but it was too late. The corpses exploded right in front of them. The terrifying impact hit them, severely injuring them all at once. The attributes of the level 70 puppet warriors weren't strong, and their vitality was average. They couldn't withstand the powerful corpse explosion skill, which was amplified 60 times, dealing damage based on 25 times their vitality. With the strong soldier skill enhancing the damage sixfold, even those Dragon Clan warriors over level 80 couldn't withstand it. Just one had left them severely injured. If hit 2 or 3 more times, they would surely die. Their faces filled with terror, they turned and fled. Even the commander with ancestral bloodline did the same, knowing the situation was hopeless. Its entire body erupted with powerful energy, breaking free from the skeletons, and charged towards Lin Moya like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was so fast that Lin Moya couldn't react in time, and its spear pierced Lin Moya. This strike was its strongest. Not a skill, but stronger than any skill. Ancestral bloodline couldn't be used lightly, as it caused significant damage. Now, to kill Lin Moya, it didn't care anymore. The sharp spear tip pierced Lin Moya's body but was blocked by a seemingly non-existent thin membrane, unable to penetrate further. Passive skill, damage transfer. As long as the undead army wasn't annihilated, Lin Moya wouldn't die, or even get injured. And now, 30,000 skeletons were sharing Lin Moya's damage. Your attack power is good, but not enough. Lin Moya murmured, raising his hand, his fingertips flickering with white light. The bone spikes, which hadn't been used for a long time, erupted at close range. 3,120 bone spikes, almost concentrated in one spot, pierced the commander's body. Terrifying damage erupted at this moment. With the strong soldier skills enhancement, Lin Moya's attack power was also considerable, at least 10 times stronger than usual. Although the bone spikes weren't enough to kill it, they at least caused it to be injured. Then, more corpses arrived, with skeleton mages and skeleton archers focusing their attacks on it. The sky once again resounded with dragon roars, as it activated its ancestral bloodline for the second time. Breaking free from the encirclement, the dragon opened the way for it, soaring into the sky, and instantly fleeing far away. Its speed was so fast, like a bolt of lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Moya watched its departing direction, as expected of ancestral bloodline, indeed not easy to kill. When it activated its ancestral bloodline, it became immune to all negative states, and control skills were ineffective. Its attack power surged by several times. In Lin Moya's eyes, when it activated its ancestral bloodline, its strength could be compared to the giant leaf mother tree. But wanting to kill him with one strike wasn't enough. This strike was meant for the skeletons, which could indeed instantly kill them. It's a good warrior, pity I forgot to ask its name. Next time I see it, I can ask. At least, if I'm going to kill it, I should know its name and surname. Lin Moya thought to himself, his gaze turning towards the battlefield. The Dragon Clan's formation had already been broken. The remaining warships fled in all directions. Only some fearless puppet warriors remained, delaying time. Lin Moya didn't pursue, instead focusing his attention on the entrance to the secret realm. The Dragon Clan's secret lies within. At this moment, his body shone brightly, and just a few days later, Lin Moya leveled up again, reaching level 53. Chapter 489. Chapter 489, 489. Chapter 489, 100% poison immunity. Lin Moya was not surprised that he could level up, he had anticipated it. He leveled up, and his attributes and skills increased. The members of the undead army expanded again, with 33 lich generals and a total of 32,670 skeletons. Each type of skeleton reached a total of 10,890. Lin Moya did not immediately summon the skeletons but instead turned his attention to the entrance of the secret realm. The entrance and exit of the secret realm were shrouded in deadly poison, making it difficult to enter or exit. This poison came from the poison god, potent enough to kill pseudogods and even the avatars of demon kings. Lin Moya did not know how long it would last. It could be a day, a year, or even 10 years. If it were elsewhere, it would be manageable, but in the lower space where the strongest beings were only level 89, it was almost unsolvable. Now that the entrance and exit were sealed and the Dragon Clan was driven away, the next step was to figure out how to get inside. Lin Moya had an idea before but wasn't sure if it would work. He could only try. I killed the poison god and increased my poison immunity cap, reaching 100% poison immunity. The spinal fluid of the poisonous dragon can increase poison element immunity. The poisonous dragon evolved by consuming the essence blood of the poison god. Therefore, the poisonous dragon has considerable resistance to the poison god's poison. Let's give it a try. Lin Moya followed his premeditated plan and took out the spinal bone of the poisonous dragon. The spinal bone was 100 meters long, with exactly 100 segments, each 1 meter long. At each connection point, there were 3 drops of spinal fluid, looking crystal clear like beautiful jade. The entire spinal bone had a total of 300 drops of spinal fluid. Lin Moya had previously taken 3 drops, one of which he gave to Han Donner to cure her poison. Now, 297 drops remained. Because he didn't have a suitable container, Lin Moya hadn't extracted the spinal fluid. Now, he didn't need a container, he took it directly. He broke open one segment and swallowed the 3 drops of spinal fluid. The spinal fluid exploded with a unique fragrance in his body, turning into a warm current that spread to every corner of his body. Poison element immunity increased by 1%. Poison element immunity increased by 1%. 2 consecutive notifications appeared, increasing his poison element immunity to 82%. 3 drops increased by 2%. It seems I need to consume more and more, similar to the electric element essence. He broke open another segment and swallowed the 3 drops of spinal fluid. Poison element immunity increased by 1%. This time, it increased by 1%. He continued breaking open the spinal bone and consuming the spinal fluid. After several attempts, Lin Moya figured out that each time he needed to consume 1 more drop than the previous time. In total, he needed 297 drops to increase his poison element immunity from 80% to 100%. Fortunately, he had 297 drops, more than enough, with 89 drops remaining. Lin Moya ordered the skeleton berserkers to keep fighting while he continued consuming the spinal fluid. Eating the same thing repeatedly would eventually become tiresome. Although the spinal fluid tasted good, Lin Moya started to feel nauseous after consuming so much. He couldn't help but recall the time he ate desert fruits to practice his skills, feeling a sense of déjà vu. But there was no choice. He glanced at the entrance of the secret realm, still shrouded in poison. He had to finish what he started, no matter how nauseous he felt. Half an hour later, with the final 1% increase, Lin Moya finally reached 100% poison element immunity. His entire body glowed, and faint green smoke emanated from him. Humans consume various foods, which always leave some toxic residues, especially for professionals, who come into contact with many toxic substances daily. Although injuries heal, some toxins remain. Over time, these small amounts of toxins accumulate in the body. Now that Lin Moya had reached 100% poison element immunity, all the accumulated toxins were expelled from his body. Lin Moya felt much lighter, and although his attributes hadn't changed, he felt much better than before. Complete immunity to both electric and poison elements was unprecedented in history. If Lin Moya could see his bones, he would see that they were now as white as jade. His bone marrow was as crystal clear as the spinal fluid of the poisonous dragon, making it the best antidote in the world. Lin Moya immediately put away the poisonous dragon's bones, not wanting to see them again for a while due to the nausea they caused. The entrance and exit of the secret realm were shrouded in poison, making it difficult for anyone to enter or exit. The poison swayed with the wind, expanding but not dissipating, now covering an area of 10 kilometers, turning the former battlefield into a forbidden zone. Lin Moya tried touching the poison with his finger and found no adverse effects. The poison seemed to ignore him. Feeling reassured, Lin Moya boldly flew towards the secret realm. With 100% poison element immunity, he could move and breathe freely in the poison. Even if he inhaled a large amount of poison, his body would quickly expel it without any residue. Just as he was about to enter the secret realm, a mysterious force pushed him back. The secret realm rejected his entry. Lin Moya was momentarily stunned before realizing that he was in a very special state. His body was glowing red, indicating he was in the trial period of the primordial rune. During this state, he couldn't leave the ancient battlefield or enter any secret realms or instances. The trial period was fair to anyone who obtained the primordial rune, requiring them to endure for 10 days. I didn't expect to overlook this detail. With 8 days remaining, I'll have to wait. Waiting outside the secret realm for 8 days was a waste of time, but it was unavoidable. Before he could sit down, a cold and powerful aura approached from afar. Lin Moyo looked up and saw a green light in the distance. Abyssal fire. The distant sky turned dark green, filled with the dense abyssal fire. A terrifying aura followed. A demon king. Lin Moya's expression turned serious. A true demon king had arrived, not just an avatar but the actual demon king. The aura was unmistakable, and Lin Moya couldn't be wrong. For a demon king to come to the lower space was quite troublesome. Even with sacrifices of demon flesh and souls, they could only summon an avatar for a short time, no more than a minute. For a demon king to come in person, they had to enter the deep space first and then travel through the spacetime passage to the lower space. This allowed them to stay a bit longer, about an hour if they didn't engage in combat. If they fought, the time would shorten drastically, possibly to just a few minutes. For a demon king, even a few minutes were enough to accomplish many things. Lin Moya sensed the powerful aura, stronger than the Flame Demon King, the Bull King, and even the Demon King avatars he had killed recently. At least a level 92 Demon King, and not an ordinary one, likely an elite. Lin Moya didn't panic. He knew the Demon King couldn't get through the poison. The Poison God's poison was troublesome even for a Demon King. The Demon King, surrounded by abyssal fire, charged forward, burning the poison. The hissing sound of the poison burning was constant, and the abyssal fire quickly consumed the poison. Lin Moya finally saw the Demon King within the abyssal fire. Its entire body was shrouded in abyssal fire, constantly changing shape within the flames. Lin Moya recognized it from the information on Abyssal Demon Kings. It was the Fire Spirit Demon King. Its true form was an Abyssal Fire Spirit, an elite Demon King with a level of 91. His judgment was accurate. The Fire Spirit Demon King was indeed blocked by the poison, unable to get through for the moment. But the abyssal fire continued to burn the poison, and in half an hour, it would be gone. The Fire Spirit Demon King had no physical form, no eyes, mouth, or nose, making it impossible to read its expression. However, Lin Moya could feel its aura locked onto him, filled with killing intent. The atmosphere became tense. Apart from the sound of the poison burning, there was no other noise. With the Fire Spirit Demon King locked onto him, Lin Moya knew that if he left the poison's range, he would face a terrifying attack. He was unaware that the Abyssal Demon Emperor had issued a kill order for him. Countless Abyssal Demon Kings wanted to kill him. The poison's range was rapidly shrinking, and during the Primordial Rune trial period, he couldn't leave the ancient battlefield. The Abyssal Teleportation Stone was unusable, and even Antares' Dragon Pearl couldn't help him leave. Moreover, with the red glow on him, even using a random teleportation scroll to escape 100 kilometers wouldn't help. The Demon King could catch up in an instant. The Primordial Rune now seemed like a death sentence. Chapter 490. Chapter 490, 490. Chapter 490, guess what, he's just level 53. A mocking voice echoed in the air. The Fire Spirit Demon King had already begun to prepare to reap the rewards, considering Lin Moya was something already in its grasp. At this moment, a powerful aura surged from afar, and more Demon Kings were arriving, not just one. Lin Moya saw several black dots rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. Realizing that something must have gone terribly wrong, Lin Moya immediately took out the Shangxia Ancient City Teleportation Stone given to him by Feng Yiming. Activate. Lin Moya instantly disappeared from the Fire Spirit Demon King's sight. A red light suddenly shot up from Shangxia Ancient City. Everyone was shocked by this sudden red light. It's the Primordial Rune. Someone has obtained the Primordial Rune, and it's one of our human race. So envious, why can't I get the Primordial Rune? Those who obtain the Primordial Rune have extraordinary luck, but the key is whether they can keep it. Now that he's back in the Ancient City, there should be no problem. Shangxia Ancient City has its own rules. No one can fight within the Ancient City. Even if someone wants to snatch the Primordial Rune, as long as Lin Moya doesn't leave Shangxia Ancient City, no one dares to make a move. Lin Moya only needs to stay in Shangxia Ancient City for 8 days. Once the Primordial Rune trial period ends and it fully integrates, no one will be able to take it from him. Most people were envious, but some had sinister looks in their eyes. Actually, even in Shangxia Ancient City, it's not 100% safe. What do you mean? The Ancient Arena, a life and death duel. Lin Moya appeared in the military's teleportation array. The appearance of the Primordial Rune once again alarmed Feng Yiming. Feng Yiming rushed over at the fastest speed and saw Lin Moya in the teleportation array. It's General Lin. Seeing that it was Lin Moya who obtained the Primordial Rune, Feng Yiming was only slightly surprised before returning to normal. Lin Moya's existence is a miracle in itself. Anything happening to him seems reasonable. Feng Yiming noticed the badge on Lin Moya's shoulder, a 3-star Divine General. Just a few days ago, he was still a 2-star Divine General, and now he had become a 3-star Divine General. Connecting this to the Divine Rain a few days ago, Feng Yiming immediately understood that the Divine Rain was related to Lin Moya. The fall of a deity seemed to be connected to Lin Moya. However, he was mistaken. Lin Moya became a 3-star Divine General because he poisoned the avatar of the Black Sky Demon King. The Divine Rain was due to the fall of the Thunder God, and the two were not related. Upon discovering that Lin Moya had become a 3-star Divine General, Feng Yiming became even more respectful, smiling warmly. Congratulations, General Lin, on obtaining the Primordial Rune. Lin Moya also responded to Feng Yiming. Thank you, Captain Feng. I was just lucky. Feng Yiming said, General Lin, are you planning to rest in the Ancient City for a few days? Lin Moya replied, yes, I'll wait for the primordial rune to fully integrate before leaving. Otherwise, the target is too obvious. Feng Yiming quickly said, I'll immediately arrange a place for General Lin. The ancient city has special rooms for divine generals. Shangxia Ancient City holds a very special status in the lower space, and occasionally, divine generals do come. The military provides high treatment for divine generals, and the living environment is very comfortable. It's an independent courtyard with a garden. Lin Moyo had no specific requirements for living, as long as he wasn't disturbed. However, Feng Yiming was puzzled. With Lin Moya's strength, it seemed unnecessary to worry about being hunted. Who would dare to hunt him? This is someone who can kill demon kings. Although puzzled, Feng Yiming didn't ask much. Lin Moya noticed Feng Yiming's confusion and also considered another possibility. He said to Feng Yiming, Captain Feng, at least 3 demon kings have come from the deep space to hunt me. You should make some preparations. Feng Yiming was shocked, realizing that this was why Lin Moyo had returned. Being hunted by 3 demon kings, what kind of situation was this? Could it be that Lin Moyo had killed the abyssal demon emperor's son? What exactly had Lin Moya done? Feng Yiming couldn't imagine. He immediately responded, General Lin, don't worry. Shangxia Ancient City has stood for 1,000 years for a reason. Demon kings have come before, but they all left in defeat. Feng Yiming had great confidence in Shangxia Ancient City and was not worried. Since Feng Yiming said so, Lin Moya didn't say more. Confidence is good, and the demon kings might not come. After arranging Lin Moya's accommodation, Feng Yiming left. Although he said not to worry, some preparations still needed to be made. Half an hour later, Meng Anwen, who was staying in the White God courtyard, received the news. The news came from the Feng family. Feng Yiming had sent the news of Lin Moyo obtaining the primordial rune back to the Feng family. The Feng family then passed the news to Meng Anwen. Unexpectedly, Xiao obtained another primordial rune. It's rare for one person to have 2 primordial runes. And he became a 3-star divine general. I wonder what Xiao experienced in the lower space. But it seems he had a good time. Meng Anwen smiled, knowing that Lin Moyo was not only safe but also had a fortuitous encounter, making him very happy. He originally wanted to tell Bai Yawan the news, but then thought, let that guy stay in the Hall of Heroes a bit longer. With a mischievous smile, Meng Anwen closed his eyes again, relaxing. A mysterious aura enveloped the White God courtyard, becoming thicker like a dense fog surrounding the courtyard. In Shangxia Ancient City, Lin Moyo felt a sense of solemnity. Although Feng Yiming spoke casually, he was making preparations. Half a day later, the demon kings had not arrived, but Lin Moyo did not relax his vigilance. Who knew if the demon kings would come? It was not easy for demon kings to come from the deep space to the lower space, and they could only stay for about an hour. If they fought, the time would shorten drastically. So Lin Moyo guessed that the demon kings might not come. If they did, it would be with overwhelming force. He himself didn't know what he had done to make the demon kings come after him. After resting for half a day, Lin Moyo replenished his entire undead army. He carefully checked his attributes. Name, Lin Moyo. Profession, Necromancer Lord, Unique. Level, 53, 0.5%. Strength, 80,626. Agility, 80,626. Spirit, 234,860. Constitution, 96,626. Special attributes, Poison Element Immunity, Electric Element Immunity, Physical Damage Reduction 0%, Vitality Increase 50%. His attributes had increased by over 19,000 compared to level 52. Even an Earth Knight, a top-tier profession, would have a total attribute of about 270,000 at level 53. Lin Moya's total attribute had reached 490,000. The two were no longer on the same level. As his level continues to increase, the gap will only widen. After resting for half a day, Lin Moya left his residence and headed to the ancient city's shop. There was only one shop in the ancient city, the one Lin Moya had visited a few days ago. Most needed items could be bought there, though they were expensive. Lin Moya needed to buy some bottles to store the spinal fluid of the poisonous dragon. He also needed some boxes to store the spinal bones of the poisonous dragon. With the red light shining on him, Lin Moya was very conspicuous. Any action he took would immediately attract attention. He's coming. He hasn't shown up since teleporting back, and now he's finally coming out. Good, I'll challenge him. Yes, the ancient arena, a life and death duel. In the half-day since Lin Moya's return, many professionals who were out fighting monsters had returned to the city. Most had come back after receiving the news. Everyone wanted the primordial rune, and even fellow human professionals had thoughts of taking it. They were confident in their strength. As Lin Moya walked out, those who were ready to challenge him fell silent. Not only was Lin Moya glowing red, but the Divine General badge on his shoulder was also glowing purple. To others, the purple glow of the Divine General badge was even more dazzling than the red glow of the primordial rune. Those who had been eager to challenge Lin Moya now stood straight and even saluted him. Lin Moya carried a faint aura of killing intent from the recent battles, which hadn't fully dissipated. As he walked past, they stood at attention, saluting him. Only after Lin Moya walked away did they breathe a sigh of relief. My goodness, he's a 3-star Divine General. He must have killed at least 3 demon kings or deities. Terrifying, he looks only level 53, how can he be so terrifying? He must be hiding his level with some item. I guess he's at least level 83. Guess what, he's just level 53. Chapter 491. Chapter 491, 491. Chapter 491, This world definitely has a big secret. A deep voice interrupted everyone's speculation. A burly warrior clad in heavy armor and wielding a giant axe walked over. His gaze was directed towards the direction Lin Moyo had just left. His name is Lin Moyo, and he's not even 20 years old. He only completed his job transfer last year, entering the Xia Capital Academy as the national top scorer, and then in the Xia Capital Academy. He recounted Lin Moyo's experiences in detail. The legendary experiences left everyone dumbfounded. Someone had reached level 53 in less than 2 years, and their combat power was comparable to that of a deity. Even in legendary myths, such feats were unheard of. The storyteller was named Xiong Dali, a well-known figure in Shengxia ancient city, leading a 30-member boss raiding team. He himself was an 85-level berserker, equipped with several top-tier items, allowing him to function as a knight. No one doubted his words. Xiong Dali continued, "You all must have been away from the human world for too long. If you go back and ask around, you'll hear about General Lin. Also, our human race has produced another Earth Knight. After so many years, the glory of the Earth Knights will shine again. Let me tell you, General Lin has already obtained one primordial rune, and this is his second. If you're not afraid of death, go ahead and challenge him." Xiong Dali's eyes were filled with disdain as he scanned the crowd before turning to leave. He was kindly advising these clueless individuals not to throw their lives away. After all, they were all humans. Dying here was less valuable than dying in battle against demons. Everyone looked at each other, feeling a bit scared. Fortunately, they hadn't gone to challenge Lin Moyo, or they would have been walking into their deaths. One person obtaining 2 primordial runes, how lucky must he be? I feel that once General Lin steps into the divine level, it will be the end of the abyssal demons. I think so too. This time, our human race might really have a chance to counterattack the abyss. Yes, counterattack the abyss and kill all the demons. The group became excited, roaring in low voices. This sentiment quickly spread throughout the ancient city, and Lin Moya's various deeds also spread rapidly. Lin Moya didn't know that his casual walk had caused such a stir. He entered the shop, going directly through the officer-exclusive passage. This time, there were already people in the shop. Ling Nan was explaining something to a 7-star colonel. As soon as Lin Moyo entered, the entire shop was bathed in a layer of red light. The 7-star colonel also turned to look at Lin Moyo, muttering, "Primordial rune, and only level 53. His eyes sparkled with interest. Seeing Lin Moyo, Ling Nan quickly ran over, saluting respectfully, "Greetings, General." Her eyes widened slightly. Lin Moyo had gone from a 2-star general to a 3-star general in just a few days. This shocked her, and her respect deepened. Lin Moyo nodded, "You can continue with your work. Come find me when you're done." With that, Lin Moyo walked into the shop. Ling Nan returned to the 7-star colonel, "Do you need anything else? I can continue explaining." The 7-star colonel was stunned, muttering, "He's a general." Ling Nan nodded, "General Lin Moyo. You just came from the Yuan battlefield, so you should have heard of him. He is Lin Moyo." The colonel was shocked. Didn't he just obtain the primordial rune? Then he abruptly fell silent, his whole body trembling with shock. He had just seen Lin Moyo obtain the second primordial rune. With a complex expression, he quickly left the shop. Ling Nan approached Lin Moyo, "General Lin, what would you like to buy?" Lin Moyo said, "I need some potion bottles, the best quality ones. Do you have them?" Ling Nan noted it down, "Yes, how many do you need?" "Give me 200. Lin Moyo needed 100 for himself and bought an extra 100 as a backup. Ling Nan noted his request, "Anything else?" "I also need some boxes, large enough to hold 1 meter long bones." Lin Moyo explained his requirements, and Ling Nan noted them all. The potion bottles are no problem, but the boxes might need to be custom made, which could take some time. Lin Moyo asked, "How many days?" Ling Nan replied, "About 3 days. The boxes aren't made in the ancient city but in the number 5 fortress of the Yuan battlefield. The number 5 fortress had many blacksmiths, and many military supplies were produced there." "All right." Lin Moyo handed a segment of the poisonous dragon's spine to Ling Nan, "Use this as the size for the custom boxes." Ling Nan instinctively used a detection spell on the spine, shivering in shock. She exclaimed, "Is this the poisonous dragon from the wild continent's poisonous land?" Lin Moyo nodded. Ling Nan couldn't help but say, "That poisonous dragon killed many people. I heard the Eagle Guild organized a team to kill it, but I didn't expect General Lin to have done it." The shop was bustling, and Ling Nan was well informed. She took the spine to have the boxes custom made. Lin Moyo returned to his residence and extracted all the spinal fluid from the poisonous dragon, storing it in potion bottles. Each bottle contained only 1 drop. The spinal fluid was crystal clear and very beautiful. Each drop was the best antidote, and if processed by a divine-level alchemist, its effect could be further enhanced. Both the spinal fluid and the spine were extremely valuable. For 3 days, Lin Moyo stayed in his residence, organizing his thoughts. He pondered the various pieces of information he had recently obtained, trying to piece together what had happened in the past. He felt like he was caught in a huge mystery. Few people in the world had the qualifications to unravel this mystery. Antares might know everything, but Lin Moyo knew Antares wouldn't tell him. Now that he had the qualifications to solve the mystery, he needed to explore further. From all the information in Antares' existence, Lin Moyo was certain that this world held a big secret. 3 days later, Ling Nan brought the custom boxes. The boxes were beautifully made, just the right size for the spine segments. Lin Moyo packed the spine segments into the boxes in front of her. 100 boxes didn't take up much space. As professionals level up, their storage space also increases, enough to hold these boxes. Ling Nan said, because these boxes are for General Lin, we used the best platinum-grade materials, ensuring long-term preservation of the spine. Lin Moyo could see that the materials were indeed excellent. How much? Lin Moyo asked after packing. Ling Nan quickly waved her hand, no charge. You have the privilege as a general. Lin Moyo frowned slightly. Although they were just boxes, the materials weren't cheap. Plus, the blacksmith's labor costs made them quite valuable. Generals did have privileges, but it didn't mean they didn't have to pay. From the moment he became a professional, Lin Moyo knew that all contributions and rewards were equal. He didn't bother calculating and directly handed a box to Ling Nan. Take this as payment. Ling Nan was shocked. I can't accept this. The captain will scold me. Lin Moyo shook his head. Tell him I insisted. If he dares to scold you, let him come to me. That's final. Ling Nan didn't dare oppose Lin Moyo and left with the box. A spine segment from a world boss was worth countless boxes. It was legendary grade, suitable for making legendary accessories. It could also enhance quasi-legendary equipment to legendary status. A single segment was worth more than 1,000 boxes. Lin Moyo didn't care about the details and let it be. Ling Nan, looking troubled, handed the box to Feng Yiming. Feng Yiming was about to speak when the sky outside the ancient city suddenly darkened. The lower space was already dim, but now it was pitch black. Then, dark green abyssal fire appeared, surrounding Shangxia ancient city. The entire world became eerie. Chapter 492. Chapter 492, 492. Chapter 492, let's see if I can kill you. The Divine Summer Ancient City was the most special existence in the lower space. Among the three major races, only humans had such an ancient city. It is said that a super god changed the rules of this area, allowing a city to be built on it. This indicates that super gods had appeared among humans before. But according to the human history Lin Moyo knew, 1,000 years ago, humans were the weakest of the three races. They had almost gone extinct. This history contradicted the existence of the Divine Summer Ancient City. Lin Moyo saw the problem from this, judging that there must be great secrets in this world. The most likely possibility was that a period of history was missing. That period of history should be the ancient civilization of humans. There was a break in history. The world turned pitch black, abyss fire burned fiercely, surrounding the Divine Summer Ancient City. For 10 miles around, everything turned dark green, gloomy and terrifying. Lin Moyo looked at the sky, lightning undead wings appearing behind him. Electric currents flashed on the wings made of bones, slowly lifting him into the air. Before him, alarms had already sounded in the city, and the army collectively took to the sky. A huge formation covered the ancient city. Lin Moyo looked at the shield formed by the formation. Though he didn't understand much, this formation felt different to him. It was different from the formations of those fortresses in the elemental battlefield. Though both were defensive formations, they were different at the root. This formation was more ancient, more primitive, and more powerful. From the aura revealed by the formation, Lin Moyo felt it could block attacks from god-level experts. It could also block attacks from demon kings. His gaze swept outside the city, seeing a large number of demons, over 100,000, coming in droves. The demons had mobilized their army. Behind the army, 5 demon kings were hidden in the abyss fire. There might be other demon kings hidden in the depths, but for now only 5 could be seen. What a big show! With such a big mobilization, Lin Moyo was more certain that he must have offended the abyss somehow. The abyss demons wouldn't mobilize such a large army just for the origin rune. Several demon kings wouldn't join forces to come knocking for this either. What was originally just a scramble for opportunity had now evolved into war. Feng Yiming's voice echoed throughout the ancient city, demons invading, ancient city army prepare for battle. All career holders in the city formed teams and joined the army. A spire in the city slowly rose into the air, standing above the ancient city. Feng Yiming flew to the side of the high tower, his eyes fixed on the demons, without any fear. Lin Moyo saw confidence in his eyes. Even surrounded by an army led by 5 demon kings, he wasn't afraid at all. Since that was the case, Lin Moyo had no intention of taking action for now. He would just see why Feng Yiming was so confident. Hand over Lin Moyo, or we'll slaughter you all. The demon king's voice rang out deafeningly. Everyone in the Divine Summer Ancient City realized that these demons had come for Lin Moyo. For Lin Moyo, they mobilized 5 demon kings, sparing no effort to besiege the Divine Summer Ancient City with a large army. This was completely the rhythm of going to war with the human race. The ancient city army was ready, poised to strike. The various career holders, under the leadership of several soldiers, first formed their own teams, then joined the army. They also formed a strong army team. Feng Yiming let out a cold laugh. How long can you demon kings stay in the lower space, and how many times can you act? With your rotten fish and shrimp, do you have the qualifications to slaughter our Divine Summer Ancient City? Not to mention you, even if your demon emperor came, he wouldn't dare say such big words. A bunch of garbage dares to make trouble here, you've grown bold. Be careful, you have a way to come but no way to return. If you're smart, scurry back now and ask your demon emperor for some milk to drink. Feng Yiming's words were extremely arrogant, giving no face to the demon kings at all. How could he give face to his enemies? Lin Moyo was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Feng Yiming, who had spoken to him so politely, to have such a side. How dare you, you deserve death. The demon kings roared in anger, the abyss fire churning endlessly. At this time, the spire beside Feng Yiming suddenly lit up, electric light flowing over it, thunder rumbling. Not just the spire, the entire ancient city was glowing, becoming brilliant. Feng Yiming sneered, then let's see who deserves death. He punched the spire, and in an instant the entire ancient city came to life. Numerous formations appeared in the ancient city, all power concentrating on the spire. A bolt of lightning shot out from the spire, straight into the sky. A rumble came from the sky, followed by a great brightness. Dense lightning descended from the sky like ocean waves, instantly turning the area around the ancient city into a sea of lightning. The demon army was completely enveloped by the sea of lightning. Constant rumbling mixed with the demon screams. Lin Moya saw in the lightning many demons falling from the sky, killed by the thunder. The places where the demon kings were hiding were also covered by the sea of lightning. The demon kings' bodies burned with abyss flames, accompanied by rolling black smoke, the abyss aura spreading to block the lightning. The demon kings all took action, helping the demons resist the sea of lightning. At the same time, the demons began to frantically attack the ancient city. All kinds of attacks swept over in droves, hitting the shield. Lightning flashed on the shield, the entire ancient city shaking. The demon kings only defended without attacking. Once they attacked, their time in the lower space would be drastically shortened. They wanted to save their precious time to deal with Lin Moyo. Now they were blocking the lightning, waiting for the day the city would fall. Very strong attack power, exceeding level 80. Lin Moya judged the power of this formation at a glance. He flew to Feng Yiming's side. This formation is very strong. Feng Yiming was somewhat proud. This is a formation left by the ancient city. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to fully unleash the formation's power. Feng Yiming himself had reached level 86 and was a legendary career holder. To say the Feng family's god sword master wasn't strong would be modesty. Lin Moya just took it as a joke. How can the formation's power be fully unleashed? Feng Yiming pointed at the spire beside him. This tower is called the Ancient Thunder Tower. There's a thunder core inside. To unleash the Ancient Thunder Tower's maximum power, you need to enter the tower and control the thunder core. But once the Ancient Thunder Tower is activated, it's full of lightning inside and out. Even I can't last long in there. Lin Moyo asked, if this tower's power is fully unleashed, what level can it reach? It can slaughter demon kings. Once an electric mage controlled this tower. Though he didn't unleash the Ancient Thunder Tower's power to the extreme, he still defeated a demon king. Lin Moya thought for a moment, I'll give it a try. Feng Yiming was stunned. Divine General Lin, can you do it? Lin Moya smiled slightly, placing his hand on the Ancient Thunder Tower. He let the lightning flow over his palm without any feeling. Now the Ancient Thunder Tower was covered in lightning. Even Feng Yiming didn't dare touch it for long. This action had already shown the answer. Feng Yiming's eyes lit up. Good, then I'll trouble Divine General Lin. As he spoke, he made several marks, and an entrance immediately appeared on the tower. A faint suction acted on Lin Moyo. Lin Moya didn't resist, letting the suction pull him into the tower. Lin Moya found himself at the core of the Ancient Thunder Tower. Clearly Feng Yiming trusted him very much. A crystal half the height of a person floated in mid-air. This was the Thunder Core. Lightning permeated the small space, like a sea of thunder. Unless one was a god-level expert, it would be very difficult to persist in such an environment for long. Even with 80% immunity to lightning elements, one would still suffer great damage. Having to resist the lightning while controlling the Thunder Core naturally meant one couldn't exert full power. But it was still much stronger than Feng Yiming controlling the Ancient Thunder Tower from outside. Lin Moyo placed his hand on the Thunder Core. In an instant, a huge electric current entered, going directly into his spiritual world. An image appeared in Lin Moya's mind, showing the area around the Divine Summer Ancient City. The view was from above, with adjustable distance, taking in the scene for hundreds of kilometers around the Divine Summer Ancient City. The image was extremely clear, even clearer than looking with the naked eye. Even the demon kings hidden in the abyss fire were in full view. There really were hidden ones. Lin Moya saw that besides the 5 demon kings, there was another demon king hiding, and it was even more powerful. It stood there like a shadow. Lin Moya hadn't been able to discover it before. This is the Dark Demon King. Lin Moya recognized it. It specialized in shadow assassination, somewhat similar to the human assassin career. But it was more terrifying. It had successfully assassinated a human god-level expert before. In human records, it was level 92. Though not yet a mid-tier demon king, it was sometimes more terrifying than mid-tier demon kings. Unexpectedly, it had come to deal with him today. Lin Moya knew that if he faced it head-on, he probably wouldn't have any chance. Unless he used his trump cards, he would be dead for sure. Now in control of the Ancient Thunder Tower, Lin Moya's eyes held some excitement. Let's see if I can kill you. Chapter 493. Chapter 493, 493. Chapter 493, The God-Slaying Thunder Strikes. You tricked me. Another bolt of lightning shot out from the Ancient Thunder Tower, strengthening the sea of lightning once again. The demon kings exerted themselves to help the demon army resist the sea of lightning, but some demons still couldn't withstand it and were killed by the lightning. Feng Yiming was overjoyed. It seems Divine General Lin has taken control of the Ancient Thunder Tower. He felt even more respect for Lin Moyo, seeing him as almost godlike. Lin Moyo had indeed fully controlled the Ancient Thunder Tower. The previous lightning bolt was just a small test. The Ancient Thunder Tower was connected to the entire Divine Summer Ancient City, forming the core of the city's formation. It could not only attack, but also defend. He also understood that Feng Yiming wasn't exaggerating. As long as someone controlled the Ancient Thunder Tower, the Divine Summer Ancient City was impregnable. Not just the current demon army and several demon kings. Even if twice as many came, they couldn't break through. Lin Moyo knew Feng Yiming must have a backup plan. If he didn't operate the Ancient Thunder Tower, someone else would surely come to operate it. He understood the structure of human armies too well. There would definitely be a backup plan. But since he had taken over now, this great battle could be declared over. Lin Moyo controlled the Thunder Core, letting the lightning flow through his body. At this moment, man and tower were as one, the power of the ancient city exerted to its fullest. The formations in the ancient city operated, continuously drawing energy from the earth of the eternal battlefield. At the same time, the ancient city had existed for countless years, accumulating unimaginable vast energy itself. Now it was all under Lin Moya's control, available for him to use at will. I've never fought such a well-supplied battle before. Lin Moyo controlled the formation, bolt after bolt of lightning shooting out from the ancient Thunder Tower. The ancient Thunder Tower began to gradually grow larger, the thunder becoming more terrifying. The shield, which had been on the verge of collapse under the demon army's frenzied attacks, suddenly became incredibly stable. At the same time, the range of the Sea of Lightning expanded again, with a deluge of lightning falling 10 kilometers away from the ancient city. The lightning was like a waterfall, enveloping the entire area within 10 kilometers of the ancient city. Lin Moya directly surrounded the demon army with lightning. The demons became chaotic at the sight. The demon kings also vaguely sensed something was wrong and ordered the demon army to attack with full force. But the Divine Summer Ancient City's protective shield was now as solid as iron, not budging at all under the demon army's attacks. Feng Yiming laughed, "It's useless. Unless your demon emperor comes personally, you can't break the ancient city's defense." Feng Yiming's boast angered the demon kings. One of the demon kings roared angrily, "Mere defense? What's that? I'll break it for you to see." It charged out carrying abyss fire, blue flames burning in its palm. That wasn't fire, but ice flame. The ice flame, with a terrifyingly low temperature, looked like it was dancing like real flames. Lin Moya recognized this demon king as the Ice Flame Demon King, skilled in controlling water elements, using water to create ice, forming ultra-low temperature ice flames. It slammed its palm onto the shield in anger. The shield shook heavily, blue ice flames spreading across its surface. Most of the shield was almost covered by ice flames. The shield initially deformed slightly, but stabilized instantly. The Ice Flame Demon King couldn't believe it. It became furious, terrifying ice flames rising all over its body as it slammed down its palm again. This time, the entire shield turned blue, but still didn't break. Lin Moya shook his head. Not only could the Ice Flame Demon King not break the current shield, even if all 5 Demon Kings plus the Dark Demon King attacked together, they couldn't break this thin shield. On this point, Feng Yiming wasn't exaggerating. Unless the Demon Emperor acted, the shield was unbreakable. And, killing intent flashed in Lin Moya's eyes. A thin bolt of lightning descended from the sky, piercing into the Ice Flame Demon King's body like a sharp sword. The Ice Flame Demon King instantly froze in place, motionless. 2 seconds later, it suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Lightning burst out from inside its body. The Ice Flame Demon King's whole body exploded with blood, the ice flames on its body dissipating. Its aura immediately weakened as it was severely injured. Only then did the Ice Flame Demon King let out a scream, fleeing back like mad. The Demon King's speed was extreme, covering thousands of meters in an instant. A space-time passage appeared before it, the aura of the abyss coming from the other end. "You can't escape." Lin Moya chuckled softly as 2 more lightning bolts fell, their speed so extreme they arrived first despite leaving later. One lightning bolt fell on the space-time passage, instantly annihilating it. The other lightning bolt fell on the Ice Flame Demon King, freezing it in mid-air again. A second later, the Ice Flame Demon King's entire body exploded. A ball of lightning lit up in mid-air, completely obliterating the Ice Flame Demon King's flesh. Not just its flesh, even its soul wasn't spared. Lin Moya controlled the ancient Thunder Tower, unleashing this fatal attack. This attack was called God-Slaying Thunder. It could slay god-level experts. The scene suddenly went quiet. The powerful Ice Flame Demon King had died so easily. With just 2 lightning bolts, a Demon King was slain. This Divine Summer Ancient City was too terrifying. The ancient Thunder Tower continued to rotate unhurriedly, yet brought indescribable terror. The remaining Demon Kings felt chilled. They were Demon Kings, and valued their lives. They all opened space-time passages, wanting to escape. Not just them, even the Dark Demon King hiding in the shadows was wavering. But it didn't take action, still waiting. Space-time passages appeared, the Demon Kings eager to dive in. As for the Demon Army, better you than me, they couldn't care less. Several faint lightning bolts fell, destroying the space-time passages. Lin Moya's voice slowly rang out, "Everyone, since you've come, don't leave." The Demon Kings' faces changed drastically. At this moment, thunder and lightning flashed in the sky as God-slaying thunder bolts fell one after another. The Demon Kings' faces changed drastically as they summoned their strongest powers to resist. At this moment, to save their lives, they went all out. As Demon Kings in the lower space, once they exerted full power, they would be forcibly sent back to the deep space in at most a few minutes. This was their situation now, going all out. As long as they could hold on for these few minutes, they could escape with their lives. Lin Moya also knew what they were thinking, but under the God-slaying thunder, they had no chance. Except for the Dark Demon King still hiding in the shadows, the other 4 Demon Kings joined forces to resist the God-slaying thunder. The other demons were completely exposed in the Sea of Lightning. Screams were incessant for a time, large numbers of demons falling like raindrops. Feng Yiming's eyes shone. Lin Moyo had achieved unity of man and tower. Under his control, the ancient Thunder Tower displayed power only spoken of in legends. After who knows how many years, the God-slaying thunder reappeared in the world. Feng Yiming had only heard of the God-slaying thunder in records, but had never seen it with his own eyes. Now he finally saw it. The seemingly unremarkable lightning possessed such terrifying power. It said that the god-slaying thunder contains the power of laws, killing demon kings like slaughtering dogs. It seems to be true. Only laws can counter laws. I just don't know how much of the ancient thunder tower's power Divine General Lin can exert. Feng Yiming came from an illustrious family and was very clear about many things. Now his whole body was trembling with excitement. As a human soldier, he was the happiest to see demon kings slaughtered. Not just him, when the Ice Flame Demon King was killed, everyone in the entire ancient city was delighted, almost cheering. Now as god-slaying thunder bolts fell one after another, the other 4 demon kings were also about to die. Everyone was extremely excited. Finally, a demon king couldn't hold on and shouted angrily, "Dark Demon King, if you don't act now, we'll all die." Dark Demon King, hurry and act. Facing death, even demon kings feared death, almost breaking down. They no longer cared about the original plan, calling out to the only being that could possibly save them. Useless. A rebuke came from the sky. The Dark Demon King knew it could no longer hide. It revealed itself, its slender body exposed in the air. Its wings suddenly spread out. Despite its body being as thin as a bamboo pole, its wingspan was actually over 20 meters. Abyss aura burst out from its wings, forming a black curtain in the sky blocking the god-slaying thunder. Its strength was fully revealed, much more powerful than the previous 4 demon kings. It acted to protect the 4 demon kings, giving them a chance to catch their breath. Then it charged towards the shield with a sinister smile. The moment it touched the shield, its body turned to flowing water, actually merging with the shield. On the other side of the shield, its form slowly emerged. Lin Moyo thought of the records stating that the Dark Demon King could penetrate any object. He just didn't expect it could even penetrate the shield. But the penetration speed was very, very slow. Lin Moyo had long known it had this ability. "I've been waiting for you." With a thought, the shield instantly became even more solid. The Dark Demon King, slowly taking form, suddenly stopped. Then god-slaying thunder also shot along the shield. With a scream, the Dark Demon King quickly retreated, reforming in mid-air. "Damn you, you tricked me." The Dark Demon King gritted its teeth. The power of this god-slaying thunderbolt was much greater than before. If it were the Ice Flame Demon King, one god-slaying thunderbolt would be enough to kill it. It only now realized that Lin Moyo had long discovered it, and had been preparing to trick it. Chapter 494. Chapter 494, 494. Chapter 494, Blood Sacrifice, the Demon Emperor's Finger. Inside the ancient Thunder Tower, Lin Moyo controlled the Thunder Core at will, the sea of lightning continuing to boil. In this environment, even a god-level expert couldn't control the Thunder Core as freely as he could. Hearing the Dark Demon King's angry shout, the corner of Lin Moyo's mouth lifted slightly. Tricking it? Wasn't that obvious? The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. At this moment, the Law God Crystal rotated gently, and a killing intent unique to Lin Moyo emanated from his body and entered the Thunder Core. The world originally woven by the Sea of Lightning and Abyss Fire suddenly gained a touch of black. This black mixed into the Sea of Lightning, actually increasing the power of the Lightning Sea. The demon army, originally struggling in the Sea of Lightning, seemed to suffer a devastating disaster. Even those level 80+ demons couldn't hold on, falling under the Lightning Sea's onslaught. The 4 demon kings also faced greatly increased pressure. The Dark Demon King was shocked and furious. How can there be the aura of laws? Laws? Lin Moyo heard this word for the second time, but at this moment, he had entered a very special state. After his killing intent flowed into the Thunder Core, he seemed to have formed a mysterious connection with the ancient Thunder Tower and the entire Divine Summer Ancient City. He had control over the entire Divine Summer Ancient City. Lin Moyo felt as if he had merged with the Divine Summer Ancient City, becoming even more at ease. In the demon's despair, Lin Moyo launched the final slaughter. The god-slaying thunder appeared again, its power even greater than before. The Dark Demon King spread its wings, black energy spreading, resisting the god-slaying thunder. It was very strong, first among those below mid-tier demon kings. But under the god-slaying thunder, its defense range was rapidly shrinking. The Dark Demon King said in a deep voice, "We can only use that move." The other demon kings all froze. The Fire Spirit Demon King, showing no expression, made a hoarse sound through flame vibrations. "Is there no other way?" The Dark Demon King shook its head, "Either do it, or die." The demon kings knew it was right. Either do it, or die. At this point, there was no choice. "Then let's do it." The 5 demon kings made their decision and acted together. The Dark Demon King gritted its teeth and shouted angrily, its voice sharp and piercing, echoing through the ancient city beyond the shield. Many career holders showed pained expressions. Even covering their ears, they could hardly resist the Dark Demon King's scream. Originally they had been watching the demons being beaten as if it were a game, not feeling the demon kings were very strong. But now this scream brought them back to reality. They realized that outside the shield were demon kings, terrifying beings on par with god-level experts. One scream could injure them. In the scream, the Dark Demon King's wings exploded, turning into black energy covering a large area. Where the black energy reached, the Sea of Lightning was blocked, and the remaining demons inside finally got a chance to breathe. The demons felt a sense of relief at surviving the calamity. Act! With the Dark Demon King's shout, a nightmare descended on these demons who had just seen hope. The 5 demon kings acted together, slaughtering these demons. These demons, already barely hanging on, how could they withstand the demon king's attacks? A large number died in an instant. How could they imagine that the demon kings who had been protecting them would suddenly turn against them, pointing their blades at them? By the time they reacted, it was too late. Nowhere to escape, no way to resist, their fate was sealed. The humans in the ancient city were stunned. Why had the demons suddenly started killing each other? Only a few experienced people guessed what was happening. Blood sacrifice. Feng Yiming gritted out these two words. Lin Moya saw the scene, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Are they going to sacrifice again? But even if they summon a mid-tier demon king, what use is it? He strengthened the god-slaying thunder again. After controlling the ancient thunder tower for just a minute, he had gained a further understanding of the tower and the divine summer ancient city. Lin Moya said softly, just exerting 30% of the attack power can slaughter demon kings. If I were stronger, became god level, and could exert all of the ancient city's battle power, I might be able to fight a high-tier demon king. What exactly is the background of the divine summer ancient city, and why does this ancient thunder tower look somewhat familiar? Lin Moya felt the divine summer ancient city was extraordinary and very mysterious. With his current ability, he could only exert 30% of the ancient thunder tower's power. Just this was enough to crush these low-tier demon kings before him. He very much wanted to explore and research deeply, but now was not the time. In just a dozen seconds, the remaining demons had been slaughtered by the demon kings. Their bodies exploded, all their blood essence collected by the demon kings. Even many demons who had died earlier now exploded, their still warm blood essence extracted. A huge blood mass appeared in the sky, the bloody smell nauseating. The dark demon king gritted its teeth. Not enough, it's our turn. By now, the black energy formed from its wings had been eroded by nearly half under the god-slaying thunder. In at most 30 seconds, the god-slaying thunder would fall directly on them, and to leave the lower space, they needed at least 3 minutes. This time was enough to kill them dozens of times. The demon kings were decisive, their bodies bursting with large amounts of blood essence, merging into the blood mass. The demon kings' auras immediately weakened, their levels dropping sharply. This action greatly harmed them. Except for the dark demon king, the 4 demon kings all dropped to the edge of level 90, just one step away from no longer being demon kings. It's up to you. The demon kings looked to the dark demon king, pinning their last hope on it. With the demon king's blood essence, the entire blood mass shone brightly. The dark demon king inserted both hands into the blood mass, which immediately burst into raging flames. The abyss fire in the sky converged, merging into the blood mass. Lin Moya saw a space-time passage appear in the center of the blood mass. It really is a blood sacrifice, but a demon king blood sacrifice. What are they trying to do? So many high-level demons, plus demon kings performing a blood sacrifice together, what were they summoning? Summoning another demon king? Lin Moya immediately denied his own guess. It wasn't that simple. When the space-time passage appeared, it absorbed a large amount of blood essence, and nearly black flames emerged from inside. An extremely terrifying aura spread out. Just a few wisps of this aura came crashing over like a tsunami. People in the ancient city fell to the ground trembling. Many career holders who had risen into the air all fell down. The soldiers barely held on by sticking together. Feng Yiming's whole body shook uncontrollably. He shouted at Lin Moyo, Divine General Lin, it's the Demon Emperor. They're summoning the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor. The ruler of the Abyss world, head of all demon kings. It was said its strength was on par with human half-step supergods. Unexpectedly, they were summoning the Demon Emperor. But according to the rules of the lower space, even mid-tier demon kings faced various restrictions in coming here, let alone the Demon Emperor. Though powerful, the Demon Emperor hadn't reached the level of ignoring the lower space's restrictions. The space-time passage formed, but was unstable. There wasn't enough power and blood essence. The Dark Demon King shouted angrily, its body also bursting with large amounts of blood essence, merging into the space-time passage. The space-time passage finally stabilized, the aura emanating from it becoming even more terrifying. The soldiers in the sky couldn't withstand it either, all falling down. Now only Feng Yiming could still stand in the air. Chapter 495. Chapter 495, 495. Chapter 495, evenly matched, the sky cracked. The finger shadow and the ancient thunder tower collided violently. There was no rumbling sound, not even the expected lightning. At this moment, two forces were infinitely concentrated in confrontation. It blocked it. Everyone showed expressions of joy and surprise. The ancient thunder tower had actually blocked the Demon Emperor's finger. But the severely weakened Demon King showed shocked and disbelieving expressions. The Demon Emperor's finger had actually been blocked. What was the background of this tower? How could it be so terrifying? Everything was quiet for 2 seconds. Crack! A sound like breaking glass rang out. In the distant sky outside the ancient city, a huge crack appeared. Beyond the crack was endless void. A terrifying aura transmitted from the void, making all the career holders tremble. The sky had cracked. The collision between the Demon Emperor and the ancient thunder tower had cracked the sky. The power of the two was too terrifying, exceeding the limit that the lower space could bear, so the sky cracked. Fortunately, the crack location was still quite far from the ancient city, and the space crack only appeared for a few short seconds. The shadow of the Demon Emperor's finger disappeared, and the ancient thunder tower returned to its normal position. It seemed there was no winner or loser. Lin Moya suddenly appeared outside the ancient thunder tower. At this time, flames flickered in his hand, holding solidified fire god blood essence. Skill, summon elemental lich. The flame lich appeared in response, streaking across in a flash of fire towards where the demon kings were. Not good. The dark demon king shouted and tried to retreat. Unfortunately, they were too weak now. Though they reacted, they were too slow. The flame lich crashed into the Demon Emperor's finger outside the spacetime passage at top speed. With a huge boom, flames exploded. The flame lich self-destruct, unleashing an attack close to the pseudo-god level. The 5 demon kings were engulfed in flames, screaming incessantly. Normally, the flame lich's self-destruction could hardly harm them, but now was different. Now they were extremely weak due to the blood sacrifice. The flame lich's self-destruction was enough to deal them a fatal blow. The Demon Emperor's finger was also engulfed in flames, but it had no reaction, letting the flames burn. This level of flames couldn't harm it at all. Lin Moyo had long anticipated this and wasn't surprised at all. The fire god's fire. Lin Moya seemed to hear a voice, but also seemed not to hear it, as if it were an illusion. Then the Demon Emperor's finger curled slightly, and the flames on the 5 demon kings went out simultaneously. At this time, the 5 demon kings looked as miserable as could be. They involuntarily flew towards the Demon Emperor's finger as the spacetime passage expanded at this moment, swallowing them up. Then the spacetime passage disappeared along with the Demon Emperor's finger. Lin Moya didn't try to stop it. In fact, he couldn't have stopped it in time. Everything happened extremely fast. The blood sacrifice had only summoned the Demon Emperor's finger, and it only had the power for one strike. Everyone in the ancient city breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped death. This finger of the Demon Emperor was too terrifying. One finger had suppressed the entire scene. Feng Yiming also felt as if he had survived a calamity. He flew to Lin Moya's side. "Divine General Lin, we owe this to you." Lin Moya shook his head. "If it weren't for me, the demons wouldn't have come to attack the city. Fortunately there were no casualties." But Feng Yiming didn't think so. Killing demons is the responsibility of all humans. Divine General Lin is already a role model for our generation. As a member of the Feng family, Feng Yiming's level of flattery was several levels higher than Feng Xiu's. Lin Moya said, "I'd like to study the ancient Thunder Tower some more. May I have your permission, Colonel Feng?" How could Feng Yiming disagree? He repeatedly said, "Divine General Lin, please feel free." The ancient Thunder Tower had been in the city for years, open for people to admire every day. But there were few who truly had the qualifications to enter it. Lin Moyo was one of them. After Lin Moyo entered the ancient Thunder Tower again, the military's teleportation array lit up. 3 people appeared from the teleportation array. The 3 had powerful auras, all god-level experts. After receiving Feng Yiming's call for help, they first went to the deep space, then returned to the upper space through a spacetime passage. Then they used teleportation stones to return to the Divine Summer Ancient City. They had rushed over nonstop since receiving the call for help, taking only 10 minutes in total. They thought that with the Divine Summer Ancient City, it should be able to hold out for at least 10 minutes. Unexpectedly, when they arrived, the battle was already over. Feng Yiming respectfully saluted the 3, Ancient City Army. Brigade Commander Feng Yiming greets the 3 lords. The 3 were god-level experts from the military. One was from the Feng family, named Feng Xingzhan, an elder of Feng Yiming. The other 2 were called Tan Xingxia and Tan Xingkaiu, 2 brothers. Upon arrival, the 2 immediately flew up to inspect the battlefield. "Yiming, no need to be so formal. Is the battle over? Have the demons retreated?" Feng Xingzhan asked quickly. In terms of family hierarchy, Feng Xingzhan was Feng Yiming's uncle. His words also carried a casual tone. Feng Yiming said, "Yes, fortunately Divine General Lin was here." Divine General Lin controlled the ancient god tower and repelled the demon army. Divine General Lin. Feng Xingzhan was somewhat puzzled. Among the divine generals he knew, there was no one surnamed Lin. Feng Yiming said, "It's Divine General Lin Moyo." Lin Moyo. So it's him. Feng Xingzhan had naturally heard of Lin Moya's name, and was even very curious about him. The youngest divine general in human history, killing the Flame Demon King before reaching level 48, creating a miraculous record that surpassed many god-level experts. "Wait," Feng Xingzhan suddenly said in surprise, "you said Lin Moya came? Isn't he only in his 50s? Feng Yiming made a sound of agreement. Divine General Lin was level 52 when he first arrived, now he's already level 53. According to him, he came to the lower space due to an accident. Where is he? Still in the ancient Thunder Tower, said he wanted to study it a bit. At this time, the 2 god-level experts who came with Feng Xingzhan had already looked around the ancient city. They saw demon corpses everywhere. Clearly the battle had been very intense. It just ended a bit too quickly. Feng Xingzhan asked, "Yiming, tell us the whole process of the battle." "All right." Feng Yiming then recounted the situation in detail, making the 3 sigh repeatedly as they listened. They had long known the ancient Thunder Tower was very powerful. If one could control it, it would be enough to fight against god-level experts, even kill them. They didn't expect Lin Moya to do it, and even actually kill a demon king. In the end, he even forced 5 demon kings to perform a blood sacrifice, summoning the Demon Emperor's finger. In the end, even the Demon Emperor's finger could only fight the ancient Thunder Tower to a draw. The whole process was like a mythical story. After listening, Feng Xingzhan couldn't help but laugh. "It seems we really are getting old." Another god-level expert snorted, "It's that Bai Yaiwan who's lucky, getting such a good disciple." "You have the guts to say that to Bai Yaiwan's face? See if he doesn't beat you up." "Even though I can't beat him, so what? I'll still say what needs to be said." All right, you're not afraid of being beaten up, you're the strongest." The 3 arrived at the square, exchanging words. They had long seen the red light shooting into the sky, knowing it was Lin Moyo obtaining the 2nd origin rune. As god-level experts, they knew much more information than Feng Yiming. They knew origin runes couldn't be obtained just by wanting them, nor by effort alone. It involved more complex things that couldn't be clearly explained in words. The three could only envy him. Divine General Lin is truly blessed with great fortune. 2. Origin runes. Throughout history, there haven't been many. And without exception, the worst achievement of these people was level 96, high-level god. Even among god-level experts, there were distinctions. 96 to 99 were considered high-level. Each level difference meant a world of difference in strength. Like Bai Yaiwan and Meng Anwen, who had reached the peak of level 95, just one step away from becoming high-level god-level experts. Level 98 was especially special. Just reaching level 98 was considered high-level. But if one reached the peak of level 98, touching another level, though still level 98, the combat power would increase greatly. Such people were called half-step super gods. Level 99 was also half-step super god. As for true super gods, none had appeared in the 1,000-year recorded history. According to historical records, people like Lin Moyo who obtained 2 origin runes were very rare, and without exception their lowest achievement was level 96. Lin Moyo would surely be able to reach this step. The three looked at each other. In their eyes, Lin Moyo's status had quietly changed. In the ancient Thunder Tower, Lin Moyo was deeply communicating with the Thunder Core. The space where the Thunder Core was located was still engulfed by the Sea of Lightning. When Lin Moyo controlled the ancient Thunder Tower earlier, he discovered something different that aroused his interest. Chapter 496. Chapter 496, 496. Chapter 496, New Primordial Rune Skill. Outside the Demon Emperor's palace, the abyssal fire was so deep it was almost black. The 5 demon kings were roasting in the flames. They showed no signs of pain, instead, their auras were rapidly recovering in the flames. In just a moment, all their injuries had healed. Not only healed, but they were even stronger than before. The Dark Demon King, originally at the peak of level 92, was only half a step away from level 93. Now, it had taken another step forward, and it wouldn't be long before it could evolve to level 93, becoming a mid-level Demon King. The flames disappeared, and the Demon Emperor's voice slowly echoed, "You did well this time." The Dark Demon King lowered its head, gritting its teeth, "But we failed to kill Lin Moyo." The Demon Emperor said, "He entered Shangxia Ancient City and controlled the ancient Thunder Tower. It's normal that you couldn't kill him. Next time, find another opportunity." The Fire Spirit Demon King's hoarse voice came from the light, "Your Majesty, we will find another opportunity to complete your command. Go." The 5 did not dare to disobey the Demon Emperor's order. Although they wanted to stay and roast in the fire a bit longer, they still left. After they left, a faint voice came from the Demon Emperor's palace. "The Fire God's flames, how did they reappear in his hands? It seems that the poison in the Black Sky King's city also has the aura of the Poison God. Could it be that they are not dead?" Even the Demon Emperor had to ponder this matter, unable to find the correct answer for a while. The ancient Thunder Tower is the core of Shangxia Ancient City, and the Thunder Core is the heart of the ancient Thunder Tower. In the ancient Thunder Tower, Lin Moya saw some miraculous scenes through the Thunder Core. In the deepest part of the Thunder Core, there was a record of how Shangxia Ancient City was built. This piece of history had never been seen before and was completely different from the recorded history of the human race. According to the Thunder Core's record, the location of Shangxia Ancient City was originally a wasteland inhabited by many monsters. In the center of the monsters, Lin Moya saw a boss. Just by looking at its size, he knew it was a world-class boss, at least level 80 or above. One day, a city appeared in the sky. The city wasn't large, and it fell from the sky, landing on the wasteland with a loud crash. All the monsters on the wasteland were instantly killed, including the world-class boss. The city was in ruins, with damage everywhere, but this did not hinder its power. Being able to instantly kill a world-class boss showed its strength. After landing, the city quickly took root and began absorbing energy from the earth. It used this energy to repair itself. During this process, the city's size gradually shrank. Then, the ancient Thunder Tower slowly rose from the center of the city. The newly appeared ancient Thunder Tower was also damaged, almost shattered. After a long time, both the ancient Thunder Tower and the city were fully repaired. By then, the city's size had shrunk to 1/10 of its original size, becoming what it is now. During this process, the land was transformed. It became the only city in the lower space. After countless years of self-repair, the ancient city became more and more complete, accumulating vast amounts of energy. 1,000 years ago, the ancestors of Shangxia Kingdom arrived here, and the city became Shangxia Ancient City. In fact, before the ancestors of Shangxia arrived, others had come, but none of them could enter. This is a piece of history buried in the past. Lin Moya was even more certain that there was a break in the history of the human race. Something earth-shattering must have happened many years ago. A city so powerful could be damaged like this. Now, even in its incomplete form, it is so powerful. If it were in its complete form, fully operational, could it confront the Demon Emperor head-on? Lin Moyo had high expectations, but with his current ability, he couldn't achieve that. After watching this piece of history, Lin Moyo left the ancient Thunder Tower. As soon as he came out, he saw Feng Xingjian and the other two. "Greetings, seniors." Lin Moyo maintained a respectful attitude towards God-level experts. God-level experts deserve respect. Most God-level experts have fought their way through battles of ice and fire. Lin Moyo was polite, and Feng Xingjian was equally courteous to Lin Moyo. God-level experts and divine generals have equivalent status. Especially when they saw the 3-star Divine General badge on Lin Moya's shoulder, their eyes narrowed. Lin Moya had killed the Flame Demon King because the Flame Demon King had recklessly entered the instance, suppressing most of its power. But now, Lin Moya was a 3-star Divine General, meaning he had killed 2 more God-level experts since then. This was intriguing. It also showed that Lin Moya indeed had the strength to confront God-level experts head-on. The most terrifying thing was Lin Moya's level. At level 53, he already had such strength. What would his strength be when he reached the 3rd transfer or even stepped into the God level? The 3 were shocked, their minds racing. They became even more courteous to Lin Moya. They chatted with Lin Moya for a while, very friendly, without any arrogance, until their time ran out, and they had to return to the deep space. After they left, Feng Yiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unlike Lin Moya, he couldn't talk and laugh freely in front of 3 God-level experts. The natural aura of God-level experts made him feel oppressed. Feng Yiming whispered, "General Lin, although the demons failed this time, they will definitely come again. You must be careful." Lin Moya nodded. "I'll stay a few more days until the primordial rune fully integrates before leaving." "Do you know where the primordial secret realm is?" Feng Yiming shook his head. "I'm not sure. I'll have someone find out." "Thank you, Captain Feng." In the following days, Lin Moya stayed in the ancient city. This is a magical city, and its current form is far from its true form. It is not as recorded in history, built by the Shangxia Empire. Its history predates the Shangxia Empire by far. Lin Moya wanted to see what the ancient city would look like if it fully restored its former glory. He sat on the ground, feeling the pulse of the ancient city. The ancient city continuously absorbed energy from the earth, accumulating it. Even after more than 1,000 years, there were still huge gaps. Lin Moya could feel from the thunder core that the ancient city still needed vast amounts of energy. Gradually, his heartbeat slowed, merging with the pulse of the ancient city. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the ancient city's heartbeat echoed in his mind. He breathed in his heartbeat in sync with the ancient city. Beneath the ancient city, a vast and complex formation was slowly operating. Then, a mark flew out from the formation and entered Lin Moya's mental world. From that moment, Lin Moya felt a mysterious connection with the ancient city. He knew he had gained the ancient city's recognition. Just like 1,000 years ago, when the ancestors of the Shangxia Empire arrived, they were allowed to enter after gaining the ancient city's recognition. Although this recognition was still weak and preliminary, it brought him many benefits. The first benefit was that he could instantly return to the ancient city from anywhere in the ancient battlefield. He didn't need any items, whether in the deep space, upper space, or even in a secret realm. He could instantly return to the ancient city. This provided great security. With this recognition, Lin Moya knew he was almost absolutely safe in the ancient battlefield. A few days later, the light of the primordial rune gradually faded. The 10-day trial period finally ended, and the primordial rune began to integrate. Countless eyes in the ancient city watched the gradually disappearing red light, filled with envy. But there was no jealousy. They all knew that Lin Moya deserved this. Lin Moya's strength was well known. Lin Moya watched the red light gather and disappear, and then a corresponding primordial rune appeared on the back of his right hand. It's the Xia character. Skill acquired, Power Gathering. Power Gathering, gather the power of a designated summoned creature, inherit all its skills, and merge some of its attributes. Duration, 5 minutes, cooldown, 60 minutes. After carefully reading the skill description of Power Gathering, Lin Moya found it difficult to judge its strength. But since it was a skill brought by the primordial rune, it must not be weak. Let's give it a try. With a thought, Lin Moya spread his lightning undead wings and quickly flew out of the ancient city. Chapter 497. Chapter 497, 497. Chapter 497, this is not how you use skills. Lin Moya hadn't been idle these days. He had been continuously training his lightning undead wings. By now, they had reached level 4. Lightning undead wings, level 4, grants the ability to fly for 40 seconds to both the user and summoned creatures. Cooldown time, 7 minutes. The higher the skill level, the faster the flight speed and the shorter the cooldown time. The flight speed had increased to 800 meters per second, which was quite fast. Lin Moya flew out for several kilometers and saw a large number of monsters. Since he wanted to experiment, there was nothing better than actual combat. After flying for a while, he finally found a boss. Judging by its size, it should be a Lord-level boss, around level 75. The Shinlong continent is one of the safer lower spaces among the 4 continents. The strongest monster on it is only an 80-level world-class boss. Other monsters are generally around level 70. It became Lin Moya's target. The entire undead army appeared. A total of 32,670 skeletons, including berserkers, mages, and archers, each numbering 10,890, forming a very balanced force. Lin Moya thought for a moment and summoned all the elemental liches. Previously, he had summoned the flame lich and replaced the poison lich. This time, the 6 elemental liches were flame, storm, ice, earth, lightning, and undead. 6 different colored auras appeared under the feet of the undead army, constantly flashing and rotating, dazzlingly beautiful. Except for the spare skeletons in the summoning space, Lin Moya had summoned all he could. The Zhe character rune on the back of his right hand began to glow. Skill, Power Gathering. Using this skill for the first time, Lin Moya was a bit unfamiliar, but he quickly adapted. Each summoned creature had its own position and connection in his mental world. It was like a huge mental network in Lin Moya's mind, connecting all the summoned creatures. This is true for any summoner, they have a mental connection with their summoned creatures. As the skill activated, Lin Moya saw countless points of light in his mental world. The mental world became brilliant. His entire being was radiant. A vast amount of power was transmitted from all the summoned creatures. Strength increased, agility increased, mental power increased, and constitution also increased. Not just the skeletons, but also the lich generals and elemental liches. Their attributes were converging onto him. Lin Moya found himself mastering the berserk skill of the skeleton berserkers. Then he mastered the elemental explosion skill of the skeleton mages. The skills of the archers, the lich generals, and the elemental liches. He mastered all their skills. Suddenly, Lin Moya had a flash of inspiration, realizing he had mastered the lich general's skill. Does this mean I can use the skill to neutralize corpse poison? Without hesitation, he used the skill on a monster. The skill's light shone, and both Lin Moya and the undead army felt the skill's effect. Unfortunately, the skill didn't work on the monster. Although the lich general's skill was inherited, it could only benefit himself and the undead army. However, Lin Moya felt the effect of the support skill for the first time, but he didn't feel any increase in attributes. Clearly, the skill was used, so why don't I feel stronger? He checked his attributes. Name, Lin Moya, power gathering state. Level, 53. Strength, 1 million. Agility, 1 million. Mental power, 1 million. Constitution, 1 million. Lin Moya was shocked by his own attributes. All his 4 main attributes had reached 1 million. With a total of 4 million attributes, he was comparable to an 80-level world-class boss. A level 53 human with attributes comparable to an 80-level world-class boss was unbelievable. If I use the Strong Soldier skill, which can increase attributes by 200%, and if it works, each attribute would reach 3 million, with a total of 12 million, comparable to a God-level expert. God-level experts have a common trait, their total base attributes exceed 10 million. Just thinking about it made Lin Moya excited. Without hesitation, he activated the Strong Soldier skill. The skill's light fell, and the skeleton's aura increased dramatically. But Lin Moya still didn't feel any change. He checked his attributes again, and each attribute was still 1 million, unchanged. Lin Moya thought for a moment and realized a possibility. It seems that 1 million per attribute is my current limit. Maybe as my level increases, this limit can be further raised. He felt his guess was correct, but even in my current state, I'm already very strong. With 4 million total attributes and the skills he inherited, his burst power was astonishing, especially the berserk skill from the skeleton berserkers, which could deal damage equivalent to 600% of his strength attribute. With a strength attribute of 1 million, he could deal damage equivalent to 7 million strength. Although the Strong Soldier skill couldn't further increase his attributes, the 500% damage boost still existed. Taking advantage of the skill's duration, Lin Moya couldn't wait to try it out. He took a platinum level axe from his storage space and charged at the boss. He used a detection spell. Roaring Fang Beast King, world-class boss. Level, 73. Strength, 800,000. Agility, 550,000. Mental power, 550,000. Constitution, 700,000. Skills, Roaring Rage, powerful attack. Traits, 50% wind element damage reduction, enhanced vitality, enhanced attack. With single immunity and double enhancement, it was just an average world-class boss. Lin Moya felt this boss was somewhat overrated, as most world-class bosses have some passive skills. Even some powerful lord-level bosses have strong passive abilities. This boss seemed a bit weak. Indeed, it's a bit weak, but it's perfect for testing. Lin Moya smiled and charged down. The Roaring Fang Beast King saw Lin Moya due to the detection spell. Bosses over level 70 can also fly. It leaped up like lightning, roaring, and countless spikes grew from its body, turning it into a porcupine. So it has passive traits. I underestimated you. Lin Moya didn't care and swung his axe. Skill, Berserk Strike. The axe emitted a strong red light, illuminating the surroundings. Usually, it was the skeleton berserkers using this skill, but now it was his turn, and it felt different. Lin Moya was familiar with most professions and mastered various combat styles. The axe was one of the berserkers' weapons, and Lin Moya had used it before, very skillfully. This strike was even stronger than the skeleton berserkers. Boom! With a loud noise, the axe accurately struck the Roaring Fang Beast King's head. Crack! Lin Moya seemed to hear the sound of bones breaking. The Roaring Fang Beast King let out a miserable cry, and the spikes on its body shot out like swords. The spikes were extremely fast, almost as fast as lightning, giving Lin Moya no chance to dodge. The spikes pierced through the skeletal armor and hit Lin Moya, but it was like hitting a stone wall. Lin Moya didn't feel any pain. He smiled even more, knowing that with his 1 million constitution, the boss's 800,000 strength couldn't even break his defense. Even without using damage transfer, Lin Moya blocked the attack. For the first time, Lin Moya felt his own strength. Boom! Skill, Elemental Explosion. The Roaring Fang Beast King let out another miserable cry, being blasted into the air. Although it was blown away, it didn't take much damage. The elemental explosion's power was average, as it was only a level 50 skill. Despite his strong attributes, the skill's power was still weak. The only advantage was that it combined with the archer's soul lock, making the skill hit 100% of the time, slightly stronger than the skeleton mages. But that was it. Lin Moya tried several more skills. With strong base attributes, skills like Soul Flame were enhanced. But skills like Bone Spikes and Poison Star Explosion didn't change. Overall, the power gathering skill greatly enhanced his attributes but didn't significantly increase his overall combat power. Even with the increased attributes, his combat power was only equivalent to dozens of skeleton berserkers and lasted only 5 minutes. Lin Moyo felt a sense of disappointment. Is the Primordial Rune skill really this weak? No, it's not like that. Lin Moyo suddenly realized the true use of the skill, becoming excited. Chapter 498. Chapter 498, 498. Chapter 498, the true use of the power-gathering skill. Lin Moyo realized a possibility. His whole being became excited as he swung his axe, engaging in a fierce battle with the Roaring Fong Beast King. With attributes far surpassing the Roaring Fong Beast King, he beat it until it had no chance to fight back. The Berserk Strike only had the power of one strike, after which Lin Moyo resorted to normal attacks, continuously swinging his axe. 3 minutes later, the Roaring Fong Beast King was in a miserable state. Its entire body had been hacked open by Lin Moyo, and its life force had greatly diminished. If it weren't a boss with extremely powerful vitality, it would have died countless times already. With Lin Moyo's current attributes, he could kill ordinary monsters of the same level with a single axe strike, without needing a second blow. Eventually, the Roaring Fong Beast King let out an angry roar and fled. Lin Moyo didn't give chase, as the skill's duration was about to end. I'll spare it for being my sparring partner. Lin Moyo could no longer see this level 73 world-class boss as a threat. Killing 10 or 100 of these bosses wouldn't be as profitable as killing an 80-level world-class boss. Lin Moyo returned to the ancient city and carefully pondered the idea that had suddenly occurred to him, considering the possibilities. The power-gathering skill only enhances attributes on the surface, and there's even a limit. Even if I use it, my attributes would only match a level 70 world-class boss, which seems strong, but without matching skills, it's not that powerful. And it only lasts for 5 minutes, so it's not very useful, far inferior to the strong soldier skill. Its true use is not in the present but in the future. Lin Moyo muttered to himself, organizing his sudden thoughts. As he sorted through them bit by bit, his idea became more and more complete, and he felt there was a high possibility of it being true. First, during the third job transfer, I can use this skill to completely break through the limit of base attributes, greatly increasing the probability of a successful job advancement. Secondly, when my level is higher, perhaps using this skill will allow my base attributes to surpass the 10 million mark. Entering the realm of gods. Meng Yanwen had told him that the threshold for the god level was 10 million in total attributes. No matter what method is used, as long as one can reach 10 million in total attributes, they can exert god level power to a certain extent. Of course, it would still be different from a true god level. That kind of god level power is also called a pseudogod. All pseudogods at level 90 have 10 million in total attributes. Not more, not less. Pseudogods are raised to that level through special methods, and once those methods are used, they give up their future potential, forever remaining at 10 million in total attributes without any further increase. Lin Moyo naturally wouldn't consider such methods, but now he had a chance to experience the power of a god level without affecting his future potential. The two possibilities had been sorted out, and just the first one alone made this skill extremely valuable. Lastly, this might be the most important use of this skill. It can help me become a super god. Lin Moyo unconsciously clenched his fists. When this idea first popped into his mind, he was taken aback. But upon further reflection, he realized there was indeed such a possibility. According to Antares, after reaching level 98 and comprehending everything there is to comprehend, if one attribute surpasses 10 million, one can become a super god. Not the total attributes, but one of the base attributes. Lin Moyo was well aware of how difficult this was, and he had no confidence in achieving it. But now, with the power-gathering skill, he saw hope. Lin Moyo had sorted out his thoughts, and the possibility seemed very high, with a good chance of success. His eyes shone with confidence, but there's a prerequisite: I need to be able to retain this skill. The Primordial Secret Realm. I don't know how to keep the skill. The Primordial Rune was both a skill and the key to entering the Primordial Secret Realm. Everyone who obtained the Primordial Rune had to go to the Primordial Secret Realm at the latest before becoming a god-level expert. Otherwise, once they reached the god level, the Primordial Rune would automatically disappear, and the accompanying skill would also vanish. To permanently retain the skill, one must enter the Primordial Secret Realm. But it's not as simple as just entering the Primordial Secret Realm to keep the skill. For most people, the skill disappears after they enter. And it disappears prematurely. Some people obtained the Primordial Rune in their 50s but entered the Primordial Secret Realm in their 60s, only to find that the skill had already disappeared upon exiting. The originally retainable powerful skill was gone before they could reach the god level. So when to enter the Primordial Secret Realm and whether to enter at all became a difficult choice. Later, many people chose to enter the Primordial Secret Realm at level 89, leaving hope until the very end. In various records, there is very little information about the Primordial Secret Realm. Originally, there weren't many people qualified to enter, perhaps only a few every 100 years. And those who did enter avoided talking about the Primordial Secret Realm afterward. In the end, very little information was left behind. Lin Moyo was also torn about when to enter the Primordial Secret Realm. The Primordial Secret Realm was located in the lower space, and he was currently in the lower space as well. If he wanted to go, he could find it. After pondering for a while, Lin Moyo took out Antares' Dragon Pearl. He used his mental power to communicate Antares. He called out several times but received no response. However, Lin Moya knew that Antares could definitely hear him. There was a mysterious connection between the Dragon Pearl and Antares, allowing them to communicate. After calling out several times, Antares' slightly lazy voice finally responded. There was a hint of annoyance in his voice. You're disturbing my sleep, and I'm in a bad mood. Lin Moya didn't care about Antares' mood and directly asked, do you know about the primordial secret realm? Antares fell silent for a moment. Of course I know, there's nothing in this world that I don't know. Lin Moya said, can you tell me about the primordial secret realm? No. Antares refused in a very straightforward manner. Such a blunt refusal made Lin Moya have different thoughts. Combining this with the extremely scarce records about the primordial secret realm and the human race over the years, as well as the reactions of those who had entered, he wondered if Antares was unwilling or unable to speak about it. Lin Moya sighed lightly, his tone slightly helpless. It seems you're the same. The same as what? Antares didn't understand Lin Moya's words. Lin Moya said, throughout history, the strong ones of the past dared not speak of the primordial secret realm. I thought that with your identity, you wouldn't have any taboos, but it seems you're the same, unwilling to speak about it. What nonsense are you spouting? What is there that I dare not speak of? Antares became furious, as Lin Moya dared to look down on him. Antares spoke angrily, the primordial secret realm is just a test set up by that guy, according to. At this point, Antares suddenly fell silent. You little brat, you're trying to trick me into talking. Lin Moya smiled slightly, you're overthinking it. This was something Antares would never admit to. Antares snorted, you little brat, if you ever try to trick me into talking again, I'll breathe my dragon breath and kill you. Lin Moya smiled faintly, as he had already tricked Antares into revealing a bit. Who was that guy Antares referred to? Someone who could be addressed as that guy by Antares must not be a weakling. Lin Moya pondered for a moment and then thickened his skin to ask again, I've obtained another primordial rune. Do you suggest I enter now or later? What, you've obtained another primordial rune? Antares sounded slightly surprised, as there weren't many things in this world that could surprise him. However, Antares quickly calmed down. There are quite a few people who have obtained 2 primordial runes, but correspondingly, the difficulty of retaining the skills has also increased. Lin Moya gained some information from this, so should I go now or later? Of course later, not now. Antares casually said. Lin Moya quickly followed up, then when is the best time to go? Antares chuckled, when to go? I'll tell you next time we make a deal. With that, the light on the Dragon Pearl instantly dimmed. Antares had cut off communication, clearly hinting for Lin Moya to leave. If he wanted the answer, he had to complete the current deal first. From the conversation just now, Lin Moya had grasped 2 key points. One was that there were tests in the primordial secret realm, tests set up by someone, and he estimated that to retain the skills, he would have to pass those tests. 2. After obtaining 2 primordial runes, the tests in the primordial secret realm would become more difficult, and the increase in difficulty would not be small. From the second point, he could deduce that if he obtained a 3rd primordial rune, the difficulty of the tests in the primordial secret realm would further increase. But Lin Moya had never considered obtaining a 3rd primordial rune, and no one in history had ever achieved that. Chapter 499. Chapter 499, 499. Chapter 499, Divine Level Formation. Careless. Crossing the wind and thunder sea for the second time, Lin Moya found that the lightning had decreased and weakened. He speculated that this might be related to the fall of the thunder god. As the lightning diminished, the wind seemed to have increased significantly. In just a few days, the wind and thunder sea had been dominated by the wind. Not only the wind and thunder sea but also the wind and thunder continent had seen a significant increase in wind. At the former Dragon Clan base, a secret realm was shining in mid-air. Outside it, the area was filled with deadly poison. Originally, the poison covered a range of 10 kilometers, but after being burned by the fire spirit demon king, the poison had shrunk to a range of 3 kilometers, much smaller. The poison came from the essence blood of the poison god, a mid-level deity much stronger than the fire spirit demon king. However, a drop of essence blood, without a continuous source, had no lasting power, which is why it was burned away by the fire spirit demon king. If the poison god were here, a single drop of poison would have caused the fire spirit demon king to die on the spot. Even after 10 days, the poison showed no signs of dissipating, and no one knew how long it would last. Even Lin Moya, the one who caused it, was unsure. Because of this, Lin Moya did not use the poison lich in the battle at the ancient city. Otherwise, the lingering poison would have affected the ancient city and the human professionals inside. If he had used it, the sergeant badge on his shoulder would have gained another star, making him a 4-star divine general, which was not a dream. The Ice Flame Demon King killed by the God-slaying thunder did not give Lin Moya any experience or general stars. Lin Moya didn't mind. Killing a demon king, no matter the method, was a good thing. Lin Moya returned to the secret realm and flew straight into the poison. Inside the secret realm, the poison was just as pervasive. Centered around the entrance, the poison covered a range of 5 kilometers. Lin Moya entered the secret realm, appearing at the center of the poison. With 100% poison element immunity, he could move freely in the poison without any concerns. There are traces of corpses. Lin Moya saw signs of corrosion on the ground, indicating that Dragon Clan members had been poisoned to death and then completely corroded by the poison, leaving burn marks on the ground. There were many such marks, forming a line. It was clear that the Dragon Clan had stationed an army at the entrance of the secret realm. This army should be puppet warriors. They are not afraid of death and did not flee. After such a long time, the Dragon Clan members inside the secret realm have probably escaped. The likelihood of the Dragon Clan escaping was high, but Lin Moya remained cautious. Stories of being caught off guard are common, and Lin Moya learned from history. Leaving the poison area, Lin Moya summoned the undead army. With the lightning undead wings, 2 units of the undead army flew in all directions. As the undead army searched, the general layout of the area gradually formed in Lin Moya's mind. Lin Moya flew high into the sky, overlooking the secret realm. The secret realm was vast, containing an entire mountain range stretching for hundreds of kilometers. This was the largest secret realm Lin Moya had ever seen. In such a large secret realm, there should be native creatures. Did the Dragon Clan kill all the native creatures? As he ventured deeper, Lin Moya saw traces left by the Dragon Clan in the mountains. There were fortress-like buildings abandoned in the forest. The forest showed signs of destruction, indicating a great battle had taken place. Based on the information gathered, it seemed the Dragon Clan had fought a great battle with the native creatures of the secret realm and won. Then, the Dragon Clan built an airborne fortress outside the secret realm, with an army guarding it, intending to keep the secret realm firmly in their control. Lin Moya felt his guess was correct. The secret realm must contain a great secret. Otherwise, after gaining the benefits of the secret realm, the Dragon Clan would have left long ago instead of sealing it off completely. Continuing forward, after several hundred kilometers, the mountains began to branch off, forming a canyon. The Wind and Thunder continent's terrain is full of canyons and pools, and the secret realm is no exception. This canyon was enormous, with a depth of tens of kilometers, larger than the Burial Thunder Valley. If it weren't in the center of the mountains, it would be more appropriate to call it a plain rather than a canyon. In the canyon, there was a pool about 100 meters in diameter, surrounded by various buildings. Such pools were common in the Wind and Thunder continent. Lin Moya didn't see anything special about the pool. The Dragon Clan had built a military base around the pool. Lin Moya stopped at a distance, finding the area quiet and deserted. Judging by the traces left behind, the Dragon Clan had left in a hurry. Lin Moya carefully examined the buildings, noticing some clues from their appearance. Some buildings looked like factories. Lin Moya was now 100% certain that the secret of the Dragon Clan's ability to mass-produce puppet warriors must be here. However, the Dragon Clan had left, likely taking or destroying the information. I wonder if anything is left. The skeletons had already gone ahead, searching every corner. A large number of skeletons flew in all directions. After a thorough search, they found nothing in the buildings or the surrounding area. Many places showed signs of burning. So clean. Did they really leave nothing behind? Lin Moya slowly descended, and as soon as he touched the ground, he felt a tremendous pressure. Not good. His expression changed as he looked up to see a massive formation in the sky. The abyss is known for its barriers, and the Dragon Clan is known for its formations. This formation was hidden in the sky using special methods, and Lin Moya hadn't noticed it. The moment he touched the ground, the formation was activated. A tremendous pressure fell from above, making it difficult for Lin Moya to breathe. With a loud explosion, the entire military base blew up. A terrifying force swept through, and Lin Moya was thrown by the massive shockwave. The skeletal armor shattered instantly, and the explosive force hit Lin Moya heavily. The Lich generals immediately began frantic healing, but the force was too strong, a mix of physical and elemental attacks, reaching the level of a god. This was a divine-level formation, with attack power comparable to a pseudo-god. Lin Moya could feel his undead army suffering unimaginable damage, and the Lich generals couldn't keep up with the healing. The explosions continued, and the shockwaves hit him like waves. At this rate, the undead army wouldn't hold out. I was careless. He had only released 3 units of the undead army, with only 3 Lich generals outside. Their healing couldn't keep up. If he had released the entire undead army and kept them outside the formation, there would have been no problem. But now, at the center of the formation's explosion, if he released the undead army, the skeletons would share the damage and die even faster. In the continuous explosions, Lin Moya was like a candle in the wind, blown around. The formation struck the ground repeatedly, destroying everything within it. Lin Moya gritted his teeth and shouted, the rune on the back of his right hand glowing. Skill, power gathering. His mental power connected with the entire undead army, and Lin Moya's attributes soared to the limit. His constitution increased from over 90,000 to 1 million, a more than tenfold increase, drastically boosting his defense. The damage immediately lessened, giving the Lich generals time to breathe. Lin Moya finally stabilized his position and looked up to see hundreds of magic crystals at the center of the formation. These magic crystals continuously provided energy to the formation. As long as he destroyed these magic crystals, he could break the formation. Lin Moya gripped his axe and charged forward against the immense pressure. Not only his constitution but also his strength and agility had increased to 1 million. His speed far surpassed before. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded, and a shadow shot out from the pool, rushing towards Lin Moya with a gust of wind. A monster? Lin Moya reacted quickly, sweeping his axe horizontally and hitting the shadow accurately, producing a metallic clang. The shadow trembled but wasn't knocked away, instead opening its bloody mouth to bite. Lin Moya dodged and counterattacked with several more strikes, but couldn't push it back. The force from the axe was immense, indicating the opponent was very strong. A soul flame flickered in his left hand. A spark fell, and the shadow let out a miserable cry, trembling and falling. It feels pain. It's not a puppet. Lin Moya understood and a red light flashed, the aging curse descending. The shadow's speed slowed down. Lin Moya took the opportunity to break free and charged towards the formation at full speed. The axe glowed red. Skill, Berserk Strike. Chapter 500. Chapter 500, 500. Chapter 500, The ancestor of the dragon clan is the Chinese dragon? The skill of the skeleton berserker has elevated the burst power to an astonishing level. Lin Moya's full burst, equivalent to 700 points of strength attribute, is already very close to the pseudogod level. Even if it doesn't match the power of the formation's burst, the difference isn't significant. Moreover, Lin Moya didn't intend to fully counter the formation, he just wanted to destroy the magic crystals within it, breaking the formation at a single point to disrupt the whole, using a small force to break a larger one. Although the formation's power was immense, it had its weaknesses, especially this formation in front of him, which had completely abandoned its defensive capabilities in pursuit of attack power. The Dragon Clan might have thought that under the continuous attacks of the formation, Lin Moya wouldn't have a chance to get close and destroy it. So, they converted all the formation's defensive capabilities into offensive power. This made the formation's attack power reach the pseudo-god level. They almost succeeded, but they were just a bit short. Lin Moya used the power-gathering skill to pave the way, enduring round after round of the formation's attacks, and charged to the front of the magic crystal, bringing down his giant axe heavily. With a loud crash, the largest magic crystal at the center of the formation shattered. It was the central hub of the entire formation. Once it was destroyed, the formation's power plummeted, instantly dropping by about half. Then the undead army appeared, starting to attack the other magic crystals. Lin Moya focused his attention on the suddenly appearing shadow. It was over 20 meters long, covered in scales, resembling both a snake and a dragon. On its back, it had hundreds of small wings. It looked extremely bizarre. After being attacked by the soul flame, it fell to the ground, rolled over, and flew towards Lin Moya again. Lin Moya cast a detection spell to see what it was. Iron Scale Dragon. Level, 88. Strength, 1 million. Agility, 1,200,000. Spirit, 600,000. Constitution, 1,500,000. Skills, Dragon Breath, Constriction. Traits, 50% physical damage reduction. So this is the Iron Scale Dragon. Lin Moya finally understood what it was. With a total attribute of 4.3 million and a level of 88, even without any special abilities, it was already very powerful. The Iron Scale Dragon is a member of the Dragon Clan, a very special existence within the clan. In the Dragon Clan, there is a creature called the Iron Scale Snake, which has been tamed by the Dragon Clan. After a series of cultivation and training, it eventually becomes a combat weapon for the Dragon Clan. The Iron Scale Snake's base attributes are not high at lower levels, but as it levels up and undergoes special stimulation and feeding by the Dragon Clan, its attributes explode. It can almost match the ancestral bloodline warriors of the same level in the Dragon Clan. Moreover, it is very obedient, making it an excellent combat weapon. However, an 88-level Iron Scale Dragon is very rare even within the Dragon Clan. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Clan had placed it here specifically to kill Lin Moya. Since the Iron Scale Dragon was here, there must be Dragon Clan warriors as well. Only when the ancestral bloodline warriors of the Dragon Clan and the Iron Scale Dragon cooperate can they exert their maximum combat power. The Iron Scale Dragon let out an unpleasant roar and collided with Lin Moya again. In the power-gathering state, although Lin Moya's attributes were still inferior to the Iron Scale Dragon, his combat skills made up for the slight attribute gap. With the curse's effect, the Iron Scale Dragon's speed was significantly slower than usual. Combined with Lin Moya's strong and perfect combat skills, the balance shifted, and Lin Moya completely gained the upper hand. The damage was amplified, and the Iron Scale Dragon's defense was broken under Lin Moya's attacks. Its scales shattered, and flesh flew. As its flesh fell into the pool, the water began to boil violently. Then, small Iron Scale Dragons flew out of the pool. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed sharply, so the secret is in this pool. Because there were so many pools in the Wind and Thunder continent, Lin Moya hadn't paid much attention initially. Unexpectedly, the secret of the secret realm was right under his nose. Under the fierce attack of the undead army, the formation finally collapsed completely. With a loud crash, the formation shattered into pieces. The undead army quickly charged down, engaging in battle with the small Iron Scale Dragons emerging from the pool. These small Iron Scale Dragons were not strong and were no match for the undead army, quickly being killed. At this moment, a spatial fluctuation appeared in the distance, and a spacetime passage opened in the secret realm, with two Dragon Clan members flying out. One of them, Lin Moya recognized, was the Dragon Clan commander who had fled in disgrace earlier. It possessed the ancestral bloodline, belonging to the highest tier within the Dragon Clan. Its status was comparable to that of a Dragon King, but with its level, it couldn't control an 88-level Iron Scale Dragon. So, the other one must be the true master. Finally here. Lin Moya smiled. After they appeared, the Iron Scale Dragon stopped entangling with Lin Moya and flew towards the two Dragon Clan members. Lin Moya didn't pursue but observed them. The Iron Scale Dragon flew to the side of another Dragon Clan warrior, letting out a soft hiss, appearing very pitiful. The sound was like a child crying to its parents after being bullied outside. The Dragon Clan warrior gently stroked the Iron Scale Dragon, comforting it. This was the true master of the Iron Scale Dragon. According to the Dragon Clan's rules, the master of an 88-level Iron Scale Dragon must also be at least level 88 and possess the ancestral bloodline. An 88-level ancestral bloodline warrior, Lin Moya had to take it seriously. "Are you Lin Moya?" it asked in a low voice. Lin Moya chuckled. "You already know the answer. And you are 88-level ancestral bloodline knight, Tatar." It raised its head proudly. As an ancestral bloodline knight at level 88, it was on the verge of becoming a Dragon King, and as an ancestral bloodline Dragon King, Tatar had every reason to be proud. Once it became a Dragon King, it would be one of the highest-ranking members of the Dragon Clan, second only to the Dragon Emperor. Lin Moya smiled, not bad. And you? The defeated one. The other Dragon Clan member with the ancestral bloodline showed anger and let out a low growl. The term defeated one was too harsh. Its pride couldn't tolerate failure. Tatar said, where is our ancestral bloodline's pride? Failing once is no big deal, just kill him again. It nodded, its eyes filled with killing intent as it looked at Lin Moyu, 85-level ancestral bloodline warrior, Tasher. Tatar, Tasher, it seems you are family, Lin Moya said calmly. Tatar replied, yes, we are brothers. I didn't expect a genius like you to appear among humans, but my favorite thing is to slaughter geniuses. The formation we set up didn't kill you, proving your strength. You are worthy of my effort. I will make your head into an ornament and hang it on my chest to show my power. It licked its lips with a long tongue, exuding a strong smell of blood. Lin Moya didn't know where it got the confidence, which God gave it the assurance that it could kill him. On the other hand, Lin Moya wasn't entirely sure he could kill it. After all, if he couldn't win, the Dragon Clan was very good at escaping. Tasher said in a low voice, brother, this guy is strong. Be careful. Tatar laughed, no matter how strong, he's just a human, only level 53. These words made Tasher feel ashamed, as it had been defeated by this level 53 human. Tatar wielded a giant two-handed sword. As a knight, it didn't use the standard sword and shield combination but a two-handed greatsword. Such knights had weaker defense but significantly enhanced combat power. The Iron Scale Dragon came to its feet, allowing Tatar to stand on its head. Their auras merged, rapidly increasing. The ancestral bloodline of the Dragon Clan combined with the Iron Scale Dragon was their strongest combat state. Tatar raised the two-handed sword high. Out of respect for you, I will use my full power to kill you. With a roar, it shouted, Ancestral Transformation. Unlike Tasher's previous ancestral bloodline burst, Tatar clearly had stronger control over its bloodline. A huge divine dragon phantom appeared in the sky. Lin Moya was stunned. This dragon wasn't the Dragon Clan's kind but the divine dragon from Chinese mythology. Is this a joke? Seeing Lin Moya's stunned expression, Tatar thought he was shocked and couldn't help but laugh. Shocked, aren't you? This is our Dragon Clan's ancestor. One day, I will fully transform into a divine dragon. With a roar, it charged at Lin Moya. The divine dragon phantom in the sky merged with it, further enhancing its power. It was surrounded by the divine dragon phantom, strong and terrifying. Lin Moya was indeed a bit shocked, but more curious about this world. He had many questions, but for now, he would fight first. The power-gathering skill was about to end, so he swung his axe fiercely. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.